Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for the first day of this LV County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Middlesex. It's an overcast day, a bit of breeze coming from the sort of moneyed side of Edgbaston where the banks and various institutions are. Middlesex have won the toss and they've chosen to bowl first. There's a bit of green on the top of the surface which might explain that. They've brought Stevie Eskenazi into the side for Peter Millans. The overseas player is dropped due to lack of form, averaging around 15 in the championship. Mind you, so is Eskenazi, Milan, a former Warwickshire overseas player. And Toby Rowland-Jones, the captain, is back in the side, in for Tim Murter. For the Bears, a couple of changes as well. One, I think, as much as anything, down to the nature of the surface and the weather. Jacob Bethel is preferred to Danny Briggs, so no frontline spinner. Robbie Yates will take over those duties. And the injury to Chris Rushworth means that Henry Brooks will be in the seam attack for the Bears. Rob Bailey and Hassan Adnan are the two umpires for this game. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Kevin Hand will be here very shortly from BBC London. Phil Britt is around, who works for Warwickshire County Cricket Club, but also absolutely delighted to be joined by the Warwickshire and Central Sparks batter, Eve Jones. Good morning, Eve.
Good morning.
Good morning to be bowling, I think.
Yeah, I think obviously Will Rhodes has lost another toss here, so he'll obviously be disappointed with that, but I think, Warwickshire will want to try and get off to a good start here with the bat.
So Middlesex win the toss, choose to field. Ethan Bamber is going to bowl the first over. Rob Yates has 4 slips standing behind him at the Birmingham end of the game. It is gloomier at the moment than we anticipated it was going to be for the start of this one. And the forecast for today is largely okay, and certainly improved for the next couple of days. So there's every prospect that there will be a result over the course of 4 days here, unlike the Lancashire game last week. So the first ball of the match, and it's Bamber who is in, and he's driven through the offside for 4. That's a beautiful shot by Yates, and the sound off the bat was something to behold.
Yeah, excellent first shot, and the kind of delivery you want first ball there, isn't it?
So Eve should just be hearing a bit of a bulletin in the background before, why she hesitated. But yeah, you love that as an opener, don't you?
Absolutely. It's probably in the slot there, the half volley to start off the innings.
Making the most of the loosener. And in he comes again, Bamber. And Yates leaves this one outside off stump, very full. So 4 slips in place, a point, short extra cover, mid-on, short mid-wicket. There's a long leg as well. And hopefully the cloud will lift a little bit. No doubt that the Bears also would have chosen to field had they won the toss today. The fact that Briggs hasn't been picked is also a bit of a clue to what they think this might do this week, as this is again fairly full outside off stump, but a good leave from Rob Yates. That could be one of the key shots of the morning, the leave.
Yeah, I think overhead conditions suggest there might be some swing out there, so I think the Middlesex bowlers will want to try and get the ball up there, give it the best chance to swing the ball early. Warwickshire batters obviously got to be cautious of that, but nice positive start there from Yates.
Bamber, slightly broad in the shoulder, comes in round the wicket to Yates. Better ball on and around off stump, defended out into the offside. Just looking at the feed. Welcome to those of you who are watching the Bears feed this morning. You can see the green flecks. It's not entirely green, but they've left some grass on this surface, Eve.
Yeah, I think this is the wicket that they were actually going to play the Lancashire game on last week. But unfortunately, I think with the groundsman getting the pitch ready for finals day, I think there actually was a bit difficult to get the pitch ready. I think there's some water that got on the pitch.
Gary and the team have done astonishingly well through this run. Another full-length delivery. They're looking to give it every possibility early on, Middlesex, to get a bit of movement. Yates is forward in defence. Probably, we tend to note that you need to get the lacquer off the ball before it does too much. Yates watchful and in behind that.
Yeah, so the Lancashire game, they actually ended up playing on the old finals day wicket, which is in the centre of the square.
It held up pretty well, actually. Would have been interesting had the final day not been washed out, as the final ball of the over is left alone by Bamber. Just about to update listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, so just hold it with me for a moment before the second over and let them know what's going on at Edgbaston. Nice sprinkling of spectators, but that's all at the moment. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have been put into bat by Middlesex on the opening day of their county championship match. They're 4 without loss after the first over. A crisp off drive for 4 from the first ball of the morning for Rob Yates going to the boundary. Couple of changes for the Bears. Rushworth with a hamstring injury. In comes Henry Brooks, and Jacob Bethel is preferred to Danny Briggs. It's a wicket with plenty of grass on it. It's a little bit green. It might well favour the seamers. Middlesex putting the Bears into bat. Warwickshire 4 without loss. And Toby Rowland-Jones will be bowling the second over, and Eve will describe that.
Yeah, so back into the squad this game, Rowland-Jones. He comes in for Tim Murtagh. He's going to start us off from the city end. He's got 4 slips in place, ready and waiting as he comes in to Davis. This one just a little bit on the leg side, and Davis just tucks that away off his legs, and it goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So both batters, first ball off the mark with a 4 here, so good start for Yates and Davis.
Yeah, just a looser, wasn't it? Got his angle slightly wrong. No real pace about that from Rowland-Jones. It's interesting, isn't it? And obviously Tim Murtagh's games is very much at the veteran stage of his career. He's been a brilliant bowler for Middlesex, but he can't play every game. This surface might well have suited him, in that it looks like Murtagh conditions to me.
Yeah, he has got himself 22 wickets this year as well, so as Rowland-Jones in this time. And that one has nicked off, he's banged it in, and Alex Davis has got the edge, and it's gone through to the keeper. Some good carry there from Rowland-Jones, and he's got the wicket. That first ball he bowled was a little bit of a loose, and it got hit for 4, but he's had to go now. Alex Davis is just a little bit short that one, and he's managed to get a fine edge on that through to the keeper. It's a good take. Disappointing there for Alex Davis.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of lift there. And it'd be interesting just on the replay to see what sort of length that was, but it's gone up and just clipped the shoulder of the bat. Davis was not about to wait for the umpire's decision. He was trudging off, and I get the feeling that the conditions today between the overheads and that surface, you're going to get a good ball here and there, and he's got a peach.
He has. That's not the kind of delivery you want early on in your innings.
We have to rewind this to get to a replay. Let's go back a bit. We'll get it.
Will Rhodes is the man walking out now to the crease. He did top score last game against Lancs with 82.
7. Oh, we've gone back as far as the first ball now.
The first ball was a real loosener there from Rowland-Jones, but
the second one was absolutely on the money. 2 left-handers at the crease now. But this, as soon as we knew Middlesex had won the toss, you're thinking, OK, good toss to win for whoever got it.
Yeah, and absolutely.
Now we are looking at it. It was back of a length, and it's seamed and it's climbed, and that was as close to an unplayable ball as you're going to get at this stage of a game. That's a beauty from Rowland-Jones.
Yeah, it just lifted, didn't it, off the surface, and Davis sort of had to play at that one. So 4 slips in place for Will Rhodes, his first ball coming up, as Rowland-Jones is in over the wicket to Rhodes. This one left alone outside the off stump by Rhodes.
Yeah, 22nd wicket of the season for Rowland-Jones. But that's the benefit of that extra height that he's got, and we remember how effective he was as an England player as well. Injuries have not been kind to Rowland-Jones, but we're immediately finding the sweet spot, really, 2 balls in.
Absolutely, as he's in again this time. Oh, and he's bowled him. That looks like an absolute peach, as well as Will Rhodes has gone second ball that he's faced. Not the start Warwickshire wanted here, as they're now 8 for 2.
Yeah, just wondering whether that's kept a low a little bit. I'm a ball behind on the
Just trying to find the
replay, so
replays.
we'll get it in a second. But yeah, I mean that's a fuller length for sure from Roland Jones, and Rhodes has played inside it. It's hit middle and off, and he's just looking down at the surface, and that is jagged off the seam. And this is a very difficult body for batting, and Roland Jones 2 wickets in his first over. And the Bears have got a long batting order today. They're going to need it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really not the start they wanted. Just wondering whether Will Rhodes has just played round that one a little bit. Looked probably go a little bit too much hit him to leg.
Yeah, it has moved though.
It has moved, but
Yeah.
I just think he probably needs to play a little bit more straighter bat with that one.
What an over he's produced. Just the one loose ball to start off with. Sam Hain having to come out here by, 7 minutes past 11 on the opening morning with Gray overhead. The ball doing a bit.
Yeah, Sam Hain probably wouldn't have expected to be in this early, but here he is as he joins Yates. Well, we should just need to get through this over and just try and settle things down here and sort of start again in a sense. They've had a couple of looseners, but they've had a couple of real good deliveries. They've picked up wickets.
And the Bears are a bit lucky. The sky has really filled in the last hour. It was not like this when I drove in this morning. I got to the ground about 10 past, 9:15. And you thought, this is set fair for a really nice day. It was actually quite warm walking round.
Well, even when we started the game an hour or so ago, there was shadows on the pitch, so the sun just seems to have gone behind these clouds now. There's a few thick dark clouds above us as Roland Jones in again. This time knocked off his legs, and he takes a quick single to mid-on. He fumbles the ball, but they do come through for a single. Sam Hain off the mark, first ball.
It's a sharp single, but I think it's Helmet mid-on, isn't it, who is probably not the briskest, not the most agile of the fielders in this Middlesex side. A lot of jumpers out there today. I think did I see a line? I thought I saw a long sleeve one for a moment. You don't see those very often these days.
Yeah, I think there is a long sleeve one. They're the best ones. Very comfy. So last ball the over then, as Roland Jones is in. This time off the back foot through the covers. Doesn't get the best timing, but they do come through for one as Yates picks up another single. So that completes the over. Very eventful over, that one. Bit of everything in it. So 10 for 2 after the second over.
Yes, it's a slightly unusual set of bowling figures after one over of a championship game, 1-0-6-2. But 2 absolute beauties from Roland Jones. Bamber now will look to follow suit. His captain's trying to decide whether he's going to go mid-on or mid-off. He's going to stay at mid-off.
Yeah, so back to the left-hand, right-hand combo. Which will be a good thing for Warwickshire, I think, not letting those bowlers settle on those lines and lengths.
Bears will back down to 8 now with Bethel in for Briggs. And Brooks at 9 has made some useful runs in both formats so far this year. As Yates is forward defensively, it looked like with the way he dragged the bat back, like he was going to try and power that through the offside. I think he's checked the shot halfway through and defended it back down into the offside, and no run.
Yeah, the first ball he faced, he absolutely smashed it through extra cover for 4. I'm just wondering now, with the Bears losing 2 wickets that last over, whether he's just sort of holding back a little bit.
Don't want to nick off if he could avoid it. This is very full. He pushes again in defence out towards the covers. And scampering in comes the extra cover fielder. And there's no run. Once Kevin's in the box, he'll be able to identify who all the slippers are, because they've got old school sweaters of Middlesex, so you can't see numbers on them. We need the sun to come out, so they're in the shirt sleeves.
Get the jumpers off.
Yeah. It's quite old school having to recognise players this way. The 4 slips are actually quite tight to each other as Yates guides this again towards the man just in front of point, and there's no run. Yates, who made 100 against Kent a couple of weeks ago, having really returned to form in the T20 competition. 5 half-centuries in that tournament this year. He actually got dropped after one of them because of Moeen Ali arriving. And of course his stint turned out to be an extremely brief one because of his return to the England fold.
Yeah, I think the Bears were actually winning up until that point, weren't they? And then they sort of had a little blip when Moeen came back in.
As this is full on the pads of Yates, and he can guide it behind square for a single. He's 7, 11 for 2. For those who aren't familiar with the Bears' campaign in the T20, under Moeen Ali they won 1 out of 4 because he was captain in the side. Alex Davis won his first 10 matches as captain and then lost in the quarterfinals. That was the only defeat that Davis had as captain. And actually, I mean, he did do a really good job of it. He's a very busy, very bright captain. I think wicket-keeper skippers are not a bad thing in T20, especially with the speed of the game. The number of times they got through their overs quite a few minutes early was quite surprising as well, because they were just up and at it.
Yeah, and I think obviously the benefit of having a wicket-keeper that's captain, like, they can see exactly what the ball's doing and sort of see from a batter's perspective as well. They're still not far away from them what exactly is going on.
Hayne facing Bamber for the first time, and he's nicked off to second slip. It's a good low catch. Really well taken. And Hayne has gone for 1. The ball is doing plenty, and Middlesex are putting it in the right sort of places. 11 for 3, and Bamber gets his first wicket.
Yeah, obviously that's going to be really disappointing, isn't it, to lose 3 early wickets here for the Bears. It's not the start they wanted at all.
But excellent from Middlesex. You've got to put the ball into areas where the batsman's going to be in some sort of doubt.
And they're getting backed up by the fielders as well. That's a terrific catch there. Diving forward low to the left by the man at second slip. Not actually sure who that is, 'cause as we said, they have got the jumpers on.
But at first sight, I thought that was going to drop short. But he's got his hands nicely underneath it. It's a good catch, and that's not a straightforward slip catch. It's on a day where you are going to be on your toes because of the weather conditions, but it is a little bit murky.
Yeah, just backing up the bowlers, as I said. I think the bowlers are charging in, getting the ball to do enough, getting the ball in the right areas, and yeah, just well backed up by the fielders at the moment. I think Warwickshire have got to try and just settle down, try and just see through a few overs here. And
Sam Robson, we're being told, took the catch. Phil Britt is over on the other side of the box. He was even actually putting his hands in exactly the right angle that Robson took it. You could see it. He's a perfectionist like that.
Just didn't pull out the dive in the commentary box. That's the only
No,
thing.
that's just as well, because we wouldn't want to have to pick him back up. 11 for 3, Warwickshire. Roland Jones with 2, Bamber with 1. New ball pairing could not be doing a better job here for Middlesex. A slip cordon, look at him. You can see the anticipation there as Dan Mosley is on strike for the first time. Straight, just back of a length. He gets onto his toes and defends it back down the wicket. Round of applause for Bamber after a successful over for him.
Yeah, I think obviously the seamers unit at Middlesex has been pretty successful this year. They've had 5 seamers take more than 20 wickets, so I think that just shows the depth they've got in their seam department. Obviously, the 2 opening bowlers here working together quite nicely. Both picked up a wicket or so each. That's the perfect start here for Middlesex, as Roland Jones is about to continue his second over into Yates as he defends off the front foot for no run.
He's actually got a hand on that, Roland Jones, and it's ended up hitting the stumps. There is a gentle appeal, but Dan Mosley was wise to it and was safely back in his ground. It just looked like it took a little nick off his fingertip. Certainly the angle of the ball changed slightly.
4 slips ready waiting as Roland Jones approaches this time. That one's worked into the leg side defensively for no run. Middlesex well on top here. You can hear them from the commentary box. They're up and about.
Umpire Rob Bailey's having a good look at the sky as well. If he thinks they're... he's also trying to work out which way the wind's blowing. So he's seen some clouds that he doesn't like the look of, and he's checking which way the wind's blowing. And as usual, the weather is coming over our left shoulder. It's a very familiar Edgbaston scene.
As Roland Jones bowls, this time worked off the legs by Yates. That's a lovely looking shot as it's running away towards the boundary, and he's going to pick up another 4. timed that really nicely. Just a little bit too straight there from Roland Jones. Score now moves on to 15 for 3.
Yeah, he's took that away very nicely. His 2 boundaries have been really well struck from Yates, just leaning on that one as much as anything, using his weight to caress the ball wide of the fielder. It's a subdued home crowd, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, there's a few in.
Yeah, there'll be quite a few who are sort of hidden from us at this end.
Yeah.
Especially with the wicket being over towards the Hollies side. Relatively short boundary on that side.
Roland Jones is in. This time that one's nicked and it's gone straight to second slip. A bit more of an expansive drive from Yates as he has to go as well.
I think it's Robson doing the honours again down by his toes. It was straighter at him this time. But Roland Jones again just putting it into that area of doubt. It's a full ball and he's kind of got to go for it because it's not far off an off-stump line. And he's nicked it through for another good low catch. 15 for 4. Yates gone for 10. And Middlesex are absolutely using these conditions in the perfect way. And you've got to admire that. Roland Jones, 3 wickets in his first 2 overs. He won't mind that he's been hit for a couple of boundaries. He's trying to get it full. There's just the odd ball that he dropped short, like the one that he got his first wicket for with Davis. But to already be down to number 6 in the batting order, and we're not even at 20 past 11. Perfect morning so far for Middlesex as Jacob Bethel comes to the crease.
Yeah, I think Yates actually looked quite good for his 10. He's had a couple of boundaries in there. Looked to get behind the ball, but that one just looked to go through with the drive when possibly didn't need to quite do that. He has hit the ball for 4 the previous delivery, but he has to go for 10 runs.
It's a challenging one, isn't it? 'Cause it's a ball that I think he's got to play because it was quite tight to the off-stump line. It probably would have missed off-stump, but it was too full and too straight to leave.
It's just whether he could have, I don't know, defended that one potentially, or he did look to go through it a little bit more, but he had been hitting them well this morning.
I'd be grateful if they get to 3 figures from here. Warwickshire, it really is a tough start. I mean, there was a memorable match in the T20 campaign where they lost 4 wickets in the first over and won, but you know.
As Roland Jones into Bethel. This time knocked off the back foot into the offside vacant cover region, and they do pick up 2. So Bethel back into the team, off the mark straight away there.
I've got a lot of trust in the teenager. Picked today, this morning, I presume, on the grounds they didn't think that Danny Briggs was necessarily going to be a factor, and looking at the conditions and the surface, I think they're probably right. And Middlesex could not have asked for anything more in the first 4 overs.
As Roland Jones in, defended by Bethel there for no run. That completes the over. Another good over there for Middlesex. Also had the boundary early on, but then got the wicket of Yates, caught at second slip. So the score is 17 for 4. Tough start here for Warwickshire.
So I was interested to put it in context to see if loads of wickets are falling elsewhere, and actually I mean, there are 5 Division 1 games and 2 in Division 2, and the only other match with a wicket so far, Somerset are 12 for 1 against Surrey. A wicket there for Worrell, Lammonby out for 8. And I suppose that, you know, a lot of it is about conditions, and Middlesex exploiting them sensationally well so far. Taking their chances as well. 2 sharp catches from Robson. Straightforward one for Simpson. Around the wicket again to the left-hander comes Bamber. He's 1 for 5 from his 2 overs. He's into bowl to Mosley, who leaves the ball alone outside off stump. And it goes through once more to Simpson. Slightly lighter cloud coming over. There are the possibility of 1 or 2 showers between now and about 2:30, 3 o'clock, as the weather forecast has changed quite a bit overnight.
Yeah, I think the last week conditions haven't been great, have they, as a batter? Lots of cloud, lots of rain on and off. Although last week, day 3, it was very cloudy but no rain.
Full ball, oh, and he's gone. Has that gone through him? And it's hit his off stump by the look of it. The bails are down and Moseley has gone for naught. It's 17 for 5. That was a bit of an airy looking drive. Bamber has his second. Moseley gone for a duck. And Middlesex are looking to absolutely race through this Warwickshire first innings. He's just gone through the gate there. Full ball. Hitting off stump. Putting it in the right place, Ethan Bamber. Has it done much? It's cut in slightly, but not enough really to excuse the shot from Moseley. 17 for 5.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that could have been an interesting period there for Dan Moseley. Obviously, naturally aggressive when he bats. So being 17 for 4, he probably would have had to just rein himself in slightly, but he does go for a big drive and the ball does go between bat and pad.
So if you're a betting person now, would you say Warwickshire will still be batting at lunch? You know, I've seen a team bowled out before lunch before. It can happen. You might even argue on a day like today, you'd probably like the ball in your hand fairly soon. It's just,
well, there is that, I suppose.
It's doing plenty, and Middlesex are putting it there. Warwickshire have not been able to cope with it. There's so much prodding of the surface as well going on at the moment. And we know, you were talking earlier that this wicket could have been used last week, but it was too damp to use. The weather conditions have not been kind since then. That match started less than a week ago.
Yeah, it's a very good toss to win this one.
Bamber into the new man, who is Barnard, who's edging that down towards third slip, and it drops just short.
That didn't look far away, did it?
No. No, it was picked up by Higgins at third slip. There's a combination of factors here. Let's say the conditions are ripe for seam bowling, and technically the Bears' top order have struggled to deal with it. The majority of deliveries that have taken a wicket so far have been really good balls. Roland Jones in particular has produced some peaches. It was a good ball from Bamber that got hay, and it was a good ball just there as well, as they're just trying to deal with something behind the bowler's arm here. Barnard wasn't happy after facing that first ball. And now he awaits Bamber again. He's forward off a thick inside edge. He turns it up towards mid-on. If he doesn't get the thick inside edge there, he might find himself very much standing in front.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. I think Barnard stood quite some way outside of his crease there, just try and get a bit close to the ball, stop it doing as much as what it probably would if he was stood back in his crease.
So they're going to bring a short leg in now as well. The ball's not hooping, it's seaming, and that's the difficulty. It's coming off the surface.
Yeah, positive move here by Middlesex. Getting that short leg fielder in as well as those 4 slips. I think they can really go and attack now.
Barnard's only been out there 2 balls. He doesn't look terribly happy with life. As he guides this down towards 4th slip, has to move to his right, a ball that rolled along the deck, so there was no threat from it. And it remains 17 for 5. Spectacular start to this morning's cricket at Edgbaston. Roland Jones must have had a grin on his face when he won the toss, but you then have to give them that enormous pat on the back for how they've exploited it. Tried to bowl full, get it up there. Old school English seam bowling this has been so far. He's in once more to Barnard, who turns this behind the point fielder and will get off the mark with a single. So he's 1, Bethel 2. We've had just 5 overs of this game. Warwickshire 18 for 5.
Yeah, I think that's a good shot there by Barnard. He hasn't gone through with the drive. He's let the ball hit the bat, and I think that's probably a good option on this kind of wicket, especially the position they're in. I think those big expansive drives getting the Warwickshire batters into trouble with the ball seaming off the pitch. I think it's trying to let the ball come close to you, not do too much. I think they've got to try and somehow rebuild here with them being 18 for 5. I think they've got to try and just think about those drop and runs, just get the ball in the gaps, just try and settle things down here a little bit, try and stop the Middlesex momentum as they're right on top. As Roland Jones is going to continue here. Figures of 3 for 12 after his 2 overs. As short legs in again this end. Left alone there by Barnard.
I'm sort of expecting a wicket every ball at the moment. That's the challenge for Warwickshire.
Yeah, I'm not sure they've got through an over without losing one yet, have they? Barely.
What have we had? We've had 5 overs, but there were 2 wickets in 1 over, weren't there? So, yeah, the opening over they got through.
Ah, yes. Well, it was a great start, wasn't it? 4 off the first ball.
Yeah. And since then, not a lot good has happened.
As Roland Jones in, this time, just bottom hand come off the bat there by Barnard. It's just dropped in front of him. As he thinks about just knocking that one into the leg side, there is a short leg there.
Listeners to 5 Sports Extra are with us as well at the moment. Eve Jones, captain of Central Sparks. Captain of Central Sparks? Yeah, you are.
Central Sparks, yeah.
Warwickshire as well, alongside myself, Richard Wilford.
As Roland Jones in, this time driven, but finds that mid-off fielder.
He joined, just to give them context, he joined us with Middlesex so far on top in the first half hour of the game. Brilliant bowling from Toby Roland Jones and Ethan Bamber, having won the toss on an overcast morning on a very green looking surface with grass on it as well, and they have been pretty much unplayable. A number of peaches, 18 for 5 Warwickshire in this opening half hour.
As Roland Jones is in, this time a little bit shorter, and Barnard happy just to defend that one. Goes straight to point for no run.
It's the full length that's caused the real trouble, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and I think what they've done well is they've got the ball up there, haven't they? Given it a chance to do a bit off the pitch. Just got to try and get through a few overs here, Warwickshire. Just try and settle things down. Try and start that rebuild. Roland Jones is in again. This time it looked like it was leg side-ish, but I think Barnard looked to play that through the leg side and somehow just finds its way to mid-off.
Yeah, I thought that for a moment the ball must have turned him round, but it didn't. It was going down the leg side, and he's just got the angle of his shot wrong. And I think when circumstances are like this, when the ball is doing a bit and it's doing it off the seam rather than in the air, it plays with your mind, and they'll see danger even when deliveries aren't so good.
As this one's, there it is, dropped into the offside, and they do pick up a single. It's good batting there by Barnard. He now moves on to 2. That completes the over. 19 for 5 Warwickshire now.
So 2 wickets in the second over. Roland Jones in his first over of the match got Alex Davis, second ball for 4, bit of lift off the shoulder of the bat through to John Simpson. He then bowled Will Rhodes with a ball that seemed just enough to hit middle and off. He went also second ball. Ethan Bamber joined the party, removing Sam Hain, a good sharp catch low down at second slip by Sam Robson. Hain out for 1. Rob Yates, who looked to be the one player who kind of knew what was going on out there, he only made it to 10 before Robson took another good catch low down at second slip, this time to give Roland Jones his 3rd wicket. And then Dan Mosley through the gate. Bamber got him bowled for 0. Barnard to face Bamber now, and he steers him off his pads down towards long leg for a single. And Barnard to 3, and the magical 20 on the board for the Bears. But they've just largely put the ball in the right places. Bamber has bowled that little bit fuller. Roland Jones, with his height, can't resist the odd shorter ball, and it was a shorter ball that got Alex Davis. But Bamber has shown real discipline on a surface where, if Tim Murtagh had been playing, but not selected for this one, you suspect that's the length he would have been bowling is what Bamber is doing. Let's face it, he's got a good player to learn from there, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
And he's coming through as a seamer at Middlesex. In the bowl now to the left-handed Bethel, the teenager, who's forward with real pure technique there, just to block it out into the offside and no run.
Yeah, I'm just looking overhead now. Those dark clouds do seem to be skirting round the outside of the stadium, so looks a little bit brighter over there, although there's a few dark clouds looming over the city.
The home side are going to salvage whatever they can from this first innings now. Whatever par is, it's not going to be this low. And it's going to be 6 down now, because that one has beaten Bethel and has wrapped off stump again. And that again, very full and just offering to come in off the seam. And Bethel has not got into line to be able to play it. It's 20 for 6. It's 3 for Bamber. It's 3 for Roland Jones. And Middlesex are enjoying their morning.
Yeah, it looked like it just nipped back Bethel did try and play defensively to that ball, but goes straight through him. I just watched that replay, and it does go through. That little gap between bat and pad, and
quite a nip back actually from that angle. Yeah,
it's a very good ball again. Real tough here for Warwickshire.
And Michael Burgess is the last of the recognised, but I mean they've got 8 recognised batsmen in this game, but the 8th one is already in, and it's just beyond 11:30 on the first morning. And I say, if you try to put any positive spin on it for the home side, because you can't put a positive spin on the scoreboard, it's the fact that you might want to get out there bowling fairly quickly to see if you can respond to it. But don't think there will be many batting bonus points in this game.
Not so far, anyway. The thing is, for Warwickshire, it's trying to just get something on the board so they don't go into that second innings with a massive deficit. Obviously, both sides have got to bat on it before we do make those judgments, but from the position we're in now, 20 for 6.
Home side, of course, missing Chris Rushworth, who would rather like this. Henry Brooks is playing. He'll be padded up at the moment, Henry Brooks. Wondering what he's been watching, as this is another beauty from Bamber. Burgess, not untypical of him, has decided to come give it a bit of the charge. He's 2 steps down the wicket and it's gone past the edge. There was an appeal from Bamber as much, I think, for the quality of the ball that he just bowled.
I like that from Burgess, though. I think he's trying to put it back on the bowler just to try and get a little closer to it and not just sit back and let the ball do so much off the surface. I like that he's trying to get to the ball.
Counter-attack, it's in too fragile a position even to think counter-attack. He's coming down the wicket again, and he just drags his length down Bamber, and it ends up hitting Burgess quite high up on the bat and coming back to the bowler. He's put himself in at risk of being hit on the glove there, and much gardening being done by Burgess and Barnard again.
Yeah, both of them having a good go at that. I like this from Burgess, though. I think it's a good option. He's obviously starting outside of his crease as well.
He's coming again and then clipping the ball through mid-wicket, and there will be runs that way. A couple. It's chased down, but 2 more onto the score. 22 for 6 at the end of the over. Bamber kicks the floor in frustration at that last delivery. He shouldn't have too much to anger himself. 3 for 9 from his first 4 overs. 3 for 13 for Roland Jones. And it's just a case of a team understanding perfectly what the conditions are and how to exploit them. And virtually every wicket, I think 5 of the 6 wickets are peaches of deliveries, actually. Bamber fuller, Roland Jones mixing it up a bit more, causing the batsman all sorts of problems.
Yeah, conditions definitely favouring the bowling side here. Very tough for Warwickshire at the minute, especially being 6 down now. That it's trying to get themselves a target on the board that they can then try and have a bowl at. And as you said, I think not a bad thing if they get back out here and have a go at Middlesex, but they will definitely want a few more on the board as another slip.
5th slip
goes
is in. It's like an Ashes test in the 70s.
Roland Jones in again then to Barnard. This time down the leg side, a bit wayward, but gets away with it. Rare loose delivery there from Middlesex. I haven't seen many of those this morning.
The ones that have been from Roland Jones. His 3 wickets have all been sublime deliveries, but I don't think he's actually entirely in rhythm. That's the curious thing about it. He has dragged a few down. You can see from his body position that he's not quite lined up right when he releases that and forces it down the leg side.
Yeah. So we want to straighten that up, especially with 5 slips ready now as he's into bowl. This time that's better areas there from Roland Jones. Looks like Barnard did have a little stab at that, but whether he brought his bat back inside the line.
It's a good line, that one from Roland Jones. That's much more the sort of bread and butter line. Bamber more one to attack the stumps. Roland Jones looking for the nicks. He did get through Rhodes. Yeah.
Extra height as he's in again. This time banged in a little bit shorter. Barnard just defends that one into the offside. Very chirpy there, the slip fielders. As you would be.
Yeah, you'd be really worried about your team spirit if you weren't a bit chirpy now, wouldn't you? But they're encouraging. Middlesex have not had an easy season in Division 1 this year. They've given themselves the platform to get a really important week in, shall we say, at the moment.
Jones balls this time, left alone by Barnard. Happy to let that one go through, a little bit wider. Still just going away a little bit from the batsman.
I mean, this surface could improve over the course of a couple of days. It's not going to get a lot of blazing sun on it, I don't think. But it could be, for instance, that circumstances are better for Warwickshire's second innings. That's what they've got to try and eke anything they can out of this innings.
Yeah, they don't want to get too far behind in this first innings. Ronan Jones bowls, this time down the leg side again. Barnard tries to flick that one away, but doesn't get anything on it. Yeah, just looking at the forecast, I feel like whichever one you go on, it's different to a different one. So
yeah. I think there is the possibility of a bit of rain today, but not too much. Tomorrow, the forecast last I looked at improved, because at one point it looked like it might be a bit of a washout. But
yeah, tomorrow morning looks glorious sunshine, but I think it's coming in late tomorrow night as Ronan Jones bowls. This time that slash through the offside, great shot by Barnard, just a little bit short and wide that one. And he puts that away nicely. Short boundary out towards the Hollies, but either way, that was flying over the fence there. So that's a good finish over by Warwickshire. Barnard now on 7, 26 for 6.
Yeah, you're not going to get many freebies in this session. You've got to put them away when you do, and that was positive from Barnard. He has made good runs on occasion this year. Fell just short of a century at Hampshire. When the Bears were after quick runs on the final morning, he sacrificed his wicket when he probably otherwise would have gone through to 3 figures. It worked out well because Chris Rushworth then produced a brilliant spell. Now, to counter Burgess's wandering up the wicket, the wicket-keeper is standing up, as often happens when Burgess is at the crease. So John Simpson is a brilliant gloveman anyway. Looks round at his 4 slips, checks the angles, and Bamber, who wants to bowl nice and full to Burgess, will come in again, and Burgess gets the ball off a thick inside edge, and it squirts out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Now, normally I'd absolutely agree with this tactic for Burgess. I'm a little bit up and down because I don't think he was coming down the wicket with any conviction, let's put it that way. It all looked a bit harum-scarum.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to put the bowler off, trying to put a little bit of pressure back on Bamber by him coming down the wicket. But yeah, I think this is a positive move, just keeping him back in his crease, trying to get him trapped on the crease. Full
delivery outside off stump is really neatly taken by Simpson there.
Try and get him pushing at one potentially. I just think the position they're in, it's try and make the batsman as uncomfortable as possible, and obviously every delivery he faced last over against Bamber, he did use his feet, so I think to keep him back in his crease, it's a good option.
Here's it again, it's full, beats the bat, fumbled by Simpson, who will be annoyed with himself for that, bounces off his gloves and he has to move a little bit to his right in order to pick it up. That full length from Bamber has been so effective this morning.
Yeah, and even that delivery, Burgess is still pushing at that one, so keeping him back in his crease.
Obviously an aggressive batsman, Burgess, that's his natural game. Not just positive, but genuinely aggressive. Has made good runs with the tail over the years. And that's a beautiful straight drive for 4, textbook. Lovely strike. The outfield is quite slow, but it does eventually make its way over the rope. And that takes the Warwickshire total to 30 for 6, and it is the first double-figure partnership of the innings. That puts it in sharp context, doesn't it?
It's quite quick time as well, isn't it? Burgess only been out here a couple of overs now. But yeah, lovely straight drive there, full face of the bat down the ground. He's 6 off 7, so very good strike rate as well, considering.
Turns the next ball towards mid-wicket and there's no run.
Considering the position they're in.
It reached the point where, genuinely, for the home team, you're thinking, well, can we find a way of getting to 100 here? If you're Middlesex, then can we get them all out for under 50? Anything much over 100 might at least keep them in the game if you can minimise the first innings lead and if conditions do get a bit better. But The disaster's already happened.
Yeah, you don't want to get too far behind. Obviously, got an uphill battle here, Warwickshire.
Bamber full, guided down towards third man, but he hasn't really got the angle to get it very far. Helm will stop it, it'll just be a single. 7 to Burgess. End of the over, 31 for 6. Kevin Hand will join us at some point. I'm just worried that the first innings will be over before he gets on air. He was in here 10 minutes ago. I don't know where he is now.
Maybe he's watching. He's missing out on all the action.
We'll catch up with him in a minute. And we'll get Phil Britt on in a bit. It might be that we get to... I've got to do a piece just after 12. It might be we get to 12 and then we do a double change, something like that. But we'll see how we go. But the other seamers are waiting for a bowl here. You know, if you're Tom Helm or Ryan Higgins, right now, you say, oh, come on, give me the ball now, skipper.
Yeah, I bet they're itching to get the ball in their hand. Just wondering if they'll get a bowl at all, the way things are going this morning.
Well, it could be that these two get 5 each. I mean, the way they're bowling. Bamber in particular, I just think he's been so consistent so far.
Yeah, he's really got the ball up there and got the ball in the right areas. A couple of wide ones from Roland Jones as he's into bowl. His 5th over. Bang that one in to Burgess. Sails over his head. Burgess actually used his feet, that delivery as well, as the keeper's back to Roland Jones.
Yeah, he took the 2 steps. I mean, Simpson, I think, might be more reluctant to come up for Roland Jones because he'd take away that bit of variation and the extra pace and bounce for the tall bowler. But he certainly got that one to carry through the short ball. So there is some nip in the surface as well.
Yeah, we're back down to 4 slips. We did have 5, I think. So that one's banged in this time. Just defended by Burgess into the offside. No run taken. We had the extra slip fielder last over, didn't we?
Yeah.
Is that right?
We did. Was that for Barnard or was that for Burgess? I think it was for Barnard, wasn't it? We'll see whether that happens again.
Yeah, just the 4 then to Burgess.
Just the 4?
Just the 4.
Just the 4.
We've got a deep fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and a backward point as well. So there is plenty of gaps there as Roland Jones bowls. This time Burgess well outside of his crease and looks a little bit uncomfortable playing that one. I think it just hits him in the midriff.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart, isn't it? In that he's going to come down the wicket, and Roland Jones is going to drag his length back, and he's going to put his body on the line, Burgess, if he does that. Good experience from Roland Jones. So you want to carry on doing that, you're going to wear some bruises.
Yeah. I think Burgess will take a few bruises if it allows him to stay out here for as long as possible. Doesn't want to get trapped on that crease. Is that Tom Helm just doing a few stretches out mid-on? Whether he's just trying to get in the ear of the captain, as that was banged in again by Roland Jones. Burgess ducks underneath. Lets that one go through to the keeper.
Curious thing about this battle, actually, is that to some extent, Burgess is dictating terms this over, in that he's not going to play a shot to those balls. So if Roland Jones is going to bowl an over of short stuff, and you keep your bat out of the way, okay, that's fine, that's another over gone. And anything that gets the ball older, anything that gets the wicket settling down a bit, you know, the horse has bolted, don't get me wrong, but he's at least doing something different to dictate this over. As a short mid-wicket now is introduced by Middlesex.
Yeah, it's making Roland Jones go away from what he has been doing the last 4 overs. Getting the ball a little bit further up. This time it's a bit fuller, ever so slightly fuller, prodded down the ground, but they think about a 1. I think Barnard thought there might have been a 1 there, but Helm comes round to do the fielding, stops the single.
Good decision in the end, because the last thing you want at this point is to give your opponents a chance with a run out.
Yeah, I don't think a run out would go down very well at all.
And he'd have had 2.5 stumps at least from there to aim at.
Yeah. I think if you get run out at this stage, you don't walk back to the changing room. Roland Jones is in this time. Banged in again, but Burgess plays that quite nicely off the back foot into the offside. That completes the over. 31 for 6 now, Warwickshire.
You get run out there, you walk off and at an angle, I think I've left my car lights on.
Yeah, I think you just go the opposite direction, to be honest.
Yeah. 31 for 6. What a morning it has been for Middlesex. 3 wickets each for Toby Roland Jones and Ethan Bamber. Yates, Davis, Rhodes, Hayne, Mosley and Bethel all back in the hutch. Burgess and Barnard on 7 apiece. They've added 11 for the 7th wicket, which is by some distance the biggest partnership. Well, by 3. Just outstanding seam bowling in conditions that are giving them a fair bit of help. We'll see how long that help continues, as Barnard, with 4 slips in place still, prepares to face Bamber. Bowls it up into the pads, guided up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's getting a bit lighter and brighter, isn't it?
It looks like I'm starting to squint a little bit. The sun is trying to come out.
You can see a little shadow now as Ethan Bamber comes back up towards the small sawdust pile at the pavilion end of the ground. Approaches right arm over, a bit shorter than umpire Rob Bailey when he goes past him, and it's a stride forward and a defensive shot from Barnard up towards mid-off. This is where Roland Jones is now housed. So summer for pace bowling skippers, with Pat Cummins doing the honours and retaining the Ashes for Australia in that truly peculiar Ashes series. I think when we look back in 10 years' time, it'll just feel like the craziest series ever.
Mad, isn't it?
Bamber in, that's a good leave, and that did seam away. And on top of that, the stunning Women's Ashes series, in which, again, similar to the men's game, just there'll be some regrets at Trent Bridge the way they started that run chase, I think.
Yeah, it's a fantastic series. For England to come back like they did and win both the T20 series and the ODI series was a great effort. But yeah, that's a difficult thing, isn't it? By having one test match, and the points you get from that can get you a big lead in the series.
Full on leg stump, just defended down towards the short leg fielder under the helmet and no run. Just wonder whether in the future they'll contemplate whether that test match is in the right place, and whether it should be the end of the series, or maybe they're concerned that having the test match, if the series is already decided, might be a problem.
To be honest, I'd love to see them have more test matches.
Well, I mean, they may not have been sellouts at Trent Bridge, but they were really good crowds for all 5 days. Bamber in, back of a length, pushed out towards the point fielder, and again no run. Tidy from Bamber.
Barnard looks really compact here. I like his way of approaching this. He's not going after the big expansive drives. He's letting that ball hit the bat, and every ball looking to see if there is a quick single on offer. I think it's a good plan from Ed Barnard. Not playing too far away from his body.
And he leaves this ball outside off stump. It's interesting, he's very much counter the current culture in that he's not standing with one leg in front of middle and leg, or sometimes you see batsmen almost covering their entire stumps. Batters do that now more than ever before. But you can see all 3 stumps when he's facing. But he seems to know where his off stump is, which actually that's the bottom line, isn't it? You know that as a batter. If you know where your off stump is, you've got a fighting chance.
Yeah, and I think it's knowing where that ball is with regards to your eye line. When it is outside that eye line, it's whether you can do what you need to play at that ball.
Yeah.
If the ball is doing a bit off the surface, I think it is. You're right, knowing where that off stump is.
It's your strong suit, isn't it, through the offside?
Yeah, it's more favourable.
Yeah.
Not much bottom hand as Roland Jones bowls, and that was just knocked into the offside.
I was being positive for you. I was saying it's a strong suit.
Yeah, sometimes need to get a bit more bottom hand in there, I think. Especially with the white ball stuff. Probably just need to clear the front leg a little bit and give it an edge on the leg side. The way the game's going now. As Roland Jones is in. Right arm over the wicket. Oh, that one's nipped away from Burgess. He looks to play at that one. Just leaves his bat outside the off stump. That's
actually seemed too far.
Yeah, it has. It's gone quite
so
big,
far.
That one.
Yeah. It is. I'm not saying that it can be excused for being 31 for 6, because there have been probably 1 or 2 shots that they'd like to take back. However, it is doing plenty. I mean, there have been a lot of wicket-taking deliveries this morning.
Yeah, they've utilised conditions, haven't they, Middlesex? As Ryan Jones in this time. Worked through offside by Burgess. Lovely looking shot. I think that's going to run all the way to the boundary. It's a well-needed 4 there for Warwickshire. He really let that ball come to him there, Burgess, and had good control over that one as it just skips over the rope.
Yeah,
to the short side of the ground.
No bat lift, no power, just gets high onto his toes and guy. I mean, Point probably should have stopped that. Toby Rowland-Jones has clearly made that comment to him, but he's not taking any risk. It's a high percentage shot, just guiding it out into the offside, short boundary on the Hollies side.
As Rowland-Jones is in this time, I think it just gets a little bit of an inside edge, but straight to mid-wicket. Yeah, considering the boundary sizes last week, the pitch was more central and the boundaries were right out on towards the advertisement boards. They are somewhat in, especially this other side, opposite the Hollies. Obviously, a shorter boundary towards the Hollies, but
it's deceptive, isn't it? Because it is a longer boundary on this side because of where, but it's so far in. It's a good 30 yards in from the fence.
Yeah, Rowland-Jones in this time, worked into the offside, and they do come through for a quick single. Good batting this by Warwickshire at the moment. Got the 4 in the over and a single. Burgess now on to 12. I think it's just being patient, waiting for that bad ball. Yes, there isn't many bad balls at the moment, but when there is one on offer, just putting it away, and then the rest just knocking the ball round, playing the ball late, working those singles. Last ball over then, Rowland-Jones. Big shout for LBW. Oh, and umpire keeps his hand down, not out. Rowland-Jones, hands on his hips, just looking at this replay.
It might have just missed leg. There wasn't a lot in it. It might have been quite reviewable if this was a test match. I think it would have gone umpire's call. It was just going down a little bit. I think Rowland-Jones, looking at what he said, look at the look he's given to the umpire, I think he knows that really. It was angled across. We're just seeing a replay with the batsman at our end, and it looks more... You'll see this replay, Eve, that you'll think it's not out all of a sudden, because the first replay makes it look like it is out.
Yeah, it looks closer from the other angle. That one, from the umpire's perspective, does look like it's just going down. Yeah,
I don't think he could have said with any certainty that would have hit leg. So I think he's probably right.
Yeah,
Hassan Adnan to make that call. Banbury's going to continue for a 7th over. 4 slips slightly changed their positions here, and he's bowled him. He's gone through Burgess, who was looking to drive, and again it's very, very full. It's almost gone under the bat. 36 for 7, Burgess gone for 12, 4 for Bamber.
That's the highest partnership for Warwickshire Brokens. That's 16 between Burgess and Barnard. Yeah, Bamber's now got his 4th wicket, 4 for 14 of 6.1 overs.
Well, I say odds against them making 100 now. Really is odds against.
I think they'd take 50 at this point.
You know, I think it's going to be very hard to get back into this game, even allowing for the surface. They're going to have to bowl incredibly well. But they also, they can learn from what they've seen here, in that very full length from Bamber has been so effective throughout. And he's full of confidence. You can actually, I mean, looking at another replay of it, he's expecting to take wickets, isn't he? He's coming out there expecting to take wickets.
He's bowled really well. He's, as you said, he's put the ball in the right places, really asked questions of the Warwickshire batters.
So Henry Brooks strides to the crease, and he's not your dig in type batter. Henry, he's capable. These circumstances are so very difficult.
You just wonder now, it's whether you just try and have a go, in a sense, because at the minute the ball is doing enough, and they're going nowhere fast here, are they, Warwickshire? 36 for 7. It's whether you just have a bit of a gamble and try and get a few away to the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, a decent 15 here might make a bit of a difference in the game.
Yeah.
Bamber's twice taken a 5 for. in first-class cricket, a best bowling of 5 for 41. Well, he's well on the way. He's 4 for 14. And he's bowled brilliantly, and he's hit the stumps 3 times now, and he'll try and do it again as Brooks prepares to face, and he defends back down the surface to the bowler. And there's no run. But, you know, the type of season that Middlesex are having, and Kevin will emerge and tell us about it at some point, the type of season that Middlesex have been having, they will be so thrilled that they've got it right once they've won the toss here.
Yeah, big toss to win, isn't it? They've really exploited the conditions this morning, the Middlesex bowlers.
He's not exploited it quite so much this time. That might have been the first sign of a tired delivery from Bamber in his 7th over of the morning, because he's dragged that a long way down the leg side. He was still trying to bowl very full. He's keeping it up there, but he has a bit of an exchange with Ed Barnard there, as almost to explain what went wrong.
Yeah, I think that is the first delivery that he's got wrong all morning. Apart from that one, he's been on the money.
Funny enough, these conditions might favour the bowling of Barnard more than some have this season, as Bamber is in full, pushing forward defensively. There's Brooks up towards mid-off, fielded by Roland Jones, and no run. In that he's a similar build to Bamber, and he would be able to get it up there. You can imagine Hannon Dolby in the Roland Jones role. Mir Hamza, he'll be hoping that he can get a bit of movement. He's more of a swing bowler than a seam bowler, but got some fire in him. They're going to have to try and match this Middlesex performance, which is going to be tough. And this is left alone by Brooks. 36 for 7 it remains. 1 ball left in this over. Some more dark cloud overhead at the moment. It's not going to spill on us by the look of it, though.
Yeah, I think even if Warwickshire do get bowled out soon, the momentum is like the Middlesex batsmen will come out, but they'll have momentum on their side from this innings. Like, yes, conditions will probably still be tough to bat on, but if they come out knowing that they've got a real opportunity to get a big first innings lead, they'll take that confidence.
Brooks defensively pushing it up towards mid-on again, end of the over. 36 for 7. I mean, you know, if you get a 100 lead here, that could be a match-winning position. So Roland Jones is going to keep on going as well at the far end.
Yeah, the Middlesex fielders really getting through the over here. Everyone's jogging in position. They just want to keep going. Keep getting through as many overs as they can, utilising these conditions, not giving the Warwickshire batters any time just to settle down. Roland Jones into his 7th over then. Current figures of 3 for 22 off 6, with 1 maiden in there. 4 slips in place, this time defended by Barnard. Yes, they have lost a slip then to Barnard, haven't they? They did have the 5 in a couple overs ago, so a little bit of a change in the field.
Yeah, slightly less extravagant now, but I suppose they can put however much pressure they want on here. They really do. I mean, Barnard, the one senior batsman left, and he's only got 7. Been very watchful so far, but watchful has not necessarily worked for others either.
No. Roland Jones is in. This time, that one beats the outside edge of Barnard, as he just has a little prod at it outside the off stump.
Yeah, it's not extravagant seam just now, not compared to what it was earlier, but it's still held its line, that one.
Barnard's on 7. He's faced 26 deliveries. 36 for 7. Roland Jones into bowl, this time defended by Barnard. Straight to Tom Helm at mid-on, no run.
We will have a double change in the box very shortly. Kevin Hand and Phil Britt are doing their limbering up at the moment, which is... I was a little surprised at the choice of star jumps, but in fairness...
Which one?
As Roland Jones is in over the wicket. Driven nicely by Barnard, doesn't even have to move for that one as he pushes that one through cover for 4 runs. And we're up to 40 runs off for 7.
They might make the 50 mark.
We might make the 50 mark. Barnard's now on 11. Lovely looking shot there. Slightly over pitched, and Barnard just helps himself to a 4 towards that shorter boundary.
As a point of order, you should just have time to describe the next ball before I have to do my report, 'cause I have to do it on the clock. So when it goes to 3 minutes past.
Rowan Jones then at the end of his mark, coming in 5th ball of the over. That was a little bit shorter. Worked by Barnard into a vacant 5th slip region. They do come through for 1 run. Barnard now on to 12, 41 for 7.
This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Middlesex are well on top of Warwickshire after a dramatic opening hour in which they've claimed 7 first innings wickets. The Bears are 41 for 7. Ed Barnard is trying to restore some order. He's on 12. 4 wickets for the 24-year-old Ethan Bamber, who's bowled very full and very straight and caused all sorts of problems. Only Burgess and Yates before Barnard have made it into double figures. Roland Jones with the other 3 wickets to fall. Warwickshire are 41 for 7. As that final ball struck Brooks on the pads. Let's see if we can work a relay system. Eve, thank you very much for now. We'll catch up with you a bit later as Kevin Hand will come in. Oh, which way round they're doing it? It looks like Phil's going to come into your seat. No, Kevin is. And then once we get into the next over, we will make the second switch. Good afternoon there to Kevin Hand.
I'm hearing the travel we can trust.
It's nearly finished. It's nearly done.
You don't remember that line from years
ago? I do remember that line from years ago. But I thought you were going to miss the entire first innings of the game.
I've been sat next door watching the whole thing. I mean, that steepling bounce that Roland Jones got this morning, where did that come from?
Yeah. Let me describe this ball from Bamber, and then Phil Britt will step in for me as he's driven and fields in his follow-through. 41 for 7. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Kevin Hand from BBC London, and Phil Britt will join us from Warwickshire County Cricket Club.
Richard, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, well, there's a bit of cloud cover just blown in, isn't there? The forecast is that we're okay today, but some scattered showers perhaps over the next 3 days, which none of us want. We've seen more than enough rain over the last week, haven't we? In particular over the weekend. A miserable time that was. As here's Bamber charging in, moves away from us. He bowls now, and this was just full of length outside of the off stump. But again, good bounce on that. Climbs really through to the gloves of Simpson. And 41 for 7 it is, which allows me to turn to my right with the biggest of smiles. It has been a very, very long time, Phil.
It has been a long time, yeah. It's got to probably be about 4 or 5 years.
At least. It's pre-COVID, isn't it?
Yeah.
Goodness me. Yeah, I did think on the way, I actually got lost on the way to the ground today. I went to the wrong Warwickshire County Cricket Club this morning. There must be a training base around the corner or something, so I put it in the sat-nav. So here's Bamber, he's in, bowls, and this is clipped away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. Bernard will move to... No, he won't. Oh, it's just... That was another thing I noted this morning, which brings me back to it. Bernard moves to 14. 43 for 7 is the score. The blower that they have, I'll come back to me getting lost in a moment, but the blower they have for leaves out there, you take it around the garden. I'm sure you've probably got one, Phil. I don't see you with a broom.
No, I haven't. I'll let the wind do it. Blow it into next door's garden.
Is that what the gate's for? Just open the gate
and just hold the gate open for it.
4 slips go down, and the short leg is his. Bamber to Barnard, he passes the umpire, bowls, and forward defence on this one, push back, and there's no run. But the ground staff this morning, they were working very hard, and it was a glorious scene. There was a clear blue sky first thing this morning. You're an early bird as well, I'm sure you saw it, and then the cloud covers slowly come in, but there they were, working away, and it was just the strangest of scenes, because there was so much work going on out there this morning from the ground staff, but clearly that's because it didn't stop raining till last night.
They've had a really tough last 2 or 3 weeks. I know when they did the T20 finals, they worked till 9, 10 o'clock on the Friday night to mop up, and we're back in at 3 the next morning.
Bamber hits the crease now, he bowls, and bowls him! 8 down, 43 for 8. Goodness me, what a spell of bowling this is from Ethan Bamber. 7.5 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 16 now. Barnard heads back for 14, but that's just a sensational delivery. Just outside the top of off stump, just clipping. And well, last week Alex Stewart said at Lords that he deserves a 5 for the way he bowled Bamber. He was outstanding. This week he's got it.
Well, I think he's hit the stumps now 4 times. Terrific bowling, the third 5 of his career, and as it stands at the moment, by far and away the best return. I think 5 for 41 or 42 is his best up to date, but he's absolutely unplayable this morning. And so Barnard was there, and it was a ball which just clipped the outside of the off stump. It moved just away, pitch moved away and caught the outside of the off stump, and really Barnard had no sort of shot at all. I think one actually just wobbled back in, not moving away. A bit disappointed, I have to say, by some of the Warwickshire shots. I know the ball's moved about, but a number which have gone through this morning, they have not. There's no. I'm trying to find something to actually in consolation for the Warwickshire batting, because I think it's been. Disappointing would be an understatement.
Well, the grass is it's a green pitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the seam movement is there, and I tell you what, if you wanted to give seam movement to 2 bowlers, it's Roland Jones and Bamber. This would be the kind of pitch that they'd want every week. If they could roll it up and take it with them, then this would be. Well, I mean, most seam bowlers' pitches is what they're after.
You've got to put it in the right place, though, Kevin.
Well,
they
you do,
have,
yeah.
and they've done it
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely superbly this morning. Yeah. They've not given hardly a ball which Warwickshire can get after.
Hannon Dalby is the new batter. Left-hander, 4 slips, short leg, and Bamber around the wicket. He bowls now, and Hannon Dalby with... well, he's got such long legs that it feels like a big stride, but halfway forward, but in a good position. He plays it defensively into the offside. There's the end of the over, 43 for 8. Barnard, the latest to go, bowls, and just the perfect delivery from Ethan Bamber, top of off.
So now, just over an hour and 5 minutes into the game, we've had 15 overs. Warwickshire lost 8 wickets. We talked this morning that they had a strong batting lineup, that they'd dropped Danny Briggs and brought Jacob Bethel in, who would be batting down the order, or possibly down at 8. It's been swept away with ease this morning. We are going to see the first bowling change. Toby Rowland-Jones coming out of the attack from the Birmingham end, and Tom Helm coming in to replace him. He's been warming up now for about half an hour, desperately trying to get catch the captain's eye.
I've just drawn up the wicket. It did straighten, didn't it, on Barnard? Beautiful ball.
Here's Helm, his first ball in, and Brooks is... Well, he's tucked up and the ball just seams away from and moves away, and in the end there was a big gap between bat and ball, but first ball out it's just moved away from Brooks. It's
like the doctor and the dentist from the city end, isn't it? If the doctor doesn't get you, the dentist will. I mean, that was a glorious... What a ball first up that was, especially after what they've had to face this morning. I mean, that was Helm at his very best.
I just wonder whether Warwickshire with these two would be best just to throw the bat and get whatever runs they can, because it's only the ball waiting for them. As Brooks almost follows the next one. He gets a bit of bounce and movement away, and Brooks is completely beaten. Looking in the end, sort of head behind him, looking back to see where it had gone. But
I mean, that really moved again, didn't it, off the surface? I mean, pace, bounce, movement.
Not really. Brooks must be out there in a little bit of a quandary at the moment, I think, Kevin. What do I actually do? How do I... Because it's really pure survival at the moment. 8 wickets down, 43 on the board. As Helm is in and bowls, and Brooks is forward to this one and plays it away into the offside, and there's no run. And, he's got bat on ball for the first time. Helm having a look at his footmarks. Warwickshire had last week, their batting was disappointing against Lancashire, just in that game which rain ruined. They struggled a little bit, and today they have been blown away by some impressive seam bowling, as Helm in again and bowls, and again Brooks is watching, jumping back and letting the ball go. He's pushing at a ball which again wasn't that far away from the off stump.
Well, that one kept low on him, didn't it? I'm not sure any of the slip called in there for Middlesex would be particularly enthused by that. We've seen the balls that, I mean, the first 3 deliveries really from Helm. Pace, bounce, and that one really shot along the floor with movement as well. So, I mean, it's doing a bit.
Well, I think the only consolation Warwickshire will have is that the Middlesex batsmen, who are a large number of them in the slip cordon will also be looking at this thinking, oh, it's going to be our turn, not too long. As Brooks is beaten again outside the off stump. And again, a ball which pitches on middle and goes away from Brooks. He went back and across his stumps, and in the end, the ball moves across. And again, a little bit more bounce this time through to Simpson.
Yeah, the movement. The movement's the thing, isn't it? The pace is what's electrifying it, but the movement is a huge problem for the batters. They're not being, they're not being bowled out by the pace of Middlesex here. It's a combination of the pair.
Helm to finish this, his opening over. He's in, he's bowls, and Brooks again. Is an over there, which I think Brooks will be quite pleased has finished. It's gone past the outside edge of the bat 5 times through to the keeper. But is an opening maiden for Helm. 43 for 8 it remains.
And the quality of that from Helm there was just outstanding, wasn't it? He really is at his best. He'd walk into the England side, but he doesn't hit his best regularly enough. He knows that himself. It's not a criticism, because it's quite a thing to say. Your best puts you in the England Test team.
Yeah.
If he could replicate that over and over. Now, obviously, again, it's a seaming surface, but it's a seaming surface that's taking pace and bounce as well, which suits Helm down to the ground. This man is just a metronome, isn't he? Ethan Bamber. He's around the wicket, he bowls, and he's immediately onto the spot again. Thick outside edge from Hannon Dalby, runs to backward point, and Helm collects.
He's hardly bowled a bad ball. He bowled one down the leg side a couple of overs ago, which was like, well, where's that come from? Apart from that,
he doesn't leave the spot.
There's been nothing really you can think of.
Since he got into the Middlesex side, all but last year, he had a quieter year last year. That's what I'm going to call it, is a quiet year, because I think he was overly critical of himself. He's past the umpire now, remaining around the wickets. Hannon Dalby, who's forward once more and defending to mid-off, where Stephen Eskenazi fields, not in the slips. Eskenazi after injuring his finger 2 weeks ago and missing the Surrey game. He was overly critical of himself last week. So I remember I did an interview at the end of a play with him one day, and he was really damning of himself. And I thought, goodness me, the amount of bowlers that would take your career so far, and he's still a young lad.
About 24, 25?
Yeah, exactly. And he just came into the side and he never left a length. Extraordinary ability just to keep hitting a length. As he's in now, bowls, he goes for a bumper. Careful, Ethan. Well, he's a batter now after his exploits last week against Surrey. And he came in as a night watchman. Opened at Northwood the week before. It was 46 not out on the final day of the game against Surrey, when Tim Mercer was bowled, second or third delivery of that final morning. The rain was coming in. He just thought, oh, Bamber might get his 50, Mercer might hold on. Middlesex might be able to hang it out there for a little while and hope the rain saves them. Not so. So in he comes, bowls, and now did that take an inside edge? Now on the back foot, Hannon Dalby was looking to defend, and yes, an inside edge past Simpson for 4, and that could only have just gone past the off stump as well. 50 up.
It's difficult to see how that didn't bowl Hannon Dalby, but he survives. So that one runs down. 47 for 8.
Sorry, I've just put my socks back on. 47 up.
Yeah.
47 for 8.
They're very quick with this scoreboard. It catches us
it is, yeah.
Regularly. You're going out of the 4 on.
Just trying to remember scores like this over the years. There's always ones that stick with you, aren't they? What are your memories of a 40 for 8 or a 50 for 8?
We haven't had too many, to be honest. Not certainly not in recent times.
Bamber to Hannon Dalby, a good stride on that one, and pushes away into the offside. No run, 47 for 8.
We've had plenty on first innings here where it's been 440.
Well, indeed, yeah. Well, I was mainly thinking of your trips away.
Yeah. And to be honest, where this wicket is normally a wicket where you get loads of runs and very few wickets.
Yeah, I can't particularly think of a Warwickshire one now. It's usually a meeting that comes together through your mind, isn't it? You think, yeah, remember the time when. But yeah, as you say, it's usually a run fest between these two. Robson around the wicket, he bowls, and this is pushed away to mid-off where Eskenazi fields, mainly down to Sam Robson from a Middlesex perspective. He always scores a load against Warwickshire, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Yeah, he had a period where he scored a century every time he played against us.
Yeah, there was a double ton last up, I think, wasn't there, at Lord's?
Yeah.
That was probably the last time that you and I saw. I know, were you there for that one? Did you come down for that?
I don't think I came down for that one.
That was the year before COVID, wasn't it?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't have been down for it.
Well, no, let me think. When would that have been? When was the last time Warwickshire were in Division 2? That'll help us.
They haven't been in for
Middlesex went down in 2017, so it was either the 2017 season or unless you were down in 2018, 2019.
Trying to think. Just break off as Helm starts a new over. He's in, and this is run away by Brooks to backward point. Hannon Dolby is just a little bit slow. They're going to get overthrows. In fact, the ball's running away towards the
this
boundary.
is the crowd.
And Hannon Dolby had run. The ball has gone virtually to the boundary on the opposite side of the field. It's been chased down, and in the meantime, Hannon Dolby has pulled up, having taken the run, turned round, and they've taken no advantage of that at all. So Brooks still gets his single when the original shot was played down the backward point. But so Warwickshire were desperate 4 runs, missed certainly 2 there, I think, with the potential from the overthrow. However, Hannon Dolby wants to strike. He's on 4. He obviously fancies it this morning. Didn't think he'd be batting at 12:15 on the opening day, but still. There he is as Helm comes into him and bowls outside the off stump, and Hannon Dolby has absolutely nothing to do with that one. It's wide, getting wider, and Hannon Dolby's good solid forward defence is not needed on that occasion.
It was 2017.
Was that when? That's when it was.
Yeah,
That was the
Robson.
game.
Let's have a look. Lords, August 2017. Oh no, hold on a minute. No. It must have been in the match here in 2017 that he got the runs. Lords was a low-scoring affair. Oh, there were collapses as well.
Helm in, and Dolby again is leaping a ball which I think is even wider this time outside the off stump. Oh, in fact, that's got to be close on being a wide, but not signalled.
That match in 2017, August 2017, the year Middlesex were relegated. So this was one of the games that saw them down. Warwickshire won by 190 runs. Batting first, Warwickshire posted 126. A slight recovery indeed, with Jeetan Patel hitting 24, coming in at 9.
Yeah, he was a useful lower order batsman, Jeetan Patel.
Barker and Wokes, they added 24 in total, 12 apiece.
Yeah, they batted right the way down those time. Warwickshire. This one is left by Hannon Dolby. As I'll come round the wicket too and brought that one back into the right-hander, but it was much too high over the stumps.
Keith Barker, he was still a thorn in Middlesex's side the other week down at Hampshire, mainly for the footholes he was creating for Liam Dawson. Did a good job for
Gosh,
Patel.
I don't think he ever did that one. Don't remember that.
Chris Wokes, whatever happened to him?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a tragedy at the weekend, wasn't it? That travesty, I should say, travesty.
Well, but it's it was. But that's been the way with cricket for donkey's years. There's Helm in, and this one is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no runs, and everybody forgets all the games England have saved through the weather.
Well,
and have prayed for rain.
Well, I was thinking whether I needed to get to this or not, but the thing with always going for the win and risking the loss because you're going for the win. Well, that means you could find yourself 2-0 down, but then that means in a 5-match series you have to win the next 3.
Yep.
If you don't go for the win in one of those first 2 and think, oh, maybe we should bat a bit of time here,
well,
then you might get away with a draw and then go and win the next 2. So that's a slight problem with a 5-match series and going gun-ho at the win all the time. But it was fun, though, but for the rain.
Yeah. Helm in, Hannon Dolby waits and leaves. Again, the ball through outside the off stump, and again doesn't trouble the batsman. A little, probably of all the overs bowled this morning, and there's been 18 of them, that's probably the least memorable.
Yes. I'm looking behind you because talking of warm-ups, I'm thinking Richard Wilford will be limbering up to that one, taking the draw out of cricket. Who wants a draw? Just go for the win.
Well, I still...
Oh, he's with it. Is that your camp? Go for the win. No, I didn't think so. Yeah. Long run up from Wilford coming in.
But... yeah, and Manchester Test matches have traditionally had problems, haven't they?
They have, yeah.
You know, it's not been quite so bad in recent times, but historically it was always the one that
well, that was always the risk, wasn't it? Once it was 2-0, you just thought, what's the chances of us getting through an entire series without losing one test to the weather?
Yep.
That was always the risk of going 2-0 down. And it's the same with reducing the county championship, you know. Even down to 14, you still lose a few to the weather, and you think, well, where's the season gone? Higgins, they've seen off Bamber, 48 for 8.
Terrific spell from him.
Higgins is right arm over the wicket with 4 slips, and he bowls to Brooks, who goes for a drive that wasn't there. The length wasn't there for it at all, and a thick edge high up the outside. at the edge of the bat, it just squirts away, square of the wicket to point.
He's had a good season, hasn't he, Higgins?
Well, without Higgins, it's
Every time I looked, he was either getting the runs or he was getting the wickets.
He was top of the averages with the bat, and he was the leading wicket taker.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
on Middlesex's return to Division 1, he's been vital. He's had a haircut as well. That's quite short for Higgins. He always used to have an afro when he came into the side. He had as big a hair as you could imagine. It was huge. But yeah, he's had quite a sharp trim by the looks of it. Short back and sides. That's what made me pause for a moment. I was thinking, that doesn't look like him. Here he goes, a instinctive run up. Elbows high, pumping behind him. He bowls and through to the keeper. In fact, not so much side behind him. They're almost side to side, aren't they? It's like a 1950s copper coming in, rolling up his sleeves. Right, you lot. Barges in.
Yeah, going back to that.
For the kids, 1950s was 70 years ago.
Going back to the test match, though, over the weekend, it was... how much did they get on Saturday? About 3 hours in the end, 2.5, 3 hours. It was...
well, they thought that'd be enough, didn't they? Higgins comes in, bowls, and forward he goes. Not quite to the pitch again, Brooks, but he drives to mid off. No run.
Yeah, I didn't think the Aussies were just going to roll over that and capitulate that easily.
Well, they knew, didn't they? The rain's about. Hold on for the draw. We've retained the Ashes.
Exactly.
Still a bit to play for this week, though, isn't there?
I think there is. I think
the World Test Championship as well.
Yep.
You know,
yep.
England will want to be in that at some point,
and England will want to make sure that they don't lose the series as such.
4 slips in a gully now and a swing from Brooks. A length ball. It wasn't there for it. Now you said, are they better off throwing the bat at it? That's not quite throwing the bat at it. It was a length ball that he drove at. It wasn't heaving towards mid-wicket, but it wasn't there for the drive, was it?
No. I think anything there with a little bit of width on it, I think Brooks is a big hitter of the ball. Hasn't played a huge amount of first-team cricket this season. Been in and out, went on loan to Derbyshire, but he can hit the ball.
Edge gone. 4th slip takes the catch. Forward defence from Brooks. He should have had a swing at it, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
He's tried to defend, and a length ball takes the edge. Middlesex have a 9th wicket. 48 for 9. Higgins in his first over. And just outstanding again. He similarly has just come in and hit the same spot that Bamber was doing from down below us.
Right, here's one for you.
Ooh.
When was the last time that Middlesex got maximum bowling points within the first hour and 20 minutes of a county championship game?
Oh.
I'll leave you to think for a couple of seconds.
Well, you'll have to give us a look. It's been a tough year for Middlesex. I asked you about what are your memories. I mean, Middlesex fans will know which one I'll go straight to. The one that always sticks out for me is 50 for 8 against Somerset way back in about 2006 or so. And the reason it sticks out is because Justin Langer was captaining Somerset. Do you know what he did at 50 for 8 on the first morning? He declared, which denied Middlesex maximum bowling points. And he said, no, I just wanted to bowl under this heavy cloud cover, which I'm sure is exactly what he wanted. But Middlesex were a little bit miffed, shall we say.
So you didn't get full bowling points?
No, they were 50 for 8.
That's not the answer to my question.
Well, no, indeed, no. But in terms of, I will. Well, that's going to require a little bit of research, which for me takes time, Phil. Although this match, we were just going to the. So Warwickshire were all out for 126. They were, so the stages of it, 42 for 3, not so bad. 51 for 6, 68 for 6, 71 for 8 when Wokes and Barker got together and just bolstered a little bit and got it up to that 126.
Riches compared to today's.
Well, indeed. Middlesex, in reply, I should add, were. Let's see the worst of it for them. They were 59 for 6. Enter Ryan Higgins, and they were 152 for 7 when he fell. So a bit of a recovery to 161 all out. So the next 3 went quickly, but then Warwickshire racked up 361. Made us do an extra couple of days' work. Didn't need that many, did they? Here's Higgins. He's around the wicket. Bowls and Hamza. Does he tickle one down the leg side? The slips think so. Not out. 49 for 4. 48
might have been
for
a bit of gamesmanship there, but
yes.
So we've got Hannon Dobby and Mir Hamza at the wicket with 48 runs on the board.
Swing for it. Get on with it.
Okay, Skip. What's the tactics here?
Yeah. Strong bottom hand at the moment, surely.
This is where we should have had Eve and asked her what she would do in this situation. What would her instructions be to her ladies' side?
Get on with it.
Yeah.
Get on with it. Well, it's it's a little bit like the Owen Morgan theory that whether you bowled out for 350 and 45 overs or bowled out for 350 and 49.5 overs, it's still 350. So you go for the runs. Here's Hannon Dolby on strike.
Yeah, and Helm into him and bowls. And this Hannon Dolby pushes at this ball. It squirts away towards mid-wicket, and no foot movement at all from Hannon Dolby. Played it from the crease and. But got bat onto it and kept it away from the wicket.
Middlesex was skittled for 136 in the final innings of that match here in August 2017. Lords in 2017. Who got all the wickets for you guys? All it was shared around. 3 for Wokes, 3 for Barker, 2 for Patel, 2 for Sidebottom.
Helm again comes in from the Birmingham end. He bowls, and Hannon Dolby looking to loosely drive outside the off stump. Again, absolutely no foot. Well, his foot did go down. His right foot did go part the way down the track, but not towards the ball. And it's through to the keeper. It's now a beautiful morning here.
No, it's not. I'm having to look up stats about when last time Middlesex picked up maximum bowling points in over number. Thanks, Phil.
in an hour
Nothing
and
beautiful
20
about
minutes.
this morning now.
As Helm in, bowls, and Hannon Dolby runs this one away through the gap through the gully. He's going to get 2 runs as the ball is chased down, and that brings up the Warwickshire 50 and gets ironic cheers from the home side.
Oh, you naughty lot.
Who applaud the 50 for 9, and that's come in the 20th over.
Cricket fans, Middlesex got a huge cheer when they got to a batting point at Northwood last week. It doubled their tally of batting points for the season. Only twice made it to 250 in the first. You wouldn't fancy much chance of it on this pitch either, would you, if Hannon Dolby gets going?
I don't think Warwickshire are going to get many batting points here. So Ian and Hannon Dolby leaves outside the off stump. It would be remarkable if they were to get a batting point, wouldn't it?
Mm.
But I think that's not going to happen. 50 for 9 in the 20th over. Helm will be a bit disappointed. He's not been able to chip in with a wicket as yet.
He won't want to go off wicketless here, will he?
No, not on these
16 deliveries. Has there been a longer period without a ball, without a wicket falling?
He turns in bright sunshine, in past the umpire bowls, and Hannon Dolby again is just stretching to them. He's actually not having to play enough deliveries here, Hannon Dolby. This is far too many balls wide outside the off stump, which is allowing Hannon Dolby just to put the foot down the wicket and then take the bat out of the way. I think that's been the beauty of the way Roland Jones bowled and Bamber, that they made the batsman play all the time. Helm's been just a little off target as he comes in and bowls, and Hannon Dolby wafts outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, but again, the ball was well outside off stump, and Hannon Dolby played over the top of it through to the keeper. 50 for 9 it remains after 20 overs.
The lowest first innings total against Middlesex this season was by Kent at Lords. One of Middlesex's only 2 victories this year. They were skittled for 186. Having put in by Middlesex, and that took a whopping 66 overs to
186. So it's not.
Yes, that's as close as Middlesex have got to skittling someone cheaply today, this season. Extra half hour before lunch now, 9 wickets down, isn't it? Lunch 1:30 if these two keep going. Yeah, plenty of runs to be had in the next hour.
Yeah, absolutely. They can. Well, they've got plenty of time to build.
Oh, we're going to the short stuff. Long leg and deep backward square leg being strategically positioned by Higgins, who's over the wicket. He bowls to the left-handed Hamza and goes full of length, and it's edged. Oh, just short of slip. This way, that way, you could tell it was going to be a full ball, couldn't you? As soon as deep backward square wasn't quite in the right position, you knew the next ball was going to be full.
It was a fair way in front of slip, to be honest. It wasn't.
Oh yeah.
Dropped a long way.
Yeah. But a bluff from Higgins.
Hamza, who's made his debut last week against Lancashire, showed a little bit of ability with the bat.
Higgins balls. Goodness me, he tried to show us all of his ability with the bat there. He opened up and looked to heave that over long on. And Roland Jones is still looking to where. Look at Roland Jones at mid-on. Where's that going to go, he's saying. Hamza has another go at it. Over there, if I catch hold of it. You couldn't have imagined someone trying to hit a ball harder than that. He gave that everything. That was the full golf swing.
He got hold of one last week from the middle here and put it about 10 rows up into the Hollis stand. So when he does get hold of it, it goes a long way.
Here we go. It's Higgins bowls and he dabs this one full wide outside the off stump. It was almost a wide Yorker from him, wasn't it? He just traps the bat down to points. There's no run.
Yes, I don't think he's going to hang about. If the ball's there, he'll give it a go. 50 for 9. Well, don't think this was in the script this morning.
So now I'm having to go back to last season, which is a promotion year, so you'd imagine Middlesex had a good run at some point last year. Higgins is in, bowls, this is driven away, lovely shot, open face from Hamza, and that's glorious, isn't it? From T20, well, it was almost T10, he was trying to hit it that hard, to test match cricket that was. Open face, just flowing drive in front of point.
It was actually a really nice shot he got, didn't it? Got the foot down, kept head over it, and played it away beautifully through the offside. Square through the offside. Once it's gone through the infield, it runs away quickly. The outfield is quite a bit quicker than last week. It was very, very slow last week.
Higgins in bowl, short, up in the air, mid, off, heads back, and Eskenazi won't get there. It pitches and stops about 10 yards behind him, 15 yards maybe, and single more to the total. Toe end of the bat, you'll have heard the noise on the bat that it was very low down, nowhere near the middle of that one. Clonk, wasn't it, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the intention is quite clear with him. 55 it goes on to. So these two just adding a little bit at the end of the innings.
Here's Higgins around the wicket, so it's got to do a bit really. Hannon Dalby struck perhaps even on the back pad, so height may have been an issue there also. We're not quite at the height nor the line to judge it straight away. We'll have a look at the replay, but you'll have heard from the lack of serious appeal that they weren't particularly interested either. 55 for 9.
No, I think it was going across him and down the leg side. Rob Bailey not at all interested.
I'm struggling with this stat for you. Worcestershire last year I got back to at Lords. They it's at Merchant Taylor's School, that one. They were out for 191. That's the lowest I can see at the moment. 50 nights over that was.
It's still not going to answer the question quite though, is it?
No,
because you've got to go on. When was the last time?
I did have aspirations as a politician at one stage.
Maximum bowling points in the first an hour and 20 minutes of a match. I don't think that would be in the last year. I reckon you've got to go back a long time.
You never know nowadays, do you? I mean, especially the April and May fixtures. I mean, things just happen so quickly, don't they? But yeah, I'm going back. Don't worry, I'll have a look.
It's got to go some to do it.
I'll also just check Twitter and see if somebody's answered it for me.
Helm starts a new over. He's in and bowls, and Hamza is he's dropped to backward points, trying to crack that one away, giving a full blood drive and. Gets a life. It's the first fielding mistake that's been made this morning.
There you go. Marky Madrid beat me to it. He mentioned the 50 for 8 back in 2000 and nothing. About 2006, I think it was. The declaration by Leia. Piece of me. He said it. No, this was at 17 for 4. He said Middlesex might have to start thinking about how they keep Warwickshire out there until conditions improve.
This next one is just run away down to Higgins, who comes from third slip. There's no run.
No, nobody else has been able to answer your question though.
Who's number 25 who dropped?
Josh de Carey's.
Ah, right. I've got him down as 20. There's 99 on his numbers.
Oh, who's 99? Let me think. Is there a 99 for Middlesex?
It was in the book as 99 he was going to be.
Which book?
The Cricketer's book.
Was it?
Yeah.
It's wrong.
Obviously. This next one is run away down to third man. And there's no run. Sorry, for one run. That brings Hannon Dolby back on. Hamza moves to 6.
Lots of chatter about this. Philip says Middlesex may be better to keep this pair out there until 2 overs or so before lunch, then hope the sun comes out for an extra hour over lunch. Make it a bit friendlier to bat on. Well, you know, there's clearly going to be a lot of moisture under the surface, isn't there? The amount of rain that's fallen the last week.
Yeah, and it got absolutely soaked during the T20 final. This
Of
was
course, yeah.
This was supposed to be the pitch they used last week against Lancashire. Helm in bowls and Hannah Dolby drives up to a wideish mid-off. There's no run.
Oh, here we go. This is the squad number 99. You're right. Is that Playfair or Who's Who?
That's the Who's Who.
That's the cricketers Who's Who.
Yeah, I have to change
Standards.
that.
Standards.
25 he is, right. Change the scorecard yet again.
Morning Joe says, how's your morning, Kev? Not much action to describe by the looks of the scorecard. Don't wake me up. This is great, says Nick. Well, Middlesex are, you know, clambering for a victory, aren't they, at the moment?
Helm in bowls. Hannah Dolby tries to pull this one away through mid-wicket. In the end, the ball moves away from him, and he was sort of pulling the body across. The bat was somewhere around the ball, but in the end, he gets well inside it, and it goes through to the keeper. And these two just frustrating Middlesex for a short time.
I've seen this 2 minutes too late. About 5 minutes too late. Worth noting that Warwickshire's lowest total against Middlesex is 55.
And they've beaten it. Helm in, and this is edged by Hannah Dolby between slip and second slip down to the third man boundary. Hannah Dolby moves into double figures. He moves to 10.
That didn't carry either, did it? That was a long way short.
Warwickshire moved to 60 for 9, and just for a second it looked, but it fell well short of slip, bounce into the gap between and down to the fence. So Hannah Dolby moves into rare figures for him, double figures. He doesn't quite often get into double figures, but this morning he's done the part. So Warwickshire well past their previous, now 60.
Well, indeed, dizzy heights. Here's Higgins. He hits the crease, he bowls, and this is right up there onto the neck almost of Hamza, who manages to ride the bounce, but only just. A backward square leg might have had a little bit of interest, but it felt as though he did somehow manage to control that down into the ground, even though at first it looked as though the bat face was going to be pointing to the heavens. But he managed to get over the top of it in the end. He replays a hook or a pull, which... Well, that was how Mercer went last week. He got a nasty one up around his throat and he tried to defend it. He fended it off and he was gone. And you sit there and think he should have had a swing, shouldn't he? Here's Higgins. Goes again, and this time he does swing, and through to the keeper it goes. A little bit wider angled across the left-hander.
Again, he threw everything at that kitchen sink at that one, trying to pull that one away down to deep backward square leg, but not getting anything on it.
All the lot in... this was 1956, I should know. Thanks to Stephen Fletcher, the Director of Communications at Middlesex, who loves a stat. 1956 at Lords this was, 55 all-outs, 4 for 28 from Alan Moss and 6 for 27 from John Wall. 55 all-outs in...
23 overs?
26.5. What do we
okay.
hear? 23rd over. So have Warwickshire ever been bowled out in fewer overs?
When was that? Was that the first morning of the game?
Good question. I'll get Stato on it. Higgins bowls as a short mid-wicket in place, well, an orthodox mid-wicket. Through it goes to the keeper. They yelp that did it take a little feather on the way through as he tried to pull at that one again, but dot ball it is.
The repeat of the shot, or the attempted shot from the previous ball, short and through.
Oh, your mate Rolly Thompson top scored with 13 in that game. Thank you, Tolly Thorpe.
Oh.
That's your era, wasn't it, Phil? It was a nice hit.
No, he was after me.
What were we talking about the 1950s for a minute ago? Oh, it was Higgins. He looked like one of those old film characters, didn't he? Marching in with his elbows, pumping side to side. Well, that as well, yeah. Through to the keeper. That goes from Higgins angled across the left. Oh, he looks more like something out of Saving Private Ryan, doesn't he? The short back and sides.
I don't think I've ever seen Saving Private Ryan.
No. What? No, come on. No, do you not do films at all? Or is this just an anomaly?
No, I do, but I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Higgins bowls a bouncer, and that one is nicked through to the keeper. Now that would have been close to being overhead height, wouldn't it? But he gets the fine nick on it through to John Simpson, and that's 60 all out in 22.5 overs. Warwickshire all done, having been put in, and Robson and Stoneman charge off, and so too does Eskenazi. Well, that's not doing much for the confidence of his openers, is it, if the number 3's charging off as well?
Yeah, they're going to have
slow down, Stevie.
Awkward 10 minutes, aren't they, before lunch?
Yeah. I think they should send Bamber out again.
Yeah, the ground staff coming out.
Reverse the batting order. Do the old Tom Bradman. Reverse the batting order.
Why not? Terrific morning for Middlesex, really has been. And
no surprise the heavy rollers coming out, by the way. But sorry, go on, Phil.
I say that it's been a terrific morning for the opening pair of Tony Roland Jones and Bamber have really took Warwickshire to pieces. They've used that new ball, used the conditions well, and Warwickshire had no answer at all to it.
Jed Scott will know why I'm laughing right now. One of the fine folk of the BBC Live tech service, which is phenomenal, isn't it? Here come the players boarded off. I've got some stats for you, or more to the point, Jed does. And it's Bamber, no surprise, who leads the way off. Incredible performance from him, but Roland Jones as well, because it was Roland Jones almost that was as breathtaking with the bounce that he was finding for me in that first hour. But Bamber, who returned figures 5 for 20 from 9 overs, 2 maidens, App from 34, Burgess bowled Bamber for 12 from 21 deliveries, and then Brooke caught Helm, bowled Higgins for 1, and Hannah Dalby left not out on 10 as Hamza was caught Simpson, bowled Higgins for 6.
4 wickets for Bamber, where he actually hit the stumps and bowled beautifully.
Well, yeah.
And that other one, obviously, was caught by Robson at slip. It was a good low catch, which just nicked through to second slip. But a terrific bowling performance. But Roland Jones as well, in 3 wickets in his opening 2 overs, and just destroying the Warwickshire attack. At 20 for 6, there's not a lot you're going to be able to do in the 7th over, and it just got progressively worse.
Well, I don't know who it was who wrote this on the live text, whether it was Jed or who else is doing the live text today. Jed, Adam and Ben Koski, who's a Middlesex fan. Am I allowed to say that, Ben, that you're a Middlesex fan? Sorry, fans might be. He does the ECB Reporters Network as well for both those counties. Adam Lanigan doing it as well, but whichever one of the 3. Ironic cheers in Birmingham as Oliver Hannon-Dalby brings up the 50 with a miscued steer for 2 down to deep third. 200 more to go for the first batting point. If that's the level, lads, I'm not going to go all the way down and find these stats. But yeah, the stats are there for me. I'll go through and have a look now. As you'll hear just down below on the effects mic, the slips are warming up, and well they might, because well this is the thing. I mean, how many down Middlesex be at lunch? Warwickshire should be thinking, oh, I wish we had about 20 minutes here before the interval.
Okay, just looking elsewhere, Kevin, whilst we got a chance before.
Oh yes, you do that, and I'll have a look at these stats.
Hampshire against Essex, home to Essex, and Hampshire not finding it going easy. They're 72 for 5 against Essex, who are making a real good push for the title. Northampton 65 for 3 against Lancashire. Notts the only ones who are going well, 92 for 1 against Kent. Somerset 73 for 4 against Surrey. And in Division 2, Glamorgan 96 for 1 against Derbyshire. Yorkshire going well, 83 without loss at home against Durham. I'll make way for Richard to come back in and take you through to lunch, and I'll talk to you after the lunch interval.
Cheers, Phil. See you in a little while. Good wicket taking spell from you. What did we manage? 3.5 spell? 4. 7th wicket that fell when we sat down. So Warwickshire at least passed their lowest first class score, 16 against Kent at Tunbridge 110 years ago. Phil still has nightmares about it now. But they still need a further 4 runs to match their lowest at Edgbaston against a Fred Truman-inspired Yorkshire in 1963. That was when Warwickshire were 31 for 6, so 35 their lowest at Edgbaston. A Fred Truman-inspired Yorkshire. Welcome back, Richard.
That's 16 all out. To be honest, the 7th probably you'd have reviewed these days. No, you would. You would. I'm pretty sure he caught it in his cummerbund.
Well, what about all that? I mean, it was from the first ball, wasn't it? You could just see there was something in it. I mean, Middlesex, I managed to have a chat to them this morning before getting to the ground, and just said, well, you know, what did you see yesterday? Were you able to have a look? And they said, there's a bit of grass on it.
Bit of grass on it. A lot of that grass is green. It's been damp, and what we've seen is not swing, it's been seam. And you know, Bamber just bowled so full, and that's what the Warwickshire attack have got to learn from it. And actually, you know, if this wicket improves, if it gets a bit flatter, if they could limit the Middlesex lead to 100, 125, they might not be out of the game. And that's the damage limitation. The disaster has happened as far as Warwickshire are concerned. You know, the moment they went to 17 for 5, 20 for 6, you knew that they were in deep, deep trouble in this game. But there is a way back out of the hole, potentially. Not least, I mean, you're fully aware, Middlesex are not a confident side with the bat, and putting pressure on them in the 4th innings is what you've got to try and do from this point. The only thing you can do is try and find yourself in a position where Middlesex need somewhere between 150 and 200 in the final innings of the match. That's where the equation is. If Middlesex bat really well on this and end up scoring 300 or 400, then the game is probably gone. So
I think I might have the answer to Phil Britt's question. No, it might not be the definitive answer, but an answer.
No, but
do we like an answer, or do we want the definitive
I haven't had a chance to pitch on this. It's a lousy question.
Thank you.
You know, because it's a lousy question because it's about bonus points and how quickly bonus points change constantly anyway.
Yeah.
So what it is a truly lousy question.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's angry with me now.
It's a very lousy question.
Well, the answer is almost certainly never. Almost, you know. It is. I mean, the most obvious thing, it felt like that has to be. Well, it's never happened, does it? Not this quickly.
I love it. I've missed you lot. I really have. It's been too long. Middlesex.
Dear, I do miss.
Down and out in Division 2.
I miss Phil on the away trips as well. We have a lot of banter. It's good fun. And yeah.
All right, I've got to search for what year this match was now. Middlesex Kent at Lords. Middlesex had played again. It's another of those familiar stories like the 50 for 8 and the Langer Declaration. Middlesex played Kent on a Friday night at Canterbury in a T20, and it was the first floodlit game at Canterbury. So 7 o'clock start.
Yeah.
Next morning, who were Middlesex playing at Lords?
Kent. Logical.
Yep. And something like 25 wickets fell on that day. And there was one moment on that first day we thought, this could end today. This could end today. TMS even asked in the interval, there was a test match obviously going on at the time, can you do a bit into tea for us and just tell us what on earth's happening? So on I went with CMJ. It was, you know, and that was the only time I ever spoke to CMJ. So thank you Middlesex and Kent for their ineptitude with the bat that day, and thank you the ECB for the ineptitude with the scheduling to put the championship game the next morning after a T20 at Canterbury the night before.
Was it Middlesex who were at Kent for that unplayable evening with the pink ball?
Yes. Yeah, Middlesex, Kent and Oddities,
Yeah, I mean that's
going to be the title of my
I mean,
Middlesex and Kent and Oddities.
The thing is, hooping did not do justice to what the ball was doing.
Yeah, it was mad.
It was a computer game swing that was happening.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, the Warwickshire fielders are coming out ready to make sure that they take a first innings lead here.
Well, titty not.
Oh no, you can go as Frankie Howard as you like on this. The reality is they're not going to get a first innings lead, but out come the two Middlesex openers, Stoneman and Robson, and they'll be hoping that the surface is getting a little bit better as the day goes on, a little bit easier. And I'm not throwing brickbats at the ground staff. They've had an extraordinary amount to cope with over the course of recent weeks. So many high-profile games.
With the weather around the next 3 days as well, the showers the next 3 days, both of these sides need a win. And neither of these sides will be disappointed with the results pitch at this stage of the season.
They need a win perhaps for slightly different reasons.
Well, very.
Warwickshire looking up, Middlesex trying to make sure that they don't get themselves embroiled in the battle at the bottom. I mean, Northants looking real peril, don't they? I think if we're realistic about it. Kent have gone with a very different team today, by the way, as they try and find a way to get results. A lot of unusual names in the Kent side this week.
Even more unusual than Mieye. That took some getting your tongue around.
Well, I don't mean unusual in that sense. and by the way, he's not playing. But I mean,
is he not? No, he's been in the bronze.
No, I don't know whether he's injured.
He must be injured, yeah.
Val Drummond's still injured. Grant Stewart's now away at this.
That took a long while.
T20 thing. Cause he's playing for Italy or somebody. Grant Stewart.
Mieye, especially when you had to ask Matt Cole for the advice on how to pronounce it. That took a long while. Well,
here we go. Here's the catalogue of middle. No, it's not. Oliver Haddon-Dolby is going to bowl from the Birmingham end, and he's in to bowl to Stoneman, and he goes past the outside edge of the bat. And the strange thing about that is, having watched an hour and 45 minutes of seam movement, That one swings extravagantly just after it passes the bat.
Well, then this Middlesex side, firstly, Rushworth would have been handy on this, wouldn't he?
Yeah, just a bit.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
This Middlesex side, they were 4 for 4 in the first match of the season against Essex. And the top 4 all had ducks. And 5 and 6 also had noughts next to the name. So 6 noughts in a row on the scoreboard at Lords, because the 4 runs had come from 2 no balls.
4 slips in place. Hannah Dolby round the wicket. Stoneman forward sturdily this time. Defends up towards mid-off. Alex Davis does the fielding.
So, yeah. Hold on to your hats, folks.
As I mentioned earlier, we did have the extraordinary joy in the T20 this year of Birmingham Bears, Warwickshire, chasing 160 odd to beat Notts at Trent Bridge and losing 4 wickets in the first over and still winning. So, with about an over and a half to spare, which is even more bizarre. But Shaheen Afridi caused a few issues in that first over. As Hannah Dolby is in, driven by Stoneman, that'll beat Davis. The outfield has been quite slow. You can see the ball slowing up, so Davis will catch it up about 10 or 12 yards in from the boundary rope. And Stoneman is off the mark with the first 3 of the day, I think. 3 without loss. Middlesex trailed by 57.
Well, there was an overthrow, wasn't there, where they managed to get not very many, which the crowd weren't happy about. The crowd were getting on their back.
I didn't see a replay. My question is, did it hit anybody, the throw?
Oh.
And that's why they didn't run anymore. I got the feeling it...
I had my head down looking up ridiculous stats for Phil Britt.
Yeah, today's quiz question, to which the answer was almost certainly never.
Cricketing question of the day.
You're not even looking for a needle in a haystack, you're just looking at a haystack and trying to imagine a needle. Robson on strike for the first time, and he edges the first slip. He's gone first ball. Yates takes the catch neatly with his hands upturned. Little bit of lift and bounce from Hannah Dolby, and the first Middlesex wicket goes down. It's 11 before lunch, 3 for 1.
Well, no laughing matter this for batters, is it? That's what we were seeing all morning, wasn't it? Like I say, my first comment when I sat down with you was, what about that one that got the bounce from Roland Jones? I mean, that was rolling back the years. That's what's against the Middlesex captain now, still as reliable as ever. Still such a wonderful lower order batsman. Just the pace isn't there to get that old bounce that he used to for me. And when he got that one glove through, I thought, goodness me, either that rest last week did him some favours, or there's something in this. And Robson there, Nick Swan. And what have we had? Just 4 deliveries of the reply, and Middlesex are 1 down.
Yeah, he gets the first baller. That will frustrate him. In comes Stevie Eskenazi, who is in no form whatsoever in the Championship. Produced some good batting in the T20. I watched a few of those on the stream. The daytime games were quite fun to watch if I was working from home or had a day off. Eskenazi won tremendous innings where he nearly snatched victories from the jaws of defeat. I actually thought Middlesex were quite unlucky for the first 9 or 10 games of that campaign. I genuinely did. They weren't that far off. Weren't that far off all the time. Until the extraordinary win. I mean,
I mean, that was why it was heartbreaking, to be honest, to watch it, because they were so close, and you just thought they're getting so close. But the biggest fear was, the little whisper behind the scenes was to be the first side that goes 14 from 14. That would have been. So when they got that first win, and to get it in that fashion and at the Oval as well.
Hannah Dolby then to bowl to Eskenazi. Slip's looking eager again. He's wrapped on the pad. The appeal from Hannah Dolby, he implores. Davis also had a shy at the stumps in case Eskenazi was out of his ground. But umpire Adnan says no, and he says no because the ball struck him outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, we're not quite in line, but he was a long way down there, wasn't he? So that would have been a naughty one for an umpire to give out. He was so far down, Eskenazi. So he's going to... And there we go, the umpire, the keeper's taking a helmet. Eskenazi was clearly going to walk down the pitch to try and negate some of this. But he won't do so now. The helmet's on.
It was very, looking at the replay, very narrowly outside the line of off stump from my viewpoint when I look at it, that it hit him on the pad. As this next delivery is driven, bounces through to Hannah Dolby, fields in his follow-through, a successful opening over. We will get one more over in before lunch, you would fancy. Warwickshire 60 all out, Middlesex 3 for 1. What is it they keep on saying? A quick game's a good game. One of the most nonsensical phrases that's come about through Bazball, isn't it?
That's true. Surely we're going to save this for
want to
after
be
lunch
home
now,
after 2
aren't
days.
we?
Yeah.
We're surely going to save this guy. But I saw you behind perk up when I said it. I thought, yeah, I've got him here. But we'll have to save that for
There's
after
nothing wrong
lunch.
with the draw. And as for people suggesting that
He's not going to save it for after lunch.
No, but people saying there should be extra days, spare days for test matches. Can you imagine the expense of stewarding and ticketing and hotels?
I like the balloon idea. You put that balloon up and it takes this mesh sheet up. I mean, that'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It'd hoop.
Great.
That'd hoop, then you may as well have a pink ball, wouldn't you?
I keep on remembering you are a science fiction fan.
Right, here goes Hamza. He is bowling to Stoneman, left arm over, and forward goes the left-hander defending to mid-off, and there's no run. Let me quickly tell you this Kent story of 2011. When they played at Canterbury the night before, a day-night match, or the first floodlit game in a T20 for Kent. The next morning, start at Lords. I think they had the grace of starting at 12 the next day at Lords. They were lucky. They were given an extra
that's
hour.
what they used to do, isn't it? Yeah.
Middlesex were all out for 87 in the 32nd over. Let's see what over the maximum batting bowling point came up. Oh, here's Hamza bowls and forward goes Stoneman pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Let's see now. Cook. Oh no, sorry, it was Kent. It was Kent were all out for 87, not Middlesex. There we go. I saw Denley at the top and I thought he was playing for Middlesex at the time, but he was still with Kent. So Kent were all out for 87 in the 32nd over, but the 9th wicket fell.
Yeah.
Sid Easy, you're fine. It's still an absurd question. In the 29th over.
Yeah, there you go.
No good, says Phil. Keep searching. Hamza. He's in now, he bowls, and this ball's full. Clips away through square leg. That's going to be 4 runs. Long leg won't get around. It's a big boundary out there, but he's clipped that nicely, Stoneman. And there was a cry of catch as mid-wicket was around towards the umpire, and I think there was a bit of excitement feeling he was playing around the pads for it. But runs for Middlesex, 7 for 1, and it might be fast-forward cricket of its own here.
Yeah, he was trying to bowl very, very full, but he's just angled it into the pads of the batsman, so good value for Stoneman, who may not have scored a plethora of runs this year, but you know that he'll be positive about the way that he goes about his business, and that's what he's shown already.
Mercer took 5 for 27 in that 87 all out, and he didn't even open the bowling. Here's Hamza in, bowls, and this ball's run backward a square on the offside for a couple for Stoneman. Middlesex are 9 for 1. In reply, Kent were skittled for 153 in the 44th over of their innings. So we're up to over 76 of the day so far. A couple for the change of innings. Let's call it close to 80 with my bad math in terms of how many there was. Middlesex, Kent in reply were 33 for 3. And you just thought at that point, 33 for 3, so they were still behind by 40 odd runs. So it's a full one left alone by Stoneman. Pad in the air, pad thrust forward, Hamza full just outside of the off stump. Through it goes to the gloves. Eskenazi comes down to have a chat. At 33 for 3 in the 12th over that evening, I think that was the point where I thought, that was the point where you thought just maybe extra half hour, this could be done in a day at Lords.
The leaves a brave shot on one day like today, isn't it? Final ball of the session, this should be.
Hamza in, bowls, and that one lifts outside of the off stump, and that is lunch on day 1. 11 wickets have fallen already. Richard.
Yeah, it's been eventful, hasn't it? Not dated about 90 seconds from now, but
wrap it up in 90 seconds.
Having won the toss and chosen the field on a green top and plenty of cloud cover, immaculate bowling performance led by Ethan Bamber, who bowled full and straight and hit the wickets 4 times amongst his 5 wickets. Roland Jones took 3 wickets early doors as well, and nobody ever came to grips with it. Only 4 batsmen in double figures: Barnard 14, Burgess 12, Yates 10, and Hannon Dolby was 10 not out at the end. Hannon Dolby did strike in his opening over. Sam Robson got a first ball duck, caught by Rob Yates at first slip. It is a case of Warwickshire having to minimise Middlesex's first innings lead to drag their way back into this game. I can't promise you another 11 wickets in the afternoon session, but join us in 40 minutes and we'll do the honours. But Middlesex's morning, but with a lot of interest as to how this surface will continue to play. We'll take a break. 9-1 Middlesex. They trail Warwickshire by 51. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where we've had an astonishing morning's play. Warwickshire put into bat and bowled out for just 60 in their first innings. Only 4 batters got to double figures. Ethan Bamber bowled beautifully, full, got plenty of seam movement. He took 5 for 23 wickets for the former England paceman Toby Rowland-Jones. Bit of life before lunch, though, with Ollie Hannon-Dolby striking in the first over of the Middlesex innings. Robson out for a duck. They take lunch on 9-1, trailing Warwickshire by 51. Welcome back to Edgbaston for the afternoon session on day one of what has been an extraordinary County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Middlesex. Middlesex won the toss and put the Bears into bat, but they're now batting themselves, which tells you part of the story. Having dismissed Warwickshire for just 60 in seam-friendly, well, very friendly conditions. Brilliant performance from Ethan Bamber this morning with 5 for 20. Roland Jones 3 for 27. Ryan Higgins 2 for 5. Ed Barnard, the top scorer, with 14. One of 4 players to reach double figures. And still, before lunch, there was time for Sam Robson to get a first baller. Caught by Yates at slip off Hannon Dolby. Stoneman 9 off 9. Eskenazi yet to score. And in what are, again, gloomy conditions like the start of the first session, I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Alongside me, the Central Sparks captain and soon to be back on 100 duty, Eve Jones.
Afternoon. Yeah, we've had a bit of, well, I say we've had a bit of everything. We've had a lot of wickets, haven't we?
Yeah. Is it just because you're with us for the first 2 days, you want to get the whole match done? Is that what it is?
Well, from a Warwickshire fan perspective, not really. But I suppose it's been exciting. There's always been, I felt like something's going to happen every single ball, so
I'm going to force you to be impartial. As Hannon Dolby comes in to bowl the first ball of the session to Eskenazi, and that tucks him up a little bit, and it comes off a bit of bat and a bit of pad and rolls down to the 4th of the slips, Will Rhodes. Kevin Hand will be back with us just after I've done my 2 o'clock report. He'll come in for me. Phil Britt will be back later this afternoon. It is murky. There is a slight chance of rain. So far, it's avoided us. It should brighten up later, which makes this session crucial if Warwickshire are going to give themselves a bit of a foothold back in this game.
yeah, conditions quite similar to what they were before lunch. A lot of clouds.
Keeper standing up as Hannon Dolby beats the outside edge. It's fumbled by Burgess. I don't think there was an edge on it, but it's a beauty. And Eskenazi is sort of pushing at that ball rather frantically, all wrists. Rob Yates runs his hands through his hair in frustration at the first slip. It's a good start to the session for Hannon Dolby, who in the absence of Chris Rushworth is going to have to carry a substantial portion of the load, I think, in this session. Hannon Dolby comes in with that idiosyncratic running style, left alone outside off stump, not too far outside off stump. I'm trying to work out whose feet were in the box next to us. It's somebody from the Middlesex camp, because there's a Middlesex cap in there. Oh, it's Robson. So I've just been talking about his first ball duck and he's probably just heard it. I'm surprised he isn't looking daggers. He's got one of these healthy grain bars, a Nutri-Grain bar.
Oh, it's not right then. It's all about all the runs in English, about
Okay, he's got a great big cheeseburger and fries, and no, he has.
Dessert.
Yeah. When they won the toss this morning, he probably wasn't thinking he'd be out before lunch. As another ball is left alone outside off stump, probing line from Hannon Dolby. But I just wonder whether Eskenazi, by forcing Burgess to come up to prevent him using his feet, is just making Hannon Dolby bowl a little bit shorter than he probably ought to be.
Yeah, I think we saw that in the first innings as well. I think it was Burgess himself, actually, when he was batting, he looked to try and get himself down the wicket. And the keeper did eventually come up and make him stay in his crease.
Hannon Dolby once more to Eskenazi, and has he got a thin nick behind? He has. Eskenazi has gone for a duck. That's a tremendous take from Michael Burgess standing up. Difficult catch. 9 for 2 Middlesex. They trail by 51. Eskenazi, a second victim for Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Yeah, on Ollie Hannon Dolby, the man again. That's his second wicket of the day. And as you say, that's a brilliant catch by Burgess standing up.
I was wondering whether that's an inside edge. It's cut back. Let's have a look at the replay of it. He's bowled outside of stump. It's jagged back and inside edge. That's an even better catch, actually. When you see, because that's so difficult to judge, isn't it?
Standing up anyway is, but when it comes off the inside edge, yeah, fantastic catch. That's exactly what Warwickshire will want. They want to come out here after lunch, get the ball rolling, get wickets early, just like the Middlesex bowlers did. They bowled really well this morning.
There was a chuckle in the commentary box a moment ago. I'll tell you what, you know how, I mean, when Test Match Special are here, this is the very box they use, and people send cakes over the course of the 5 days Victoria sponges, ginger cakes, Bakewell tarts, the works. It's glorious. Kevin Hand just came in and has dumped out of a paper bag some squished little fairy cake type things, little
Chocolate
buns.
muffins.
Chocolate muffins, yeah. They don't look that appealing. Left-handed batter is in now. Young Jack Davis and Hannon Dolby will come round the wicket. He forces it into the offside. Quick single to Barnard at point. They'll come through for that run. And the end of a second successful over for Hannon Dolby. He's 2 for 3, 10 for 2. Middlesex trail by 50.
Yeah, the cakes, they don't look in a great state, to be honest. They smell quite nice, but yeah, just been placed under my nose.
At a point where you're on commentary, so you can't eat them anyway.
I don't think I would if I was off air either. They don't look too appealing. They're sort of squashed up and
Yeah, you'd have
broken.
to be hungry. You disappeared for lunch ahead of us. Did you get something remarkable? Did you go jacket potato and salad?
I didn't actually. I went for the bacon joint.
Oh, there's parsley sauce, wasn't there?
Was that? I was trying to work out what that was because that's not what they called it. So I was.
Oh, did they
I
not?
avoided that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It looked like it on somebody else's
And
plate 'cause
some-
that's quite old school,
Yeah,
isn't
and
it?
some mashed potato. Yeah, it was very nice, as always. Hamza's into ball, left arm over, left alone by Davis. Lets that one go through to Burgess, who's standing back.
That one, left armour to the left-hander, slight outswinger, and it pitched and it then swung the other way on its way through to Burgess. I mean, what are you supposed to do as a batter when things like that are happening? If that happened, closer to the stumps, what are you meant to do? Wasn't dramatic enough a ball for us to get a replay, unfortunately, but really quite odd.
As Hamza's in again, this time a bit fuller, left alone outside the off stump by Davis.
Yeah, he's swinging it quite nicely. So, having seen mainly seam movement in the first session from the Middlesex bowlers, now we're seeing some genuine swing from Mir Hamza. That is his thing. Does swing the ball. But it's big outswinger, that one, to the left-hander.
Either way, he's getting the ball pitched up, giving it a chance to do something. I think that's what Middlesex did really well this morning. They generally pitched the ball up, allowed it to do something off the pitch. As that one's bowled, beats the outside edge of Davis. Some ripple of applause from the members in front of us. Yeah, it's not easy conditions here to bat.
Well, the majority of the cricket you play is white ball, but there are occasions where that first 10 overs with a white ball in the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, the ball is doing that, and you imagine up against someone like Grace Ballinger, who's a big left arm swinger of the ball, and you have to the leave again, as we mentioned earlier, becomes a really important shot.
As Hamza's into ball this time, a bit straighter, defended by Davis for no run. Yeah, well, of course you've got to try and think about that, but on the other side, the flip side of that is it's white ball cricket, so you still want to sort of get off to a good start. You've only got 10 overs in the 50 over comp for power play, so you want to try and utilise that. Obviously with the ball being a bit harder as well, it will swing a little bit more, but I think again it's picking the ball that you're gonna go for, and obviously it's not going to swing as much as the red ball does as Hamza's into ball. This time defending the offside, they do come through for a quick single, shite the stumps, and he's hit the stumps. Warwickshire very interested, and umpire is
Not giving it
Not
a Rob
giving it.
Bailey.
looked very close, that one. It was a quick single and threw the stumps down at the bowler's end.
I must admit, I thought a throw the other way might have been very tight, because I think Stoneman would have struggled, but we are going to see a replay that's square on here, and we will get an idea. Oh, it's close. It's really close. And, without a TV monitor, I think that's so difficult.
It's just whether we can slow that down.
Yeah.
That did look very close.
Direct hits, tend to be very, very tight. It was...
I think I'm giving that,
Yeah, it's
but
difficult,
I think
isn't it?
it is very difficult, and I think you benefit the doubt. Hamza into ball this time, wraps him on the pad, big shot for LBW, and he's given him. So didn't get the decision at the other end, but Stoneman has to go. He's gone for 9. Very full that one from Hamza, and he's picked up Warwickshire's 3rd wicket now.
That's a priceless wicket as well. Stoneman, who can get away from you very quickly. It's a full ball. The question is it hitting leg stump or not? Again, you went to a replay, I think that would go to umpire's call. It's very, very tight. But I wonder, coming so soon, immediately off the back of that very tight run-out decision, it's probably just about right. But a huge wicket, 11 for 3. And all of a sudden, 60 doesn't look quite so bad.
Yeah, you're right. This is exactly what Warwickshire will want after the display of batting this morning. They'll want to try and pick up quick wickets. And obviously that's big wicket there, Stoneman.
Both teams lost their third wicket on 11. So it really is even Stevens. Davis, Rhodes and Hayne were gone for 11 for 3. Robson, Eskenazi and Stoneman have gone for 11 for 3. And those are the experienced top order for the visitors. So Jack Davis and Max Holden, younger batsmen. John Simpson and Ryan Higgins, of course, very capable. Josh De Carey's, who started as a batter who bowls a bit, but is now more of a bowler who bats. And then Roland Jones, bit of long handle, Helman Bamba. It's a really good start. Good round of applause from the home members. The members area, by the way, is quite a bit busier than the other parts of the ground. The members restaurant was extremely busy at lunchtime. They were having to catch fresh fish to keep the orders going. What an extraordinary day we've had so far. How many overs have we had? 22, 26 overs in the day so far. We're 13 wickets in.
13 wickets down.
Alan Dolby will come on for his third over. He's taken a wicket in each of his first 2. He's bowling to Davis, and Davis just about draws his bat inside the line of that. It was an interesting length, bit too wide actually, which gave him the ideal opportunity to leave it alone. People around the country were starting to wonder how bad this surface is. They'll be querying it. Is it a bit underprepared because of the weather? Possibly. I don't know what the ground staff here are meant to do about that. Left a bit of grass on, and it's done plenty. Nobody has looked comfortable at any point today with a bat in a hand, even in the indoor nets. As Alan Dolby comes in and is clipped round the corner by Davis down to Hamza at long leg for a single, 12 for 3.
Yeah, I think you have to take your hats off to the groundsman. I think they work so hard, and a lot of the time the conditions are against them. Obviously, this wicket was the one they were going to use against Lancs last game, but with them having finals day, it was very difficult. I think there was a bit of water that got on the pitch, so they had to leave that one and play on the used finals day wicket last week. So fresh wicket today.
Alan Dolby now to Holden, who's getting into line and guiding it up to mid-on. There'll be no run. 2 shorter batters, 2 young players in Davis and Holden. Holden the taller of the 2. I know it's all about survival today. Just how far this game might progress if we get a full day's cricket. I mean, crikey. We could be 3/4 of the way through it by 6 o'clock. As Holden awaits Alan Dolby. 6'7" of him. In, bowls short of a length, and it flies over bail height. It's angling in, trying to persuade Holden to play, but he leaves it alone.
Yeah, I think what Warwickshire have to do now is just try and make the batters play as much as possible. Obviously, it's difficult conditions out there from a batting perspective, and I think if Warwickshire can make them play as many balls as possible, and obviously make it uncomfortable for them as well. Keep getting the ball in the right areas. That's what Middlesex did really well this morning.
Alan Dolby charges in. Oh, he's come down the wicket here and then fends it out in the offside. Alan Dolby just dragged his length back a bit. Burgess doesn't immediately think that he needs to come up to the stumps for Holden. Sometimes wonder whether actually the reverse psychology when somebody gives you the charge like that is to bowl it very fast and very full and try and hit the lower half of the stumps on the full. That'd be quite a difficult ball to deal with.
Ollie and Dolby did have a chat with Burgess, so I think they're thinking about it. But for now, Burgess stays back.
It's the final ball of the over, and it's guided past point for 4. A boundary gets Holden off the mark, Once it had beaten Barnard, it was always going through. 16 for 3 at Middlesex, and they trail Warwickshire by 44 on this mad day.
Yeah, it's a lovely time shot there by Holden. Raced away all the way through to where the hover cover is to our left. Went across those used wickets, so it actually went to the boundary fairly quickly. Whereas a lot of the other parts of the ground, it's actually quite slow.
Just having another look at the run out, and with the still frame now shows that it was out. But yeah, it's so difficult for umpires, isn't it? But Davis has had a life in that that direct hit did beat the runner. And Warwickshire were imploring the decision of their way, but they didn't get it.
As Hamza's in again this time, left alone outside the off stump by Davis. Into his third over now.
Most wickets elsewhere so far today, 7. Hampshire 87 for 7 against Essex. In fact, 87 for 8 now. Porter has just taken his 5th. 5 for 36. So conditions, I think, reasonable to say, not easy down at Southampton either.
Still quite gloomy here. We did have the floodlights on against Lancashire, actually. It's probably quite similar to what it is now, but no lights for now as Hamza bowls. This time knocked into the offside, fielded by Barnard at point.
But Old Trafford, Northampton 91 for 3 against Lancashire. Emilio Gay has 46. Notts are flying against Kent, 123. Actually, they've just lost the second wicket for 2. Ben Slater is 80 not out, a wicket each for Everson and Arshdeep Singh.
Hamza at the top of his mark as he makes his way in. Ball a bit fuller and worked into the leg side. Fielding done by Mosley there at mid-on. Throws it back to Burgess, no run.
Somerset 93 for 5 against Surrey at Taunton. Very talented young seamer. Tom Laws has taken 3 for 17 there. He's going to be a star, that guy. Burgeoning all-rounder. 2 games starting in Division 2 today. Glamorgan 126 for 1 against Derbyshire at Derby. Ingram 63 not out. Yorkshire 113 without loss against Durham at Scarborough, but it's raining.
His bowls left alone outside the off stump by Davis. He's well out of his crease there. Just trying to put the bowlers off the lengths.
Kevin will be in a minute. I'm going to give you a warning, Kevin, that I'm going to be nipping my computer away because I need to write some sports bulletins. So if you're going to want replays, you're going to want to put them on your tablet device, I believe I'm contractually obliged to refer to it as. He's got his laptop. It's all right then.
All the technology.
Yeah.
Hamza in again. Hits him on the pad and it's a big shout for LBW. More like a celebration, but umpire's not interested.
Yeah, I'm not partial to the celebration appeal, I have to say. It then went from a celebration to an imploring. My first instinct is, again, that when it made contact with the pad, it was outside the line of off stump. We will see a replay now, see what you make of that, Eve.
Yeah, I would agree.
What I don't doubt is, had the ball not hit the pad, it would have hit the stumps. But I think it's just outside
He
off
just
impact.
shuffled across, didn't he? In his
Enough to
in
put
his
doubt in Rob
stance.
Bailey's mind.
I think that's a fair call. Hamza in again. Last ball of the over then. Bowls a bit short this time. Just knocked into the leg side. No run. That just concludes the over. 16 for 3. Another good over there.
We're joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra on what has been already a 13-wicket day at Edgbaston on a green-tinged surface with a bit of grass on in what have been overcast conditions. We saw a lot of seam movement from the Middlesex attack, skittling the home side out for 60. Ethan Bamber with 5 wickets in his opening burst. 4 of them were clean bowled. 3 wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones, but we're now seeing Warwickshire strike back. 16 for 3 Middlesex, having lost Robson for naught, Eskenazi for naught, both of those to Hannon Dolby, and then Mir Hamza, the Pakistan international, getting Stoneman LBW for 9. As Hannon Dolby comes into bowl to Holden, who gets it off the inside half of the bat, wide of mid-on for a single. 17 for 3. He's joined by Jack Davis, who, had we got a fourth umpire, third umpire, third umpire. Let's have a lot of umpires in international game. Had we got a third umpire, would have been run out by a direct hit as well. The still frame that we've had on the stream demonstrates that he was short by a few inches, but very difficult at full speed. When we had the full speed replay, you can see why umpire Rob Bailey gave the benefit of the doubt. As Hannon Dolby strides in once more, this time to Davis, who leaves it alone outside off stump. I'm Richard Wilson from BBC Radio WM. Eve Jones alongside me, captain of the Central Sparks, braced for the 100. How long till your first game now?
It's about a week or so, I think. 7-8 days, I think. First game up in Leeds next week, and back here week on Saturday for our first home game.
You just hope not to be fielding too much in front of the Western Terrace when you're up there. Right? Is that how it goes? I think so.
Yeah, it can get quite rowdy up there.
Davis awaits Hannon Dolby once more, gets high onto his feet and just plays it with a straight bat back down to Hannon Dolby, who is going to be the key man to try and get Warwickshire back into this game. With the 3 early wickets, they'll still be they won't be thinking first innings lead after they're bowled out for 60, but they will be thinking damage limitation here. And if this surface settles down in the next 24 hours, they could get back into this.
Absolutely, a bit of sawdust just going down at the bowler's end for Hannon Dolby's front foot.
It's one of these awkward breezes where, as Dan Mosley is carrying the sawdust forward, it's a lot of it is spraying out the sides of his hands. Ended up with less than he picked up substantially. Hannon Dolby, and again that beats the outside edge of Davis, who was playing at that, head down. Didn't know too much about that one. Hands on heads from Rob Yates at first slip.
Yeah, he's bowling well, isn't he? Hannon Dolby. Is that 35 wickets for the season now?
Yeah, he's had another exceptional season. Didn't play the game down at Kent. They rested him for that one, but he's played every other game. And on target for another 50 wicket season, which these days in the modern game is your big target. As he's in now to Davis, he's forward watchfully, pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run.
Yeah, Warwickshire obviously without Chris Rushworth with this game after his hamstring injury against Lancashire. He picked up 42 wickets of the season, so I'm sure he'd have loved to have a little bowl on this.
It would have suited him for sure. Chris Wokes also would have been a handful, as indeed Hassan Ali would have been, none of whom are available now. Mia Hamza, the replacement overseas. We'll have an update for local stations in a moment. And very soon I'll give way to Kevin Hand from BBC London. As Hannon Dolby comes in to complete the over, and that's a good defensive shot by Davis. Into the offside, picked up by Ollie Hannon Dolby, and the end of the over. Just hold it with me to get into this next report, which is coming up in a few seconds' time. There's quite a lot to report when you've only got like 30 seconds to tell them, but we'll have a crack at it. As Mia Hamza will hopefully take his time to start the next over. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where 13 wickets have already fallen in the day. So for all that Warwickshire were dismissed cheaply for just 60, brilliant bowling from Ethan Bamber. He took 5 wickets in seam-friendly conditions. They now have Middlesex on 17 for 3. 2 victims for Ollie Hannon Dolby. Robson caught at first slip. Eskenazi caught behind off an inside edge. Stoneman trapped LBW by Mia Hamza. Middlesex 17 for 3, trail by 43. First ball of the over came to nothing. I shall leave you in the safe hands of Eve Jones, and she'll be joined by Kevin Hand.
Yeah, no run off that first ball of the over, as Hamza's at the end of his mark. He comes again. This time wrapped on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Again, no interest from the umpire. He seems pretty confident with these appeals. Very keen to get his second wicket.
Hello, Eve.
Hi, Kevin.
How are you?
I'm very good, thanks.
It's breathless, this, isn't it?
Oh, I feel like something's going to happen every ball at the moment.
Goodness me. Never mind a one in this match. We're thinking about a beer match already, aren't we?
Hamza at the end of his mark again. Running in to Holden. This time just worked nicely off his legs into the vacant mid-wicket area. They'll pick up one and they'll come back for a second. Dan Mosley there doing the fielding, running round from mid-on.
I was being very lazy and I was about to come on the mic and just have a look at the games that I may or may not have commentated on you this season, the South East Stars and Sunrisers. I thought I could just go on. So how'd you get on against them this year? I'm sure I remember doing it, but then you might have not had a good game against them. So
I actually can't remember. They all seem to blend into one.
Well, that's good. I'm glad it's for the players as well, because it's the same for us. They do all blend in the end, don't they? Trying to see most recent. Oh, did I do the one at Guildford? I might have done.
As Hamza's in, left arm over, driven firmly through the offside by Holden. Lovely looking shot, and that's going to race away to the boundary for 4. Didn't even have to move.
Yeah, lovely shot that, wasn't it? A couple of big appeals. The other thing I need to do is get the stream up, don't I, now that Richard's gone. So we can have another look at that LBW. The Stoneman one, I was upstairs when you were both commentating on it, and it was on the big screen. And I have to say, I thought it was a pretty good shout, that one.
It was very full, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Holden now on to 11. Scores 23 for 3. As Hamza, end of his mark. Charging in, and this time, oh, it's been dropped at slip, gone straight through the hands, and it flies away to third man. A little bit shorter than Holden, just gives a big waff with his bat and gets a big thick edge, and I think that is that Bethel there. That third slip. It would have been a sharp catch, but it just broke straight through his hands.
It was one of those where you expect to say, great catch.
Yeah.
You know, one of those that it would have been a good catch, but you expect him to take it.
Yeah.
Did he get the hands there quickly enough? Knows the answer in that, and they burst through, don't they? But yeah, in this day and age,
I think you've got to take those, haven't you?
I'd be
Especially
disappointed
position of the game.
well, exactly. You know, those big LBW appeals they've had turned down. It's a match you've got to keep the game moving when you've been skittled, as they were.
Hamza again. Final ball of the over. A little bit short this time and left alone. Looked like that just came back in. That completes an over. The other another over. 27 for 3. I think what Middlesex did first innings, the bowlers obviously bowled really well, but they were backed up by the fielders. There's a couple of really good takes at slip. There's a couple of diving to the left, low down.
Well, that this season for Middlesex has been one of their banes. They have put down so many chances, and so many of those have gone on to hit century. St Lawrence was put down twice on the way to a century in the opening game of the season, and George Bartlett in the Somerset match was shelled twice. And even last week, a century for James Smith, although he's put down in the 90s, so it's not quite as painful, but even still.
Yeah, it'll now be like Bethel seeing every run that comes off the bat. And
well, exactly. Here's Hannon Dolby bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone by Davies, bat up in the air. You won. There we go. I did do the game at Guildford, and he beats this. You won by 21 runs against South East Stars.
Ah, yes.
246. That was a great game. 246 for 8. And then Maddie Blinkhorn Jones with 77 from 96, as well as Alice Davidson Richards 48. Yeah, that was a really good game. That was when it was unbelievably hot that afternoon, wasn't it? I was hiding on the balcony at Guildford, and for the most part, the sun was behind. It was only the very last 30 minutes of the play that the sun came around. I was thinking, get it over with. I'm getting sunburnt here. Hannon Dolby, 4 slips go down on a short leg. Forward goes Davies, easing into the offside, and they run 27 for 3. Nice place to play, Guildford, as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely ground. Although we didn't really have much shade ourselves that day, actually.
Well, no, indeed. You were probably better prepared than me. Most people are, to be fair. Yeah, it was a really hot one. Actually, I do remember the very long drinks breaks we had. That was the day, wasn't it, I think, when it got ridiculously hot that week.
Yeah.
I do remember having very, very, very long drinks breaks during that game. Rightly so.
Yeah, it was a good game for the neutral, I think. Quite easily could have gone either way.
Hannon Dolby's in. Bowls and forward goes Davies and drops a single just in between point and mid-off. 29 for 3. Middlesex trying to tick along here at Edgbaston, where it's, well, a different scene overhead here, isn't it? Not quite the scorching temperatures of back then.
Yeah, I think it was this time last year. We were in the middle of a heat wave, weren't we? And
well, that was it. I think that was the heat wave week, wasn't it? That game at Guildford. I'm sure it was. Oh, keeper's standing up. Holden has been on the walk, hasn't he, a couple of times to try and negate this seam movement. Bit of swing, as Richard said, more noticeable in this innings than it was in the Middlesex innings, but they are, particularly Roland Jones and Bamber, primarily seam bowlers. Higgins will find swing if it's there. Here's Hannon Dalby's wide on the crease, around the wicket and lifts one through to the gloves. Lovely ball, pace bounce, that's what we've seen all morning. That's the big difference here, isn't it? There's the grass cover, and like I say, the Middlesex bowlers, they'd want to take this pitch around with them everywhere. Roland Jones and Bamber. Because not only is there a little bit of seam movement, because you get that at Lords with the slope as well, a little bit of grass and the seam movement, but the pace and the bounce of this surface is what's proving to be, well, nigh on unplayable for some of the batters at the moment.
Yeah, it's not ideal conditions to bat in, and I like the move of bringing Burgess up to the stumps just to keep Holden in his crease, not let him get down the wicket, get close to the ball.
And Dalby bowls outside the off stump, through it goes, 28 for 3. As I say, I think the Middlesex batters will be, the Middlesex bowlers, sorry, will be feeling finally. The Middlesex batters will be thinking, oh, not again. But yeah, I mentioned earlier Bamber last week against Surrey. As Fraser said, he got a message from Alex Stewart saying it was just an incredible spell of bowling from Bamber. He deserves a 5 for, and I think he's lucky if he walked away with 1. He certainly didn't get 2, just bowled out of his skin, and then this week, of course, it happens. But isn't that cricket, especially for a bowler? So often you'll be in great form and go past the edge and take nothing. Another day you'll turn up and it's just not coming out right at all, and you pick up a 5 for.
Yeah, he bowled exceptionally this morning.
Hannon Dalby bowls, and that's a lovely looking shot. Holden. It's such a big bat face when he brings it down, it really is. As far as mid-off though, good stop in there, prevents ball getting away through the covers, and 28 for 3 it is at the end of the over. Max Holden, who modelled his game on Alistair Cook, grew up watching Alistair Cook and said that's the way I'm going to do it.
That's not a bad player to model your game on, is it?
It's not. But the thing is, he broke into, was England under-19 captain, broke into the Middlesex side. He had a good season out on loan at Northamptonshire, but then his white ball cricket went through the roof. T20, he's been an opener. He scored a century this summer against Kent. Took Middlesex's List A record from Andrew Strauss and then lost it the next season. So no, he had it a little longer than that. He hit it with Ross Taylor down at Canterbury, and then he lost it to Stephen Eskenazi.
Hamza then into his 5th over. Bowled, worked into the leg side. They think about 2. I think they'll pick it up as well. He's timed that quite nicely and got on between the 2 fielders there. That's Davis. As you say, just keep ticking this scoreboard along. Try and get us, keep getting close to that Warwickshire score of 60.
Well, this is probably a match where it suits Holden, because he has fallen away in first-class cricket as a result, a little bit. I say as a result. I mean, I'm putting that on him because I feel sorry for young batters who come through as guaranteed nailed-on first-class openers, and then all of a sudden, well, actually, we want a piece of T20, we want a piece of white ball cricket, and they change their game up a bit. First-class falls away, but he's looking in a better place at the moment.
Hamza in again. This time defended comfortably by Davis. Into the offside for no run.
But it's not a free ticket at all, this pitch. There's a match here to be won, isn't there? But, erring on the side of positivity on this pitch is probably positive in defence, of course, as well, but you can't just let them bowl at you. And that's why the keeper's standing up at the moment, because he's been trying to get out of the crease.
Yeah, I think, well, it's gone back now, but yeah, I think you saw that from both, you've seen that from both keepers when the batsman has been on the walk and trying to get down the pitch. I've seen that keeper come up. That one's just worked into the offside by Davis for no run.
So you two are having a go at my belated 11s that I brought for everyone.
Well, they don't look the most appetising.
Well, admittedly, admittedly, the top's fallen off my muffin, which could be an allergy for my life at the moment. But
they smell good. They smell better than they look, I must admit. But
they're all fresh. 11, they were due at 11, but yes, after lunch they're pudding now. You've got muffins for pudding. I'll eat the one that the top's fallen off, that looks as though it's seen better days, but they're all fresh.
Very kind of you, thank you. That one's just worked into the leg side. They don't come through for a single.
Let's have a look back at Max Holden's recent innings. He got 55 in the first innings against Surrey at Lords, and Surrey are just brilliant at the moment, aren't they? 26 in the second. Pretty heavy defeat for Middlesex last week. Prior to that, 41 and 37 in the draw against Northamptonshire at Northwood. But a bit of a barren run otherwise for him. Got 121 at Lords in that Kent match, and defeat, losing. So 121 unbeaten and lose in a T20.
mad as Hammer bowls. This time finds the outside edge, and it will run down towards the vacant third man in area. And he'd pick up the one. I think that's Barnard there at point, just running around doing the fielding.
Got to have a word for poor old Peter Milan as well, who's missed out this week. Middlesex overseas, was at Warwickshire, part of the title-winning team there a couple of seasons, or here a couple of seasons ago. He's a great boy, Peter Milan, and I am sure he will be tuned in. He'll be watching. He'll be listening somehow, somewhere. But to some extent, he's dodged one here, isn't he?
I was going to say,
put your feet up,
not
Pete.
sure how disappointed.
Sit back and go.
Playing.
Do you know what? It's nice to have a week off. Fill your boots in the One Day Cup next month.
As Hamza's into bowl, final ball over. That one has bowled him. There's a celebration. Holden's got to go. He looked good for his 15. Has just bowled
Little inside edge, do we reckon? I'm just drawing up the stream in front of us now, but
it's quite difficult to see from this angle.
Yeah.
We're not directly behind the bowler's arm.
Well, that was what I felt upstairs watching. I was like, oh, this is quite nice actually. I went upstairs to make a coffee. I thought, I'll sit down up here and watch it. It's quite good. It's a great angle. And I've got the. Sorry, it's not a great angle. I was watching it on the big screen. It was a sofa, is the point. That was comfy. But yeah, the angle is not quite right. But it felt as though he pushed a long way forward and across there, didn't he? So let's have a look on the stream and see if there was a little inside tickle on that. Certainly felt as though there was.
Yeah, 31 for 4 now.
Trouble for Middlesex, all right? Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Goodness me.
I think it hit the inside edge with the iPad and onto the...
Well, didn't it hit? Well, poor old Sam Robson, who I think is sat next to us. I think that's Sam's feet that we can see next door. He had one last week where he was playing beautifully, and I think whether it was the bottom of his glove, he just gloved it down onto his boot and back onto his stump. You just think, oh, come on.
Misfortune.
Yes. But that was... Let's have another look again. We just got one look at it there, didn't we? Yeah, inside edge. Oh, onto the hip even. Goodness me, and then just took the top of off stump. Oh, that's rotten luck, isn't it?
Quite unlucky, that one. But again, Hamza putting the ball in the right area.
Yeah. Well, that's it, and that's what we said. You know, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't in this pitch as a batter, because if they're bowling at you, there's not many places to go, as we've just seen from Holden trying with all his might. John Simpson's the new batter. Oh, that was the last ball at the end of the over, wasn't it? 4 slips. Yes. So Davies has strike. Simpson leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. And young Davies is the man. Well, as such in for Eskenazi, really, is here comes Alan Dalby. Bowls and goes past the edge of Davies. And there's no run through to the keeper. My apologies, in for Milan, not for Eskenazi. Eskenazi's backing. He came in for Eskenazi last week. Finger injury. Kept the Middlesex man out, so Davies was thrown his chance. Another England under-19 indeed, much as Holden was before him. Useful little player. Holden's other knock of note, I was just looking through his recent innings, was that incredible chase in the T20 at the Oval, where Middlesex hit the domestic record for a T20 chase. Davies played his part that night. As here's Hannon Dalby, hits the crease now, he bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump, that's up in the air. He ramped one for 6 early in his innings. It was an extraordinary shot and full of confidence for a young man who's, you know, not at any stage really nailed down his place in the Middlesex side. This isn't really the pitch you want when you're trying to nail down a place.
No, it's not.
But he'll have a go in the Royal London One Day Cup next. Oh, it's not the Royal London anymore, is it? So it's just the One Day Cup now, next month.
Yeah, it's
will be away.
Final game. This one until
it is, yeah, it is.
Until the one-day stuff.
Oh, don't. Left Lords the other day. There's only 5 days of cricket left at Lords this summer for Middlesex. 5 days. Wow. Alan Dalby's right arm over. He bowls, and this ball's eased away. Backward a point by Davies. No run. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. BBC Coventry and Warwickshire.
Some dark clouds to our left look like they're making their way over to us. It's where the weather normally comes from.
Oh no, really?
Hopefully they'll scoot
Well, I saw one
side.
behind over the city a little while ago, and I was rather hoping that that's it over there now, that it moved that way. Oh no, we don't want that. We've had enough rain recently, haven't we?
Yeah, they might pass round us.
Hannon Dalby bowls outside the off stump, that's left alone through to the keeper once more.
Yeah, change of angle. Ollie Hannon Dalby coming back around. He was over the wicket, but This is probably just to try and make Davies play a little bit more. Obviously coming over, the ball going across him. I think once it's outside that left eye, you know, you can probably leave the ball if it is in a good area.
Step across from Davies to defend this one into the offside, no run. Did go through the Middlesex lineup of the number of openers that they've got, players that have opened. How's it changed this week for Middlesex? So Stoneman Robson obviously regular openers, Eskenazi has opened, Davies has opened, Holton has opened, Simpson has opened, Higgins hasn't. De Carey's has opened. Scored an 80 against Nottinghamshire last year, so what are we down to there? Number 8. So 7 of the top 8 have opened for Middlesex.
Interesting.
Yeah, not bad.
So you've got pretty decent.
They're all used to facing the new ball, aren't
Yeah.
they? Simpson opened with Andrew Strauss many moons ago.
Which is probably not a bad thing when the wickets are tumbling.
Forward goes Davies pushing back. No run, solidly in behind that one.
Yeah, the ball's probably still quite new. Well, it is still very new. And I suppose in the Warwickshire innings, it'd be interesting to see what the ball looked like after the end of that, after losing all 10 wickets. But it's still in pretty good condition. Slips just arranging themselves, making sure they're in the right position. Don't want to miss out on opportunity.
Yeah, a bit of chatter behind there, isn't there? Shannon Dolby passes the umpire, bowls full and driven. Didn't get hold of it, Davies. Looks at the toe end of his bat, trickles into the offside end of the over. 33 for 4. I've just seen the Hampshire score. Wickets tumbling there as well. Have you gone through them recently? Hampshire 106 for 9 now against Essex. Essex gunning for the title. That is at the Aegeus, where Essex won the toss. And 25 the top score from Gubbins. 106 for 9. Abbott's still there on 15. So I assume it's Abbas is the last to come. It is. 5 for Porter, 1 for Cook. A couple for Harmer, 1 for Walter. Sorry, we're doing all right down at Taunton last I looked. So 4 down, weren't they? I think I heard Richard mention. 1-2-2 for 5 now, Somerset. 3 for Laws, 1 for Worrell, 1 for Clark. Top score of 50, unbeaten from Cola Cadmore actually.
Hamza's in again. This time defended into the offside by Simpson. That's his first ball that he's faced.
I've just noticed, and I'm not looking, and you mustn't look either. Sam Robson sat forward. He's got. Don't look, I said. You just look straight away, honestly. What's your poker face like? Whatever you do, don't look.
That's like the pink elephant.
I did this with my daughter the other day. I was like, look, over there, it's a famous actress. Don't look. So we're in a restaurant as well. So don't look. Whatever you do, don't look. And then as soon as I said the direction, look straight away.
I feel that's just what you do, isn't it? As Hamza bowls this time, defended by Simpson.
Anyway, now you've had a look, you may as well go in and ask him. He's got headphones in. Do you think what do you think he's listening to, Sam Robson, at this point?
Probably not us, because he looks very
relaxed.
serious.
Oh yeah. He's gone now. Oh, now he knows we're
maybe
talking
he
about
was.
him. Yeah, so you looked at him and he's gone.
Maybe he was.
He was listening to us.
He's
Now
heard enough.
we're onto it. Yeah.
He's heard enough.
Oh, he's good, Sam. He loves talking about cricket.
Hamza approaching. This time a bit fuller. That was just knocked into the offside. Hands on his heads.
So is that how long it takes Sam to go back to the dressing room after he's out? What time did he get out? 10 minutes before lunch, was it? 5 minutes before lunch? He's finally heading back to the dressing room now.
I wonder if he's had lunch, because he only came up with a cereal bar, didn't he?
He did.
Maybe that's why he's going to get his lunch.
Although timings, lunch is never really lunch anymore, is it, in cricket? It's when it should be for the player.
Hamza bowls this time, left alone by Simpson.
Although I had lunch with you all at Guildford. That was a great lunch at Guildford. I was trying to think the desserts were good as well. I nicked a few of the brownies at the end. After everybody had gone, they were left over.
I don't think I got a brownie.
That's because I nicked
That's
the last
probably
ones. No, everybody had gone. I've made sure everybody was clear. I was like, are they going spare? There were some good brownies.
Yeah, it's a nice pavilion. All modern now, isn't it? How long's it been like that?
Oh, I don't know actually. Yeah.
Comes at it again. This time Worked into the leg side.
Do you know, it's funny, I've been going there since 2005, 2006, and I now can't remember what it was like before, but it obviously has changed. But I can't remember what the old one was like now. I do remember we used to sit on a temporary stand next to the pavilion where the car park is, and the lead to broadcast would run across the top of the temporary stand. You'd have to lasso it across to the pavilion from the, and then it'd rain, and you sat there with an umbrella.
Oh gosh. A final ball of the over then, as Hamza's in. This time on the money again, and it's just safely knocked into the offside by Simpson. Completes another over. 33 for 4 now, Middlesex.
So we don't think Sam was listening to us anyway, or if he was, he's walked off.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? Aussie Sydney, isn't he? Bit of in excess. You're not looking at me blankly as in who are in excess, are you? This happens on you are as well. Lads, help. Oh, they're not listening either. In excess.
In excess, no.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
He went out with Kylie. What was his name again? Michael Hutchinson, that's it.
No, sorry.
Hutchins.
No idea.
Here's Hannon Dalby, right arm over, bowls. He's left alone outside the off stump, through to the keeper, 33 for 4. Who was with the other day? They didn't know who the Fugees were. Lauren Hill.
Oh, I know who they are.
Oh,
yeah, I've
thank
heard of
you.
them.
Oh, phew. In excess, there we go. I think I was with Gus Fraser the other day.
No, I've not heard of them.
Gus was going through what he'd been listening to on the bike that day at Lord's.
1977.
Was it? 77, that long?
Yeah.
I was only born in 78, but I still know who they are. Michael Hutchins, there we go.
No, sorry, lost me there.
Oh, it's great. Well, there you go. That's something for tonight for you. Here's Hannon Dalby in bowls, and this is eased into the offside, and there's no. But when kids don't know who the Fugees are, and Lauren Hill and Wycliffe Jean, so wait, you must know who he is. Oh, come on!
I think we need to stop now. I'm embarrassing myself.
This is desperate. This is absolutely desperate.
Yeah, I'm from the 90s.
Well, I kind of am from the 90s. 78, so I was 11 in 1990.
Yeah, no.
My siblings are 10 years older than me, so I think that gives me the 80s. But then, wait, hold on, the Fugees were late 90s. Here's Hannon Dalby's in, bowls, and this is eased. Down to deep third by Davies. It's a thick edge, it's not run away quickly. I mentioned the amount of moisture around the country the last few days, so just a couple. 35 for 4.
Yeah, very slow outfield here. Except the one that got hit through I think it was through the covers earlier. But that ran away. I think that was just because it was across the square. The old used wickets does tend to go a little bit quicker across them.
Famous Aussie bands, they're not easy to come up with actually. I've just googled them and I don't know many of them. Who could sound? Maybe it was just Kylie. Maybe he was listening to Kylie sound.
I know who Kylie is.
And then Dalby bowls, Davies defends into the offside and there's no run. I did not know, and if you say you don't know who these are, I did not know who I did not know AC/DC were Australian.
I didn't know that, but I know know
Okay.
who AC/DC are.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm going for your poker face here.
That's terrible, my poker face. But no, I've heard of them.
All crowded house. Good from Wilford. Did they come up on the list of famous Aussie bands that I've just put in? Yes, they do. They come up third. Wait, where's In Excess? They're Australian, aren't they? Oh, Phil Britt's perked up. The Seekers. One from the 20s. 1920s. Here's Hannon Dalby in bowls outside the off stump. Through to the keeper it goes. 35-4. Sorry, Phil, that was cheap. Very cheap.
Who else have we got? Anyone from the modern era?
The modern era. Oh, goodness me.
Men at
I
Work,
need to
I've
go and
heard
get
of
a proper
them.
job. I've heard of them. I couldn't
Oh,
tell you what they
DMAs. I know the DMAs. I've seen them.
Since 2012, DMAs, there we go. So we have to talk since 2012 in any musical reference. I'll ask him tonight, Rob. I'll see him and ask what he listens to.
Yeah.
I'll let you know tomorrow. I won't go near him at the moment. It's still a bit too soon after he was out, isn't it?
Oh, I got a leg slip.
Yeah, what did Gus say he was listening to on the bike? Adam Ant. No, you're definitely not going to know who Adam Ant
I've
was.
heard of.
Oh, you
I've
have?
heard of Adam Ant.
It's the kind of
yeah.
name that you should have heard of, isn't it? Even if you don't know what he's saying.
Yeah.
Hannon Dalby's in, bowls, and forward goes Davies. He pushed into the offside, no run. He said all this on the mic last week, so I'm not giving away his questionable music taste.
I think that's Danny Briggs just coming onto the field Jacob Bethel going off. Obviously missing out this game, Danny Briggs. More of a tactical change, I think. Seeing the pitch.
Northamptonshire 119 for 3 at Lancashire. What's going on there? 63 for Emilio Gay. Proctor 22. It was catching... Oh, let me tell you for definite now. It was. I'm just trying to think, was it catching Emilio Gay that... no, it was Whiteman, I think, when Eskenazi hurt his finger 2 weeks ago, but crucially he held on to the catch. De Carey's went off in that match, dropped on as well. Or injured his finger, but dropped it. Eskenazi held his. Oh, change of bowling. Ed Barnard.
Ed Barnard on from the pavilion end. We've got 3 slips in place now. As he's in round the wicket. Nice of full to start. Just worked into the offside for no run by Simpson. Got that extra fielder from slip that's moved into cover. So we've got point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg and 3 slips.
Ben Slater's nearing a century for Nottinghamshire. He's on 90. Nottinghamshire 153 for 2 against Kent. Again, that's a game that Middlesex will want to know about.
Barnard balls. This time a little straighter, worked off the hip into square leg. That's Ollie Hannon-Delby there running round from fine leg to pick the ball up and throw it in. It's 2 more to the score. Again, quite slow across that outfield there. It's probably a little bit longer that side as well. Although the boundary has been brought in from what it was last week.
All I was going to mention this morning, one of the wickets fell. So they had the leave blower out, but they were just drying the pitch with it.
As Barnard's in, a bit full this time, driven firmly through the covers, and that's going to race away for 4 to the boundary, shorter side. A little bit of a gift there, a bit of a half volley by Barnard. Simpson now on to 6.
Oh, not the pitch, sorry. Pitch, you kind of think of the track, don't you? But drying the outfields. But actually, all the way over where the hover cover is. So, and it looks really lush over there, doesn't it? Actually, looks one of the nicest bits of the ground.
It does,
It's
yeah.
well watered, clearly. But yeah, they were trying that with the leaf blower this morning. That's well over the boundary rope, because as you say, it's a big old boundary over to that side.
Barnard in again. This time, more pressing length as that one's just defended in the offside.
You're right about that cloud as well. Heading this way, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It's quite
It's
dark.
creeping this way. Just seeing the start of it now. Last little slither of blue over the city in the distance.
Just have a look at the old forecast. Although I feel like they change so often at the minute.
Didn't change enough at the weekend though, did they? Honestly.
No, they didn't. Barnard in again. This time defended firmly by Simpson. No run.
The one time you hope the forecast is going to be wrong, and it's right. All the times you look at the forecast.
Little bit of a chance of a shower between 3 and 4.
Well, the next few days, there are showers around, but I don't have to worry a great deal about them, depending on how well this passage up till tea goes, really. 4 down.
That's ball over then as Barnard's in. That one's just not back into the leg side. That completes it over. 41 for 4 then. Bethel's back onto the field.
Gave mention of that match in 2011 at Lord's against Kent, where it was fast forward cricket, and at one point you thought, oh, this could be done today. The big difference between that one and this one is, from memory, the players pretty much just carried on the T20 from the night before, so they went out and, you know, boom, 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 the bat was flying, but it was certainly seaming and swinging. You know, when Lord's does both, it's fun to be had, isn't it? So, yeah, it was doing a bit for sure that day, but also the batters themselves were playing their part because they were swinging for the heavens. But very much Simpson and Davies in this middle session now, trying to dig in for Middlesex, slow things down in the wickets column as Hannon-Delby begins the new over. He bowls and forward goes Davies, easing into the offside. There's no run. A couple of Division 2 scores I didn't give you, sorry. Glamorgan 145 for 1 at Derbyshire, who have Lewis Deploy captaining them, but he's off to Middlesex next year, Deploy. It's a good sign in that.
It's a big contract, that, isn't it? Is it a 4-year contract or something?
I'd assume they've offered him something good,
yeah, I think it's
lucrative
quite
in that sense.
A long contract, I saw.
And crucially as well, which was something I wasn't aware of until I read the release, that he was the highest paid player at whichever 100 team has picked him up. He was the biggest pick as on the back foot. Davis eases this one back up the track, 41 for 4. Middlesex, of course, having their own woes in the T20 this year, so that will be useful going forward for them. So it looks like a good signing. Yorkshire 113 without loss against Durham. Lythe 57, Bean 46, but they're off. The match delayed due to rain. I see us heading. Oh, it's at Scarborough. Of course it is. It's at Scarborough.
Scarbados.
Am I right in thinking? Now this one I'm going to have to look to the chaps to your left. There's Hannon Dolby, former Yorkshireman from Halifax. In he comes, bowls, and this is nudged fine of mid-on, but just in front of the short leg, who dived to his right. There was no great exclaim from it though. There's part of me that thinks tomorrow is the anniversary of Dave Callaghan's passing, day 2 of the game at Scarborough. I'm sure I heard something of it the other day. Famous Yorkshire commentator for so many moons. Yorkshire commentator, but Lancastrian as well. But only Callie. Only Callie could win him over like that. Great man, dearly missed. Dearly missed. In fact, we're in a commentary box of photos, aren't we? All the TMS greats on the wall. On the walls around us. And Dan Norcross. Sorry, Dan, tuned in. Here's here's a length ball. He's down, so deep backward square leg for a single. Simpson moves to 7, 43 for 4. He's the only one I know well enough to make the cheap gag to. Fellow man of Tooting. I keep threatening to go for a beer together, but we still haven't done it this year. In fact, I think since COVID, I'm not sure we've even got round to it. We must do it, he says.
Always the case. It's probably one of the biggest partnerships of the day, this, isn't it?
Me and Dan Norcross going for a pint of Tooting. I've probably put on a few more, yeah. Put away a few more. Hannon Dolby bowls. Davis is forward. So it's left alone. Angled across. 43 for 4.
Short leg now. Has come out. Helmet off. Back into a mid-wicket position. Regulation mid-wicket. Yeah, it's getting quite dark. Just wondering now. I think the floodlights have been switched on. They're still warming up. They're not that bright at the moment. But it is quite dark overhead. Dark clouds approaching us, but it looks beyond, it looks a lot brighter. Oh, that's a great
Oh, it is down the leg side, brilliant. Now is it? Oh well, we all heard the clip, didn't we? Was it bad on pads? Stunning catch down the leg side, not out's the call. 43 for 4. Sorry, we both jumped in on that one, didn't we? Excitement of it. Hannon Dolby has to turn back. Simpson comes down to have a chat at the end of the over though, isn't it? Davey survives.
Be interested to see that one back. That was a fantastic take there.
Well, the noise was clear, wasn't it?
Threw himself to the right, one-handed take.
Yeah, let's have a look. Last ball of the over. Oh, we've got the right angle on it down the leg side as well. It might not reveal. Let's see if we can zoom in on it a bit. Ooh, just clipped a bit of the pad. I'll tell you what, didn't have if it was just pads, was it full enough to be? Where it's a terrible height, isn't it, to judge LBW? But just looking at that angle from behind as well. There was it pitching in line as well and hitting. Ooh, if it wasn't out, caught down the leg side. How was it? How was the?
It's quite difficult to see from that angle. Here we go. That might be a better angle.
I've got a feeling it is just pad, but yeah, tough to give that one out. To be fair.
As Barnard's in, defended into the offside for no run. Floodlights getting a lot brighter now. I think they're needed, aren't they? It's quite dark out there.
Right on cue, the call from the fields. Lights on, there'll be a problem here.
Is that what they said?
Something along those lines. Yeah, it's oh dear. Could have a stoppage. Oh, big green crane's just come round over the top of the stand.
There's Barnard bowls. That one left alone outside off stump.
And I don't mean an unwell-looking bird. It's a look at it, sweeping around overhead. It must just be outside the back of. Well, you'd almost feel it was inside the ground. It's so close.
It might be on that development there, mightn't it?
The eye.
In the car park. Three slips in place here. As Barnard's approaching round the wicket to Simpson. Symes worked into the onside again. Will Rhodes, the captain, running round from mid-on to do the fielding. It's just the one. 44 for 4.
Just ringing to life, aren't they, the floodlights? What? I mean, there's obviously a pretty straightforward reason as to why they come on, you know, in batches rather than it just flicks and it goes on. I assume some sort of power surge or something, the way that they warm up. But why do they all? Why is it all random where they come on? You'd think it'd be like, all right, here's the top bit, then the middle bit, then the bottom bit.
Maybe they haven't put 50p in the meters. Behind our balls, just worked into the offside, no run. Davis now facing 46 deliveries. 10 to his name.
It's getting dark though, isn't it? It needs to come
dark.
on pretty quickly. Thing is, once they're full on, we're going to be straight away talking about the four shadows, aren't we?
Yeah, it was lovely and bright this morning. We've had a bit of sunshine.
It was clear blue sky first thing.
I think once this bit of cloud passes us, I don't think it looks too bad behind it. So that one's just defended into the onside by Davis.
Phil's not sure about the late 11s.
Bit of afternoon
He's
tea.
thinking about it though. There, I was just about to say, what do you call late 11s? There you go, afternoon tea. Go on, Phil, tuck in. You know you want to. Don't turn your nose up. Look, he likes the look of it, but he just doesn't want to let us know. There's somebody sass on them. They did get a little bit squashed, the
Fired
muffins.
in. Final ball we over. Bit fuller this time. And worked into the offside. There's a great bit of fielding there. Saves at least one run. That completes the over. 44 for 4.
All the fours.
All the fours.
44 for 4.
Right, Philly's going to come in now.
Thank you so much, Eve. I was just about to say, is it you or is it me? But I guess I can't even remember who started up after lunch. It was Eve. Phil's distracted. He's thinking about whether he does or doesn't. Now, this light doesn't look great here at Edgbaston. Let's hope that it doesn't delay, interrupt what's been a fascinating day so far. I mean, the batters won't tell you quite that it's been fascinating, but when wickets go like this, it's always fun to watch, isn't it? As Hannon Dolby's in, bowls, and Simpson's forward gets thrown in behind that. There's no run. He was nearly as solidly in behind that as Phil was behind those muffins to our left there. Hello, Phil.
Kevin, did you make those?
No.
No.
I mean, I know they look like something that I'd have made, but after somebody sat on them. I brought gifts for the commentary box. All right, they got a bit crushed in the bag.
Yeah.
On
Did
the
you
way in.
drive over them?
I was trying to turn the muffins into pancakes. Hannon Dolby bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone. 44 for 4. In excess. Can't believe Eve didn't know who In Excess was.
Who? Me?
No, Eve.
Oh, Eve.
I thought you were saying who were In Excess. Thought, don't you start.
Well, you wouldn't expect me to know. But you said there aren't many Australian bands, but
Well, go on.
I gave you one.
Who did you give me again?
The Seekers.
What did they sing?
Durham
song?
Town
Durham Town.
or something like that. It was Judith Durham was the lead singer. That wasn't Durham Town.
It wasn't something about Martin Emerson then. Here's Hannon Dolby in bowls, and this is eased away into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
That was Roger Whittaker, wasn't it, Durham Town?
Oh, really? Have we gone wrong already?
Yeah.
Do I need to look it up now for you? The Seekers, what did they say?
They'll never find another you. Or I'll
Well,
never
I know
find
that. Shall I look up the Seekers song?
Yeah, I'll never find another you. Gosh, it's gone dark out there, hasn't it?
It has. It has. 4 slips, crouch down. As this is full, and Simpson drives wide of mid-off. Lovely shot. 48 for 4. It's going to pop over the 2 boundary ropes, where the rope just joins together and they overlap each other. So it's go over 2 boundary ropes there.
Shot of the innings. I think that and Rob Yates's drive off the first ball of the morning, which preceded all the trauma to follow, are the 2 shots of the day so far.
The carnival is over.
Yep.
Well, it is for the batters here, isn't it? When the stars begin to fall. These bring back memories for you, Phil.
No, those don't.
Hannah Dolby hits the crease, bowls. Oh, it's a good leave by Simpson, a late thought of a leave. And they even sing one called I Am Australian. There we go, as if we needed confirmation. Strong Aussie bands.
There you are. I'll never find another you.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That was their first hit.
And the last by the looks of it.
No, they had loads. They came back as the News Seekers.
Did they?
Yeah.
They obviously didn't
And
find what they were looking for the
that's
first time.
Judith Durham.
And what did you say? Durham Town?
No, that was somebody else. That was,
right. Okay,
I got her mixed up
I
with
see.
the name of the song.
Hannah Dolby from the City Andy Bowls, and right behind this, Simpson pushes away into the offside. Oh, is it raining? It just
They're
felt
not going
like
to be on here for long.
it's just got very
Ground
dark.
staff are down by the hover cover.
Yeah, it's raining, isn't it? I thought I
Yeah.
saw a bit of something in one of the dark patches. People are scattering.
They wouldn't want to get anything on the wicket
Oh,
and
well
make
done.
it difficult to play on, would
Ah,
they?
look, Warwickshire don't want to come off because they've just run up, handed the stuff to the umpire who are about to talk about the rain, and then run off again, i.e. we're not going off, umps. And the umpires have agreed, we go on, which is good news.
Get some
Gear on with it.
Get some rain onto this wicket, liven it
Yeah,
up
yeah,
a bit.
yeah, it's a bit
That's what
dead.
it needs.
Yeah, it needs some help, this track.
Gone into a state. We haven't had a wicket for about 25 minutes.
Well, the ground staff are poised.
Yep.
The hover cover's ready to go. They just need the nod. It felt, I thought, you could just, in a dark patch of the ground, it felt like you were seeing a trickle of rain.
Barnard in and bowls, and Davis runs this one away into the offside. No run. The shadows of the floodlights really.
Sorry, I can't read that. It's Jed Scott downstairs on the live text team. Jed, I'm never reading that, but thank you for trying to get me to read it. I'll never find another you. It was a play on that, shall we say.
Oh, right. Thanks, Jed. 48 for 4. Barnard's in and bowls, and that one rockets past the outside of rises, and Davis does really well to get the bat out of the way of it as he jumps back, and the ball which lifted and, through to Burgess, a real snorter.
Great minds think alike. Jed was on the same train of thought as Eve about the highest, the highest stand of the match, which he then puts in brackets, beating the 16 from Burgess and Barnard.
We've got two batsmen in double figures. We haven't had that either before. This next one is a big shout for DW, but not out. Rob Bailey not persuaded.
Long way across there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Round the wicket to him as well. Left-hander Simpson comes down to have a natter. Goodness me, it's that light at the moment where it feels like somebody's just about to turn the tap and the heavens are going to open. So we're either going to be lucky and this is just sat in front of the sun but not immediately over our head and it's just going to pass to one side, or yeah, here we go, they're having a chat again. It's really dark.
Yeah, the umpires, they're offering.
Yeah, we're off. Simpson's walking already, but I actually think we're going to be all right here because it's one, like I say, it's one of those situations with a really, really heavy rain cloud on an otherwise pretty bright sky.
Are they coming off for the rain or are they coming off for the light?
The light, I think, it's got really dark, really dark, really quickly. But I think it's just one isolated rain cloud immediately in front of the sun at the moment, and the light has dipped so dramatically. I mean, the hover cover's not coming on, so it's not rain.
So is he going off now to fetch
the light meter?
The light meter.
Well, he probably walked out there in the glorious sun this morning and thought we're fine. The ground staff are thinking about starting up the hover cover, and I think the head groundsman might have given it the nod.
He's got to be really careful here because if he takes a reading,
and it's late,
and the light has lifted, because it's actually.
Well, he's going to have to hurry up before the hover cover gets out there.
Here he comes. He's not got the light meter with him.
Well. I don't think we'll be off for long, though. I think that this is that one really dark cloud that we've been watching for a while. It's blown overhead, but fortunately it hasn't given us any rain. It's just causing a problem for the light. So hopefully, wherever the rain, I mean, this is the kind of cloud that should be tipping it down right now. So I assume over the back of the ground, or it's going to tip it down in a minute in the distance. Fortunately, it's not depositing it on us at the moment. So I think we'll be back on.
I don't think it's as dark as when they went on, when they stopped. I don't think the light's as bad.
Oh, the intrigue.
So he's going to take a reading.
And it's better than when they went off.
It's better than when they stopped playing.
Oh, an umbrella's gone up. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, their umbrellas are going up on the far side. You can hear the hover cover's nearly there now. So it's not just a precaution, the hover cover, but I think that this, I mean, they've moved relatively quickly, the clouds, haven't they? So I think we could be back on quite soon here. I'm not convinced this will be a long delay.
Well, there was some rain forecast for around between 2 and 3, and that's pretty much what they're getting. There's a band of rain coming through. In fact, they've stretched it out now till 4 o'clock. So, originally today it was completely clear.
Well, it was. Oh, look, there we go. We stopped. So just shy of the track. So the hover cover's not going on. It's there in case it rains. I think we're going to be straight back on here. Although the head groundsman's now pointing this, that and the other. Although, to be fair, Warwickshire want to be bowling at the moment, so he should be pointing and saying, yeah, look, over there, it's going to be fine in a few minutes. We can get back out. No need for the hover cover. It's there and in position in case it needs to be, which is quite right. But they haven't put it on yet, so we could just as easily. We just need that one. Again, it's one cloud, isn't it? It's that odd light you get when the whole horizon is all bright as it is here. I mean, it's not blue sky, but it's very thin, bright cloud. And there's one particularly dark cloud hanging over us, and you get that really odd light then, don't you? Where I don't know, it almost feels like twilight or something, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's. I've seen them with the floodlights on. I've seen them playing a lot worse than this.
Yeah.
To me, at the moment, it's certainly not as bad as it was.
It's almost dull light rather than bad light,
Yeah.
isn't it? Just because of the rest of the sky is making it quite bright. But then I guess we have a position up here. We get this at Lords as well, where you have the big stands kind of climb upwards at Lords, don't they? So they create that kind of bowl down below, and then you sit up in the media centre and you look at all the blue sky in the background and you think, what's wrong with the light? You know, it's gorgeous. But actually, you then go down pitch level and you think, oh yeah, it is a bit dark, isn't it, down here? So maybe there's an element of that. 'Cause I mean, this stand here now really does climb up and over the ground, doesn't it?
This particular one, the rest of the ground's pretty open.
Oh, the old days when we used to sit in the old shed over
the
there.
other side.
Was
yeah.
it called the Possing Shed? Was it ever called the Possing
No, the
Shed
potting
here?
shed was up here.
Oh,
that
was
was
it?
up on the roof of the old pavilion. No, that wasn't the potting shed. That
So we went from the Possing Shed to
you went
to the
from
city
there
end.
to the city end,
Yeah.
and we were over in just by the side of the old press box stand.
In the Possing Shed, playing in excess. Those are the days.
But,
Richard, have you got an update to do? I'm still nattering to Phil because I haven't seen him for so long, and I think we're going to be back on soon. But
I think absolutely for sure.
Richard's not so sure. He thinks we could be off for a while. Early tea, late 11s.
Yeah, you can tuck into those.
Well, I can see that the three of you, are absolutely clambering to get first pick. Savage Garden. Australian band. There we go. What did they sing? Truly Madly Deeply. That was a movie as well, wasn't it? Of the same. Was there any link between the movie and the? No idea. It's brightened up, right? I've just looked at Richard and I've turned around and looked out in the middle. It's definitely brightened up. That's a lot brighter now than it was just from turning my head around to talk to Richard about obscure Australian bands. And this is all Sam Robson's fault. He was probably just listening to us anyway. He wasn't listening to Aussie music. It's definitely brightened up. That cloud is passing on away over the back of
That's the Hollies.
That's the Hollies, isn't it?
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought the Hollies was exposed. That was why I hesitated, but it is the Hollies.
Well, it is.
Well, the front
covering
is.
Doesn't cover a huge amount.
Is it for show?
It's about, and the rain when it comes, which it often does, from as we look down from our left into the right, it gets under that cover. So
Now, there's
2/3 of it would get wet.
the weird thing about this, Phil, is it is definitely lighter than when they came off. Now, your theory is it was lighter than when they took the meter than it was when they came
By
off.
the time he remembered he hadn't got a light meter to be able to go and do it.
But it's definitely lighter than when they eventually did put the
Oh,
light
yeah.
meter on. So why aren't we playing? Because we played in much, much, much darker than this.
And also, I think the standard they've set up is, to be honest, if that now, because if it gets any worse than that, they've got to come off, haven't they?
I'm going to defend umpire Bailey because he's a nice bloke. But I do think it's one of those odd ones in cricket, isn't it? When you get that really, or say in cricket, in life, when you get that really heavy cloud just sitting over the sun and the rest of the sky is quiet, all of a sudden it's all good. You're walking down the street and you haven't got your umbrella and the light all of a sudden goes and you go, I know what kind of light this is. I'm going to get soaked now. You know that kind of light. There you go. The smell, you can smell
I don't
the rain.
know
It's got that big sniff
I'm
there.
usually in the car, so it makes no odds. It can do what it likes. I've got to say, rarely do I.
The
go
light when
down
you think, I hope the windscreen wipers are working.
Yes.
You can just it did. It felt as though somebody was just about to twizzle the knob, and that was it.
If the
The
weather's
rain, the tap was about to go, and the rain was about to pour down here.
if the weather's ever like that, my wife tends to go out and do the shopping.
You're a bad man. You really are. You send the leaves next door to the neighbours. Your wife out to do the shopping in bad light.
I don't think Rob Bailey here is to blame for this.
You think it's the other fella?
Hassan Adnan.
But there's a senior umpire, and the senior umpire's Rob, surely.
Well, you would have thought so, but it wasn't him who made that decision. The other guy, Hassan Adnan, came
No,
running
it must
across.
have been well, he was probably sent because
He
he's
was
the
sent
younger
to
fella.
get. No, but he sort of
pulled
came
rank, didn't
running
he? He said,
across
"You're going to
like
go
the
and
light."
get it.
To me, Rob Bailey was quite happy to carry on playing.
I can't understand why we're not playing at the moment. It's so much lighter. But the senior umpire, Rob's clearly the senior umpire, so he's got call out there. They're talking with the head groundsman. Surely the head groundsman's saying, get him on. Which is rare from a head groundsman, but Warwickshire will want to be bowling in this. Yep, here we go. Surely, that's it. Umpires are going back out.
They're
They're going to take another meter reading.
They're going to do another reading. I don't think you need to be Brain of Britain to see that the lights
It's brightened up. Yeah, but what if they tell us now, it hasn't got any better? Then their dongle's broken.
What did we set it at with Rob? Oh, I can't remember.
Yeah. Did you note it down?
Oh, let's just have a guess.
It's so much
Do you
brighter
know-
now than it was. What's going on?
When you
Come on,
see
guys.
this messing about,
Yeah, oh, was that a little wave? No, it would have needed to have been a bigger wave than that, wasn't it? Was that
actually,
little
the
1
first thing
minute thing
they'll do
held
is
up?
they'll start the hover cover up and get it moved.
Well,
up,
yeah.
you would think.
I mean, Warwickshire, we're desperate to be bowling at the moment, so you'd have thought they'd have moved the hover cover on because the rate. I mean, if that cloud that was over us didn't deposit rain, then nothing's going to.
That's right.
So you'd have thought they'd get the hover cover out, but then it takes seconds to get the hover cover out of the way. Come on, umps.
God,
Look, here we go. They're turning, and they're going to say hover cover's coming off. And I'd imagine they're just going to walk to the bottom of the dressing room and say 5 minutes, lads.
oh, for goodness
Is that it?
sake. What?
I mean, we what have we lost? 10 minutes maybe, but we probably only need to lose 5. So it's not absolutely the end of the world, but there you go, noting it all down.
Oh, hang on. There's another stop.
They're noting it down. Has he forgotten his pen now as well? So they have notepads still, or do they have tablets out there?
I shouldn't think so.
Notepads. When was the last time you used a notepad?
Me?
Yeah. Like a proper notepad though, one of the ones where you flip the top and you scribble away. And,
No, I haven't used one for yonks.
that's what they're still using out there as an umpire Bailey. Little black book for umpire Bailey. Speaking of little black books, a man who has loads of them. For what reasons, I do not know. Richard Wilford's about to come on and do an update, isn't he? So I'm going to have to get out of the way.
Umpires
Oh, there we go. What? How many? 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Was that 3?
So why have they
3
come
minutes.
off? Why didn't they just stay out there?
That's great. And the weird thing is, he signalled 3 minutes with his little finger to his middle finger. Well,
Yeah.
if you were signalling 3, do you not do that with your 3 middle fingers?
Why?
But he did it with his 3 minutes, like that. There you go. Anyway, I'll let you and Richard ponder the mysteries of life.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, it's so the hover cover is off the field and has been parked over in front of the stand over to our left. It's been left just off over the boundary, just so it's nice and handy.
I think some of the things have been conflated here a little bit in that I think there is a threat of rain. I think the threat of rain will continue for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get some. The level of light for which they went off for is going to potentially be a thorn in their side in the next 2 days because it was a bit brighter than normally you'd expect to see them off. And it also felt like a junior umpire. But it's given Warwickshire a chance just to collect their thoughts. How many more overs they can get out of Hannon Dolby, who's bowled 9 in a row, 1 before lunch, 8 after, but he is very much the senior bowler in this. Barnard in his 3rd. Henry Brooks hasn't been used yet, but he's going to have to show some real discipline when it comes to his turn. But it says everything about today's cricket that at 48 for 4, you're worried that Middlesex are getting away. If you're from a Warwickshire perspective, if you're a Middlesex supporter, you're not happy yet. You don't want to waste away the huge advantage given to you by Ethan Bamber and Toby Rowland-Jones earlier in the day. A couple of wickets for Ryan Higgins as well. So, intriguingly poised. Very odd 10-minute break.
Yes, I agree with you. Very odd.
So if you finish Barnard's over, it should mean that the next over is in my sweet spot for the report. If not, I'll let you know.
Okay, well, it's going to be Barnard who has got 3 more deliveries in this, his 3rd over. And he will be bowling to Jack Davis, who is on 10.
See if this has interrupted the mental flow of the batsmen who've been together for a while with a stand of 17, the 2nd highest of the match.
Yeah. Yeah, here's Barnard. Oh no, and he's stopped by Rob Bailey. Just in his run-up, he just started to come in. I think everybody's ready now. Rob Bailey's ready, the batsman's ready, and here comes Barnard. Round the wicket to the left-hander, in and bowls, and that first ball goes past the outside edge of Davis's defensive push forward and through to Burgess, who is standing up to the stumps. 12 runs in arrears at the moment. They've got 6 wickets in hand on this extraordinary day of cricket, where we've had 108 runs and we've lost 14 wickets in the process. There's Barnard trying to make it 15 wickets is in to Davis, who turns this one to mid-wicket and fielded by Dan Mosley. There's no run. So we've got 3 slips, a backward point, short cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. So Warwickshire can't afford, don't think, to let Middlesex get too far away. There's plenty in the wicket. There's particularly Roland Jones showed early on this morning. This one is a beauty from Barnard. Goes past again. Has Davis across his stumps, and in the end in no sort of position at all as the ball goes flying through, and well taken by Burgess standing up. End of another over, 48 for 4.
Well, both ends of that 15-minute over, Ed Barnard's been a bit unlucky. Henry Brooks is coming on for the first time today, so Hannon Dolby's initial spell ends at 2 for 21 from 9 overs. Struck in each of his first 2. Robson for a duck, Eskenazi for no score. But these two are trying to push Middlesex at first alongside and then into the lead. 48 for 4, they trail by 12. Brooks has the capacity to produce the goods. Only his second championship match for the Bears this season. Had a game or 2 for Derbyshire. Played in the majority of the T20 games and had some very good games and some less good games. It can be a game changer in that format, and he comes into bowl now and immediately draws an edge that goes along the deck from Simpson down towards third slip, where it's picked up by Bethel. Bethel with a place in the slips currently vacated by Dan Mosley. He's still recovering from the damage he did to the webbing of his hand in the final group game of the T20 against Durham. So he finds himself as an outfielder.
Henry Brooks guilty of being a bit, being very expensive at times, but I felt he tightened things up a bit towards the end of the T20.
And now to bowl to Simpson. Thick outside edge goes to Barnard at backward point. Update listeners now to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR when it ticks across to 3 minutes past. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, not on a day where 14 wickets have already fallen. Middlesex are 48 for 4, and they're still 12 runs behind the Bears' paltry total of 60, but there's still plenty of help for the seamers as well. 2 wickets each for Ollie Hannon Dolby and Mir Hamza in this Middlesex reply. Earlier, Ethan Bamber, with really good controlled seam bowling, took 5 Bears wickets. Only 4 players got into double figures. Ed Barnard top scored with 14. It is not an easy surface for the batsman at all. Middlesex 48 for 4, trail by 12. There we go. We got through it succinctly, and Simpson survived another ball from Brooks without any alarm. And he comes in once more, back of a length just outside off stump, allowed to go through to Michael Burgess.
This is almost unheard of at Edgbaston in county cricket. Over the last few years, it's been some of the wickets, particularly on the Hollies side of the square, have been really big run accumulating wickets. And, it's most unusual to see a wicket like this one.
I suppose maybe that's part of the desire to leave a bit of grass on. Also, it's been very wet in preparation for this game. Outside off stump, thick inside edge will squirt out behind square on the leg side. Mosley comes in from the boundary, but another run to Simpson. He's 13, 49 for 4. Yeah, there have been a few feather beds on this side of the square where the wicket is. Seen some big runs. I think Chris Wright almost made 100 somewhere just over there against Sussex a few years ago. Laurie Evans made a double.
We've had a couple of games where on the tea time on the 4th day of an uninterrupted game, they've only just got through the first innings of the side batting second. been real wickets to the premium.
Not like to be an early handshake in this one, as pushing forward in defence is Davis, who's had a bit of fortune, but he's still there on 10. 49 for 4 at the end of the over. I mean, look, we know there's going to be a bit of weather around in the next couple of days, but this match is going to produce a result one way or another, and it wouldn't be a huge surprise if second innings totals were bigger than first, if it just settles down a bit. I'd like to say it looks a bit paler than it did when it started out this morning, but it's not had much sun on it, so not an enormous amount of change to the appearance.
When you look on the on the screen on the live feed, you can see the green in the wicket. It's really noticeable. Barnard starts a new over his 4th on his way into John Simpson. He's in and bowls, and Simpson is defending that one. And these two just steadying the ship a bit for the visiting side. Not looking in quite so much trouble.
It's been interesting as you and Kevin have been sort of flapping around the concept of Australian bans.
Mm-hmm.
And
no, hang on. No, Kevin brought the subject up. I had to throw.
It was Kevin and Eve initially. I accept.
Yes,
no,
yeah,
I accept.
I threw one out which nobody had heard of.
No, we'd heard of the Seekers.
Sam Robson is getting the blame as this one is played into the onside by Simpson. There's no run.
The Seekers were very much a band that played in black and white, so that was part of it. But what I'm saying is that none of you had yet gone down the Bee Gees line, and I found that a little bit surprising. Bee Gees.
Bee Gees are Australian.
Yeah.
Well, they were. I take your point that they can be called Australian. They're sort of Anglo-Australian, weren't they? Barnard Ian bowls, and that goes past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Just playing inside the line there, Simpson. 49 for 4.
And while all that was going on, my teenage daughter has sent me the picture of the Harry Styles merchandise that she'd really love me to buy. So it's been that sort of musical hour, really.
Is he Australian?
No. He was, well, see now, generally considered to be from Manchester, but was born in Redditch. I just pointed that out.
All the best.
This one, Simpson covers up and runs it down to mid-on, where Hamza does the fielding. No run. 49 for 4 it remains. It's still cloudy. It's the light's perfectly playable at the moment. This cloud a little bit higher. The floodlights are still on, so we have that little brief break. 49 for 4 as one has. Next one, Simpson plays out into the offside, and there's no run.
The controversy about the Bee Gees, though, of course, they were born in the Isle of Man, but they were raised in Australia, had Australian accents. Yeah, Jed Scott from Online claims he claims everybody's from Lancashire. He really does. Kylian Mbappe, Lancastrian. Shane Warne, Lancastrian.
Here's Barnard. Ian bowls outside the off stump. No shot offered. Ball goes through to a tumbling Michael Burgess. End of another over. 49 for 4. These two have added 18 and taken Middlesex within 11 runs of the Warwickshire total of 60.
14 wickets in the day. Plenty of overs left. We're not halfway through the day in terms of overs remaining. We've still got 51 to go today, which is extraordinary. And Jed also saying Georgie Girl was the Seeker's best hit, and apparently Judith Durham was Jed's first love. Lovely drive here from Jack Davis. He's been stuck on 10 for quite a while. He may get 4 here. Davis hasn't given up the chase, but I think he gets a fingertip on it and then it rolls rather apologetically onto the rope. So the 50 is up for Middlesex, and they've lost just 4 wickets along the way. The Bears were already 9 down by the time they reached 50. Jed also makes the point that the Seekers had no connection to the new Seekers. I think that was...
Really?
That was, yeah. There you go. Well, they did have it. The one connection they had is that one of the same words was in their name.
Two, the.
Well, it depends whether they were
The Seekers, they were called.
Was it the New Seekers? I don't know. Or just New Seekers?
No, I think they were the New Seekers.
Well, my dad was a Judith Durham fan as well. And Roger Whittaker, for that matter, as he got them.
I didn't know Roger Wicked liked them.
As this one back of a length and goes past the outside edge of Davis's back. Good response from Brooks.
Could your dad whistle then?
Good, actually. Yeah.
Roger Whittaker was one of the best whistlers.
He did, yeah. Well, it saved on writing lyrics to some extent.
He was really... Actually, I went to see him a couple of times. He was really good.
Well, my dad was a bit of a sort of crooner at talent competitions in the 50s and 60s, and he'd do Pat Boone songs and that sort of thing. So that's really throwing it back in the day. Davis awaits Brooks once more, very full, but he's able to push that out up towards mid-off. Alex Davis stoops down one-handed to pick up. It's getting brighter again at the moment, but there are one or two more dark clouds that may just come close over the course of the next hour. In theory, T is going to fall sometime around 4:20, 4:25 if we get no further interruptions. Brooks with a white band across his left wrist, in again, turned without any timing into the leg side by Davis. It got a bit big on him as he tried to steer it towards mid-wicket. And it's picked up by Hannon Dolby coming in from mid-on, 53 for 4. It's not a full-strength Bears attack, and they'll certainly rue the injury that Chris Rushworth suffered here last week.
Yeah, he just pulled up after the second ball of his over, and that was the end of Chris.
Brooks full, driven neatly by Davis. That's crisp, and even the slow outfield won't allow Hannon Dolby to get that chase. It was very full, and without too much backlift, he just neatly pushes it in between the two fielders. That's a good hit. 57 for 4. This partnership worth 26.
Top one of the match. That's gone too, isn't it?
Yeah, those last two boundaries have done it. You need a bit of fortune on a day like this, on a difficult surface, difficult overhead conditions. And yeah, Davis has got away with a run out, and now he's starting to make the most of his opportunity, although Brooks beats the edge. Again, second time in the over, a really good response from Henry Brooks, who hasn't done a lot wrong in that over to have gone for 2 boundaries, but Middlesex on 57 for 4, trailed by just 3.
Yeah, 18 to Davis, 13 to Simpson, who's on strike.
Really unfussy innings so far from Simpson, isn't it? We're not seeing much beat his edge. He's got the experience just to put anything behind him anyway if it does. And he's played a lot of useful hands for Middlesex this year. I mean, as Kevin will point out, he's had to.
Yeah.
He's had to.
Bonner continues from the pavilion end. He's into bowl, and Simpson has nothing to do with this one. He just takes the bat inside and lets the ball go through to the keeper. Over the years, though, he's scored very useful runs down the order for Middlesex.
In terms of the context of the game, that 13 not out can be a tidy innings at this point, but it really is, because crease occupation, get the bowlers through their overs, get the ball a bit older, and you've got a chance to build a substantial lead after the hard work of the morning.
This next one sees Simpson punching it away into the offside, where Brooks comes in and does the fielding, and there's no run.
Not seeing much off the seam now.
I haven't got the picture you're looking at. There's nothing much happening on that.
No, not now. Probably the ball's doing least, and they're only about 9-10 balls away from having batted as long as Warwickshire did.
Barnard is in and bowls, and this is turned away. This is going to be certainly 1. It goes down to deep backward square leg, and they get back for 2. Well run. As ball's flicked back towards the stumps, and has to become fetched from slip, but they don't get an overthrow. So Middlesex have moved within just a single of equaling Warwickshire's first innings score. They're 59 for 4.
Just stretching his right leg there, Simpson. I don't know whether he just planted it awkwardly on the turn there, coming back for the second. But he's all right again.
Barnard turns his way in and bowls outside the off stump. And again, no shot offered. I did think Barnard would be really difficult to play and would get quite a bit of success on here. I just wonder whether he's generally just been a little bit too wide outside the off stump.
I think he's had a bit of bad luck. I thought the over that was split by that bad light intrusion was a pretty tidy one. Can skid it through a bit.
He's in his 5th over as he turns and comes in, bowls, and Simpson covers this one up right behind it, just plays it back up to mid-off. And there's no run. Alex Davis does the fielding. So we're about halfway through the day, very nearly, in terms of overs. And this game has moved on a huge amount. Mehmaz beginning to warm up again. This one outside the off stump, but again, no shot offered or needed. And the ball goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, Mir Hamza's next spell has got to come whilst the ball is still new enough to maybe do something. That one did. There was a bit of outswing from Barnard. That last one, kind of halfway through the day, I think it's worth just from the point of view of people who follow West Midlands sport, just paying tribute to somebody who may not have been a cricketer but who loved this game and who, during his tenure as Birmingham City manager, used to have games against Warwickshire. There used to be an annual cricket match between Birmingham City and Warwickshire, but I think everybody in West Midlands sport touched by the loss yesterday of Trevor Francis. I know you're a Birmingham City supporter yourself, Phil. I cover the club, but he was a very regular visitor here as Brooks starts a new over. Covering up off stump is Davis, guided out into the leg side, and there's no run. I've seen him here for championship days of cricket. He really enjoyed the international games. He loved coming down to the test match here, did Trevor, and just somebody who became a massive Warwickshire supporter in the same way that he never grew away from Birmingham City, even when he left the club at the age of 25 was it when he went to Nottingham Forest. So everybody so hurt by yesterday's sad news as Brooks comes in to bowl, left alone outside off stump by Davis.
Now I can echo that, Richard. I sat on a couple of committees with him, voluntary committees here at the ground on a couple of different projects. A charming man. He'd got absolutely no edge to him at all. I remember him looking to me one day, we were talking about some stuff, and he said, I really don't know whether I'm qualified to actually even be part of this committee, which really was, and quite the reverse. He was perfectly right to be there. But I saw his first home game for Birmingham.
Brooks, back of a length, guided into the leg side, no run.
And that season he got into the Birmingham side as a 16-year-old, and towards the end of the season scored all those goals, and people were just going, and everybody was talking about this young 16-year-old who was a phenomenal talent. It was so sad.
He was an unorthodox striker for an English player, had a lot of pace, suited what the old style number 8 position. Not a huge shock actually, he did so well playing abroad when he was at Sampdoria and Atalanta, but he's going to be much missed, Trevor Francis, round this ground. And so Brooks bowls down the leg side and it's parried by Burgess, does enough to prevent a bye. Probably wish he'd taken it cleanly, but he's done very well and gets the right round of applause for it. Middlesex still behind by just that one run. From the Bears' point of view, this is a bit of a lull, and Will Rhodes has got to think about what he can do to break this up. Certainly Mir Hamza is making every indication that he's about to return to the attack. That's probably timely. As Brooks approaches once more, edged, and that's a very good catch by Yates. Almost having to fend it off in front of his face. Brooks makes that breakthrough in a moment that the Bears were just starting to get a little bit flat. Breaks at the biggest stand of the day, which was worth 28. And Davis, who had a couple of lives, is gone for 18. Caught Yates, bowled Brooks, 59 for 5.
Terrific catch by Rob Yates. Flew towards it, had his face and both hands to it. It was as much in self-preservation as anything, but really did take a spectacular catch because that flew off the outside edge, and very well taken. And Yates has had a phenomenal season at slip. Had a quite match. I don't think he got a catch go his way in the last game against Lancashire, but he's made up for it in this game, a couple already in this game. And a much needed wicket just to keep the pressure on Middlesex, the 15th wicket of the day. And Warwickshire still have that slim 1-run lead, but just when we were saying we're beginning to get settled, it just shows a little bit of extra bounce, and that's the spot that Brooks needs to bowl in, and getting the just reward for it.
Yeah, in the moment of greatest need, they found themselves a wicket. So with Mir Hamza about to come back into the attack, Ryan Higgins coming out to bat, it's going to be another interesting section. That's just the boost that Henry Brooks needed as well. It's a good delivery.
Yeah, it's good to see Brooks playing first team cricket. This is what he needs to be doing.
And again, approaching down the wicket comes Higgins. He's a bit of the latest batsman to attempt that tactic, and he scuffs it off the inside edge of the bat towards mid-wicket. End of a successful over, 59 for 5. Middlesex. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC WM, Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club. After the next over, Phil, if maybe we'll bring Eve back in after you've described this over.
Okay.
Kevin Hand is with us from BBC London. Eve Jones is the captain of Central Sparks, star of the Warwickshire team. Bit of England Day this summer as well. Oh, she's allowed herself a smile there. She doesn't like you saying nice things about her, but genuinely makes her uneasy.
Barnard in and bowls to Simpson, who pushes it away into the offside, and of course she's off to the 100 this weekend.
Off to the 100, yeah.
Get,
you're phoenixing, I'm presuming. Yeah. That wicket has just allowed them to delay the re-entry of Mir Hamza. So Barnard, he's bowled fine, gets another over here. I like it when sports people who are really good can't take a compliment. It's quite sweet, really, isn't it? Can't take a compliment. You get that sometimes with people who do really well and are really then quite uneasy when you interview them about how well they've done. It's really quite nice.
Barnard bowls, and this one whips past through to Burgess, and again Simpson covering up just outside the off stump, not having to play it again.
Just a little bit of deviation off the seam now for Barnard.
I'd like to see that line just a little bit closer to make him actually have to play.
Yeah.
He's being allowed to let just get inside the line of too many at the moment.
Well, you look at the line that Bamber bowled for his 5 wickets, which he probed the off stump throughout.
This one, that's a better one, and Simpson actually has to play that one, fielded off his own bowling as he followed through by Barnard.
I think I'm largely avoiding being on air with Kevin today because anything could happen. Anything could happen.
Yeah,
he's not wearing socks because it's July.
He's just been in the back room, baking some more cakes, so that's all right.
I don't know where on earth he purloined those cakes from. Crikey.
In comes Barnard. Oh, that's a beauty. It goes through, and again Simpson holds the pose as he looked at that one just outside the off stump, just enough movement to leave the Middlesex keeper through to Michael Burgess. It's still the 1-run lead that Warwickshire have. It's still not easy. One thing for sure, that it's a difficult wicket to bat on, as Barnard in, ball again outside the off stump, and again through to Burgess. Just 1 ball to go in this over. The floodlights are on. The light is significantly better, and in fact there's a little bit of blue sky up to our left.
Actually is, yeah, quite a small patch.
And there's no sign of the ground staff. They've all gone back to their little dugout seats. Keeping out the way as Barnard in, good delivery, which makes Simpson turn the ball to mostly at mid-wicket. End of the over, 59 for 5. After Richard, it'll be Eve Jones.
Thank you very much, Phil. We'll revolve our stock, rotate our stock throughout. Eve has to disappear during the evening session. In fact, the tea interval now is going to be so late, it may well be around then she has to go for. She's got to do training. She's a professional, you know. But let's hope it out, has you?
There's no rest.
Yeah. I didn't say for the wicket because that would have been really
I was going to
unfair
say
on
that,
you.
but
No, that would be really rough. That would be really rough. Henry Brooks, boosted by a wicket on the 5th ball of his 3rd over, will now bowl to the right-handed Higgins, and Higgins takes a hand off the bat as he clips that up towards mid-on. Across comes Hannon Dolby to do the fielding. Hasn't been a dull moment really today. I mean, it was the quietest passage of play, and then we've just seen that 5th wicket go down.
yeah, it's been all go, hasn't it, today? I think all the time we've been on the edge of the seat, waiting for something to happen, and something has happened.
You warned Chloe, as you hear on day 3, that she might have a lot of work to do by the time we get to there, as Brooks back of a length, guided down towards point, off his toes by Higgins, just stood up tall.
Yeah,
Couldn't get it past Barnard.
Day 3 and day 4?
Well,
At
day
the
4 is a
moment.
very optimistic
Well, yeah.
claim, yeah, but
She might have a day off.
I mean, you never know with these games. Stranger things have happened. That you see a low-scoring first innings, and then teams do considerably better in the second. If the Bears can get Middlesex out for under 150, they'll feel they've got themselves back into the game to some extent, but they're going to have to bat well. Less would be better for their point of view, as an edge goes down towards point, but it's along the deck from Higgins. Full of ball from Brooks. Barnard takes a while to pick himself up, as after all he is mid-spell, which doesn't help. Actually,
Yeah,
no, look at it. Is that Barnard, or is that? It's usually Barnard there.
He usually, I think I can
No,
see
it
the
is.
3.
I think it is, isn't it?
I think I can see the 3 of his number 30.
I'm just trying to locate the skipper. The skipper at cover.
Yeah.
Will Rhodes at cover. Yeah, I think it's in fact he took a tumble mid-spell that's done for him there. As oh gosh, he's walking down the wicket again there, Higgins, and leaves a ball outside off stump. And then Hassan Adnan, the umpire, goes for a wander. You don't always see this from umpires. You know how batsmen sort of walk to square leg in between deliveries. He's gone across to Ollie Hannon Dolby. You may well still be chuntering for the caught down the leg side appeal on Jack Davis, which I've got a fair feeling that he got a chunk off.
Do you reckon? It was very difficult to see from where we are. And
yeah, the replay in front, it certainly didn't look like it hit any pad.
he looked pretty convinced, didn't he?
Brooks in again, thick inside edge from Higgins, but it doesn't get away from square leg. Mosley picks up, and then almost like a Pete Sampras jump smash, the slam dunk shot. He jumps up and throws the ball down into the hands of Michael Burgess. It was very agile from Mosley.
It was. He did well to save a single there, because he had to run around the umpire at square leg.
One of 4 players today so far to have been dismissed for a duck. Will Rhodes, Dan Mosley, Sam Robson and Stevie Eskenazi. Ryan Higgins would like not to be the 5th as Brooks comes in and he steers it down to point, but there's no run. Good over that from Brooks, right sort of line, probing, testing him.
Yeah, you've got to just keep asking questions at this stage, haven't you? Obviously, just 1 run behind now, Middlesex. They'll try and want to capitalise on their brilliant bowling performance this morning. Try and get a good first innings lead. Obviously, Warwickshire doing pretty well themselves, keeping the runs down whilst getting wickets at a regular basis. Barnard now into his 7th over. Only gone for 9 runs, so pretty economical from Ed Barnard as he's into ball round the wicket, defended by Simpson.
No fewer than 3 of the 5 First Division matches have already seen the first innings completed today, which is interesting. Somerset all out for 170 against Surrey, the most recent team to be bowled out. Laws 4 for 41, 2 wickets each for Jamie Overton and Dan Worrell. Jamie Overton coming on as the 6th bowler. I mean, you know, that's a bit tasty, isn't it? Tom Kohler-Cadmore with 59, the only batter to get going.
Barnard in again, driven firmly through the onside. They will pick up probably 2. They are looking about 3rd. They do come back for the 3rd. Went just short of the boundary, but 3 runs onto the total. Timed it quite nicely, but again, the outfield not that quick. So just fell short there.
Hampshire, the other side, bowled out for just 120 today. Essex is 16 for 1. Nick Brown has gone for 6. Mohammed Abbas with the wicket. So that game is also progressing at quite the rate. Northants, Lancashire and Notts Home to Kent are both going a little bit better with the bat.
Barnard over the wicket to Higgins. Oh, and he goes for a big hoik, and I think he gets a big top edge, and it flies over the slips, and it goes to 4, and he's off the mark. Don't think that looked that short there from Barnard, but he charged down the wicket and got a good bit of bat on it over the top of the slips, but not really much control there from Higgins, but he does get off the mark.
It's an odd shot, isn't it, to try at this point. It was quite a short ball, but it wasn't. I mean, that shot wasn't on.
He advanced down the wicket as well, which probably made it a little bit fuller than what it initially was.
I suppose, in a way, once he got himself into the position he had to make sure he made contact with the ball, because otherwise he would have been in stumping range, because Burgess standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a premeditated shot as Barnard's in again this time. That one just driven quite nicely off the back foot there, just going in front of point as the chase is on. It will stop before the rope. Good chase there. As Higgins picks up. We get 3 then.
Yeah.
That was good running there from the 2 batsmen.
He only conceded 9 runs in his first 6 overs. Now he's conceded 10 in 4 balls, Barnard. That's how cricket bites
It
you.
is, yeah.
9 runs in the account ahead now for Middlesex. So Warwickshire have got to limit this damage as much as they can.
Barnard approaching. Full ball this time, driven firmly, but Barnard stops that. It's a great stop because that probably would have gone possibly 4 there.
Yeah, too
Lovely
straight for the 2
Lovely
mid on,
straight.
mid off.
Yeah, lovely straight bat. Barnard did well there. Certainly saved runs. Yeah, it's gone for 10 already this over. Obviously a bit unfortunate with that fall, but as you say, it's damage limitation now. Try and keep that run rate down. Don't let Middlesex get a big lead on that first innings. Last ball of the over this time, defended by Simpson. That completes another over, so 69 for 5.
I think that's it for that spell for Barnard. Mir Hamza has been ready for a while to return. Danny Briggs is coming on to field, and it's Ollie Hannon Dolby is asking the permission of Rob Bailey, who passes on the information to Hassan Adnan. Bears going to need another bowler at the Birmingham end at some point. Hannon Dolby got through 9 overs in his first spell. Brooks is about to start his 5th. Just wonder whether Will Rhodes might have to introduce himself. He's been bowling sparingly this season. Had to get through a few overs in the last match against Lancashire after the injury to Chris Rushworth. He might just get a bit of nibble out there, which could do the trick. As Higgins awaits, and it's a leading edge that squirts out to Rhodes in the covers.
Yeah, Will Rhodes still only bowled 6 overs in the last game, so even though they were a bowler short with Rushworth going down, he still only bowled 6 overs, but it's obviously got potential to come on here and do a job.
I don't think there's anybody. There's nobody who bowls part-time seam beyond that. You could be looking at the spin of Yates, which they'll be reluctant to use under the circumstances. As Brooks is in and fending and missing outside off stump is Higgins. Goes through to Burgess. It remains 69 for 5.
Yeah,
It's such a busy day, Eve. I haven't done a crane count yet today.
Oh, you
which
missed
is
the
really
green one coming round before.
Okay, well, over by the building site there. So there's one there, is there?
There's a green one.
Okay. I'll weigh up how many I can see. It's going to be in double figures, I can tell that straight away. I might save that treat for the next over. Brooks in, driven off the inside half of the bat. No timing, picked up by the substitute Briggs at mid-on. And there's no run. Mir Hamza doing some more stretching. Lies down to get his... that's a very vigorous bit of leg kicking he's doing there. I don't know, that's not so much warm up your knees as finish him off, but now he's stretching the hammies. That's better.
Especially with them having 4 hamstring injuries this year, it's important to get them going before you bowl.
Just making sure he's happy. I think he's happy. He's a few balls away from returning. Short ball pulled into the leg side, and again he's not timed it, but he's got enough here Higgins to get 4. And you can see that he will go for the short ball. Dan Mosley has to recover it from the hover cover. And Higgins moves into double figures with 11. 73 for 5 Middlesex, and now they've got their noses in front. Might just be that the runs start to come a little bit more fluently.
Yeah, obviously Warwickshire want to be careful here. They are now behind, and they don't want to get too far behind in this game so early on. We haven't even got to tea on the first day yet, so important phase here.
Brooks in again. Oh, and he's turned him round, and it goes past the outside edge. Each time that Henry Brooks has conceded a boundary, and there have been 3 of them, the next ball has been a peach. Oh gosh, that really was a peach.
Well, that on the replay.
That's almost the perfect shape to a right-hander, isn't it? It starts on middle and off, bit of swing, goes off the pitch, just passes the edge. If you survive that, you do what Ryan Higgins does. You walk away, you adjust your equipment. I think you know what I'm saying. And you get back into position and forget it ever happened. Brooks in once more, and he's clipped through square for 4. Good little joust in that over. But 2 more boundaries. Higgins up to 50, and he wants to get on with it. 77 for 5, and the lead for Middlesex is now up to 17.
Yeah, a bit of a gift, that last ball. Half volley on the legs. He's not going to miss out on that. I think that's the thing for Warwickshire. They're bowling some really good balls, but then they're letting them off the hook and releasing the pressure by bowling that one bad ball. I think they've got to just try it. What Middlesex did really well was they didn't actually bowl that many bad balls at all, if any. So I think it's just trying to keep the pressure on when you are bowling well. Don't let it slip by bowling that bad ball and letting the batsman have 4 runs.
Hamza's coming back on. I make it a season's best for me of 15 cranes today.
15?
15 cranes on the skyline. Very hard. The one building has got multiple cranes in and around it. That tall building that's sort of behind the sight screen as we look. That is quite hard to fathom how many cranes there are there. But I'm thinking there are at least 3 around that building alone. One of them is very high with a little pink light on the top.
Hamza back into the attack then from the pavilion end. 3 slips ready and waiting. That one just dies just short of Burgess, who's tumbling to take the stop.
Love the idiosyncrasies of batters, particularly left-handers, because you're all bonkers, aren't you? But Simpson there, it just passes his off stump, and he walks anti-clockwise round his stumps and then gets back into position, then comes out and does a bit of gardening. What's all that about?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to keep an eye to see if he does that again now.
Just wired up a bit differently. As Hamza's into ball. Just defended into the offside. He thinks about having a single, but Alex Davis there running around from mid-off to stop that.
And why
Might
is it that
superstitions?
it
I
could
don't
be,
know.
yeah. But why is it also with left-handers? The notion is that you're more elegant as batters. It's just, you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We get that a lot, don't we? But
Yeah.
I don't know.
It all seemed to start with David Gower. Elegant. Probably some truth in that.
Yep, absolutely. Hamza in again. Left arm over the wicket. Defended by Simpson to mid-on. No run. Will Rhodes now at mid-on. I feel like he's fielded everywhere today. He's been in the slips. He's been in the covers. Now finds himself at mid-on.
We're starting to think what he can do next to change things.
Yeah, whether he brings himself on at some stage.
We're still 11 overs after this before tea. Alan Dolby's back on, might be ready for another spell soon.
Well bowled by Hamza. Defended to Will Rhodes again.
He's having a big stretch, is OHD. I mean, he's hardly going to have a little stretch, is he? But yeah, he is. Just trying to get himself braced, I think, for a second go at it.
It's really bright now, isn't it? Sunshine's come out. Floodlights still on. But you can see some evident shadows from the players out there now. Hamza in again. Oh, he's gone straight through him, and I think he's got the edge, and he's caught behind by Burgess. Simpson's got to go for 18.
It's a great bowling change, and you could hear the nick, and Simpson doesn't like the decision at all. He's quite surprised by it, but you could hear a nick at the time.
Is that going on the inside?
I don't know. It's gone outside.
Just trying to see.
But looking at it, it's gone through. There's a bit of wobble about. Oh no, I think you're right. It has gone on the inside. You're right.
It's been a bit of a thing today, hasn't it?
Seeing an angle behind the batsman to see whether we can see a nick there. Oh, it's hard. I mean, it's again, the seam movement is quite significant. Either way, Mir Hamza has his third wicket. It's not the first contested decision of the day, one way or another. But 77 for 6, and Simpson gone after was a decent enough knock of 18. It's the joint highest score of the day. Although Higgins might soon have something to say about that. But Hamza returning into the attack and getting another wicket.
Yeah, he's put the ball in the right areas, hasn't he? He's got his reward. You're right, there's been a few of those, hasn't there? Big decisions. Even Hamza himself had a couple of LBW shouts turned down early on, but he was pretty confident with.
Josh Decaris is coming in now. One of those people in sport who is saddled by the fact that you'll almost inevitably mention their parent. It's always difficult. I mean, it is really, really difficult in any sport if you're following either a parent or a sibling. Or if people just assume you're siblings because you're both called Jones. I mean, that's not helpful either.
We get that a lot.
Yeah. But yeah, Josh Decaris, who's of course is Michael Atherton's son. And very decent spin bowler he's becoming. Difficult situation to come into in this match.
Hamza, left arm round the wicket this time. Wraps him on the pads. Bit of a shout from slip, but Hamza wasn't really interested, and they come through for a single, for a leg bye. Yeah, Josh Decaris coming off the back of 30 not out and 31 against Surrey last game. Completes the over. 78 for 6 now, Middlesex.
That's a really good over from Mir Hamza. Bears needed that 6th wicket. 18 runs in front, Middlesex, 4 wickets standing. Again, from the home side's point of view, after a disastrous morning and the brilliant bowling, particularly from Ethan Bamber, but also from Toby Rowland-Jones and Ryan Higgins. If they could keep this deficit to something around or below 50, they'd be thrilled. Ollie Hannon-Dolby's going to come and have another go. Took 2 wickets in his first 2 overs. It's always fun seeing him do his warm-ups bowling to Alex Davis. It's got a real comedy double act feel to it with the height difference.
It's like Ben Duckett when they're doing the national anthems for England, isn't it? And they're going across with the TV cameras.
And you don't see his head.
And you just see the top of his hair.
Who stood out? Was it Stuart Broad who was stood next to the other day? Hannon-Dolby comes in and just defending on the back foot is Decaris out into the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, I feel like he needs to position himself a little bit better. Who's trying to think who else is short in that squad, but it's probably not anyone too similar to Ben.
Have you found yourself in the position yet where you're standing in the outfield having to do the national anthem? See, with the England A game, presumably
no,
not.
we didn't for the England A. We've done it obviously with the Queen's passing. But
would you sing or mime?
Oh, I'd sing.
Would you?
Yeah, I'd sing.
Okay.
Would you not?
Not if they're taking a microphone along the line like
Oh,
they
maybe.
do these days. Hannon-Dolby down the leg side. Decaris will be glad he got nothing on that. Good take by Burgess. Just trying to find his line. Might be a bit stiff at the start of the second spell.
Yeah, I'd sing, but I'd just hope the microphone isn't too close. Probably wouldn't sound too good.
It can be quite bleak when you go along a line and you hear some pretty indifferent singing or wrong words, or nobody who's standing there, however proud they are to be representing their country, would you necessarily pay to sing a national anthem, if you see what I mean. Try to sing anything. Hannon-Dolby driven into the offside, picked up by Alex Davis at mid-off, and no run.
I always find the rugby players are pretty good at it. They just belt it out, don't they? And
yeah. Thing is, if you as a unit of 15 all go for it, it's a bit like if you're in a church service and everybody's almost whispering the songs, and all you can hear is the vicar is being over keen.
Yeah, I do a bit of miming if I'm in church.
Yeah, there you go. I knew I'd find you weak point.
I feel the national anthem. You got to go for it, haven't you?
Yeah. You got to pump out your chest and show some pride.
Absolutely.
And then Dolby down the leg side again, and Dakaris gets nothing on it. Very full. He's trying to get the ball full, but hasn't got his line right this over so far. Alan Dolby always pushing that one down. 2 for 21 for the big man. Mir Hamza with 3 of the 6 wickets to fall.
Just helping himself to a little snap down on the boundary. Mir Hamza.
Oh, he's got
a banana to keep the energy levels up.
Dakaris awaits once more. Alan Dolby driven. Davis is quickly across. They'll take a sharp single, but it was well judged. Throw at the stumps missed by Davis, but I think Dakaris would have been fine. He goes to 2, 80 for 6. Last had a banana on Saturday. It was the final morning. I was travelling back from a holiday. We'd been in the Greek islands, and for breakfast at this place, Greek yogurt with banana, granola, and a little bit of honey. Oh. I mean, you could try and replicate it at home, but somehow it would lose something.
Don't always have all those ingredients in the cupboard, do you?
No, but yeah, I could put it on the shopping list.
Well, you could put it on the shopping list.
Yeah. And Dolby approaches. Wicketkeeper up to the stumps here now, and Higgins defends it back down the track. Picked up one-handed by Hannon Dolby. End of the over. Still 10 overs to go till tea. 79 for 6. So it might be that even after this next over, we might need to get Kevin Hand in to spend a bit of time alongside me. So before we get to tea,
go one more,
and then it might be once I've got my 4 o'clock report done that I'll squeeze you back in because you've got training later. Is it nasty physical stuff you've got to do later?
No, probably just a nice
Skills.
little bat and a bit of a field.
Have a net?
Yeah, have a few hits.
Portland Road?
Yeah, Portland Road, just down the road.
Nice
Great
there.
facility, it's great facilities there. We're really lucky to be able to train there as often as we do. As Hamza's in, left arm around the wicket. That one's just worked into the offside by Dakaris. There's a chase on. I think about a second, but I think it's Barnard there doing the work and quickly cuts off that second run.
He looks very busy, Dakaris, when he comes in. You mentioned those 230 odds that he made last week. I think he's carrying some confidence into this, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think obviously he's got a big job to do here, and I think the batters that have had, I know it's not much success in this game, but when they have looked to be positive and knock the ball round, and I think Bob Yates himself looked pretty comfortable. He looked to knock it round early on before getting out, but Hamza Bowles this time just worked into the offside. No run. Dan Mosley doing the fielding there on those used wickets. Yeah, he's looked busy. He's looked to try and just get up and down the crease, get his innings going by getting a couple of singles here and there.
Just has an air of confidence. Ryan Higgins has an air of belligerence. He doesn't look quite in nick, but if he's going to go, he's going to go hard.
He's giving it a good go, isn't he? Yeah. As Hamza in again, this time just worked into the leg side. Oh, it's flicked over the boundary, and I think I completely lost sight of where that went, but I think he's gone for 6.
It has gone for 6.
Will
Rhodes at deep square leg thought he was in the hunt for a while, and he's pulled out the leap, but he can't haul it in. But that was it's quite a high risk shot, but he's got high reward for it, Higgins. First player in the game, and it's 3:45 on the first day. We've had 50 odd overs. First player of the match to reach 20.
Yeah, it's not the biggest of boundaries that far side towards the Hollies, but manages just to get enough on it as Hamza Bowles this time. Big waft outside the off stump and goes straight through to the keeper. Not sure there's too much footwork there by Higgins.
See, modern cricketer, isn't he? You're undaunted by what happened before. He's taken the field on, just got away with it. Next ball, let's go for the big off drive. Gets nothing on it.
Yeah, you get that in T20 cricket, but when you're 6 down for 86 trying to get a lead. As Hamza's in again to bowl this time, charging down the wicket, but can't get it past Alex Davis at mid-on.
Danny Briggs is back out as substitute fielder. Process of elimination. I think Henry Brooks.
Yeah, I think it was
as
Henry
the player
Brooks
who's
that
nipped off.
jogged off that end of last over. One more ball in the over left then. Just the 2 slips in place at the moment. We've got a deep fine leg, deep square. As Hamza balls. This time that's a bit of a slog, and it beats Alex Davis at mid-on. It wasn't that far away from him, but just got enough on it. It's just to his right, and it goes away for 4. So he's living a bit dangerously, but he's getting away with it at the moment, Higgins.
And runs are so priceless in this first innings that you might as well, if that's your game, at this situation now, they're 30 in front. You know, they've had a heck of a day having won the toss. They've bowled first and they're ahead. Conditions are still not easy. They're a bit easier than they were in the morning session, but they know that anything like a 3-figure lead is going to put them in a really good position.
Yeah, 11 runs coming off that previous Hamza over.
Also, weather-wise, if you're Middlesex, it wouldn't be the end of the world to be bowling again today, would it? It just wouldn't, though.
Yeah, I bet they didn't wake up this morning thinking they'd be 6 down before tea after bowling them out.
Hannon Dolby in, and he's launched over his head there by De Queiroz, so he's going to be positive as well. Beautiful lofted drive, straight for 4. He's to 6, 94 for 6. These two have added 17 in pretty swift fashion.
Yeah, it's a lovely looking shot there. Straight back over the bowler's head, full face of the bat. Just timed it really nicely, didn't look to overhit.
Really classical shot, just seeing the replay of it. Lifts it, unfussy. You're right, straight bat. What's going on now? Talking about the shining of the ball. Is it a little bit wet? The ball's been given back to Alex Davis by Hassan Adnan. Has it got wet? Do they want a change of ball? And Hassan Adnan now is going to bring Rob Bailey into the conversation, and they're going to consider whether they need a change of ball. I wonder if it's landed in a pool of water or something, because there will be patches of water around the ground with all the rain that's fallen lately. Something's amiss.
Might have gone into that sheet, that far side.
Wickets still tumbling at Southampton. Essex 31 for 3. Still trail Hampshire, in fact 32 for 3. Trail Hampshire by 88. A couple of wickets there for Kyle Abbott. Alistair Cook for 4. Paul Walter for none. So 13 wickets already down there today. Hampshire all out for 120. Northampton 191 for 3 at Lancashire. Emilio Gay having a day. He's 96 not out. Luke Proctor with him on 49. Nottinghamshire, it's raining at Trent Bridge. Not 190 for 4 against Kent. Ben Slater made exactly 100 before the rain came in there. Surrey is 6 for 1 in reply to Somerset's 170. Rory Burns, who did he not get a pair last week? He's got a duck again today. Matt Henry, who's in the wickets, has taken that one. I'm going to have to go back to last week's games now, aren't I, to see. When did they finish?
We have had a change of ball here, so I'm not exactly sure what the problem was with the original, whether it did get wet, I'm not sure, but everyone's back in position.
Well, he didn't get a pair last week, Rory Burns. He made some runs last week. It must have been the previous game. And so he made runs against Middlesex last week. Well, let's see if this different ball, not a new ball, but a different ball, is to the liking of Hannon Dolby. Turned one-handed, really, off his pads by De Queiroz. He's going to come back for 2. 96 for 6. He's to 8. They look to accelerate here. Glamorgan 221 for 2 against Derbyshire. Colin Ingram 114 not out. Zainul Hassan made 69. Yeah, tough day in the field there, Derbyshire. And still raining at Scarborough. Yorkshire 113 without loss against Durham. Say it's, I mean, it could have a sea fret as well. When a sea fret comes in at Scarborough, it's quite something. Hannon Dolby, back of a length past the shoulder of the bat of De Queiroz. Good delivery. Have you played at Scarborough?
Yeah, I've played there once. Feels like it's miles away from anywhere. That road from...
Yeah. Marine Road.
Yeah, it is a long way away. But yeah,
you weren't interrupted by a sea fret, though?
No, I think it was quite sunny when we played there. Actually, I think it was a lovely day.
It's like a sudden fog comes down,
Mm.
and suddenly your visibility is down to almost nothing. It can take an hour or two to lift sometimes. And Dolby back of a length outside off stump, well left. Went there on the train. We were staying in York. Went to Scarborough on the train a few years back when my daughter was younger, and put her on a donkey ride. And the donkey had gone about 15 metres, and we couldn't see them because this fret came in.
Yeah, remember going on the old slot machines the night before and
Yeah.
the arcade. Some of the girls were winning teddy bears and all sorts.
You know, none of them are good enough to win a teddy bear off one of those grabbing machines, were they? Because I never see anybody win on those.
I think one of them did win one actually.
Short of a length, and that's cut immaculately by De Keris. 4 more for him. He's to 12, and that's, I think, he's the 100 up. For Middlesex, they lead by 40 on 100 for 6. And they've accelerated quite a bit since the 5th wicket went down. They've lost Simpson then, and the score was on 77. But Higgins and now De Keris are taking the attack to the Bears, knowing that every run in front is worth probably 2.
Yeah, you're right. De Keris looks in great nick, doesn't he? Looks such a classy player, and that ball there wasn't actually that wide, but he's managed to make some room and hammer it through the covers.
Having a spell more as the frontline spinner and batting down the order rather than batting in the top 3 when he first got on the side might do him a lot of good for his career. And Dolby again, driven straight for 4. Well, he's flowing, 16 off 13 he scored, 104 for 6. And that's excellent work.
Oh, that's
Josh De
absolute
Keris.
shot of the day for me. That was just immaculate. Straight back down past the bowler. Got no chance.
Danny Briggs is now going to have to run 150 yards because he's collected the ball from the Birmingham end, and then a friendly wave from Henry Brooks re-establishes his place on the field. And Michael Burgess is going to stand up to the stumps here for the fleet-footed, twinkle-toed Ryan Higgins, who is no observer of his crease otherwise. I was trying to get Kevin back, but he seems to have gone into the world of his own.
Did I come on? Right, we'll swap over.
It's going to emerge. We'll try and squeeze even on again just before tea, because it's she's got to learn. I think Phil's. Are you with us for the duration, Phil? Most of it. So yeah, in the evening session we'll get quite a bit of Phil. Knowing him, he's got one of his plethora of meetings going on tonight.
Ooh.
Or a non-league football game somewhere.
Hamza around the wicket, bowls, and Higgins works down to long leg, a single, 105 for 6. Useful runs these, aren't they, for Middlesex? Extraordinary, isn't it? 105 for 6, useful runs.
Well, Josh De Keris is making it look easy out there.
Well, Josh De Keris is an opening bat. He scored a century against Yorkshire for the Universities a couple of years back. That grabbed the headlines because it was a strong Yorkshire side as well. And, you know, last week he was batting at 9. Albeit because there was a night watchman, so he dropped down one. But he had an opening batting at 9 last week, and he's in as a spinner at the moment, keeping Luke Holman out. So yeah, it's a little unfortunate for Holman and unfortunate for De Keris. He's down the order as Hamza bowls, and he goes past the edge of De Keris on this occasion. But he scored 80-odd last season against Nottinghamshire, opening with Stoneman, and the season before he had a little brief cameo. Well, it was a cameo in the Blast, actually, in the Cheltenham.
But even I was just saying that actually this might do him some good in that at the moment he's the frontline spinner and there's less pressure on him as a bat. Made decent runs last week.
Similarly at Hampshire a couple of weeks ago he did as well. You know, he keeps getting stranded down the order there, and Kevin James and I were nattering when he was one of the last pair and Middlesex was struggling as Hamza's around the wicket. Bowls, and De Keris tries to ride the bounce backward points, which he does, but as far as the backward point fielder. But you know, if the number 11's the last man to go, then De Keris may as well stay out there and keep going because Middlesex were following on. Yeah. So yeah, it's a nice problem to have for Middlesex in that they do have problems with the bat this season, but they've got a player of the calibre of De Keris coming in at 8. Here's Hamza in once more. Bowls and it's driven. Oh, what a glorious shot that is. Goodness me, that must be one of the shots of the day, mustn't it? Just managed to open the face enough, and it was the manufacturing of the angle wide of mid-off that made it for me. Lovely shot.
He's punished everything full that's come his way, and just looks a player in real flush of confidence. And this partnership is starting to carry things away a little bit. They've added 32, which is the most that any wicket has put on, and they've only been together for a handful of overs. The Kerry's scoring almost at T20 rate. He's 20 off 16. I mean, they're both scoring it better than a run a ball.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this has been mooted a couple of times today. I think back to the 9th and 10th wicket partnership with the Warwickshire, and they just get on with it now.
But this was the right moment, I think. And I mean, Higgins has been a bit flighty, but he's getting away with it.
Yeah.
He's positive.
Hamza to Carey's. Oh, pulls the length back and puts it on a spot, and that spot's unplayable at the moment, isn't it? All day long, anything there, and the pace of that from Hamza as well. Around the wicket, angled in towards the top of off. Beats to Carey's, but the bounce of it through to the keeper.
Trying to jam his hands down at the last moment. Whether he did it in time is a moot point, but you know, I mean, look, we can reasonably assume that he's cricket savvy, given his background. He's got a nice orthodox stance, hasn't he?
He does. Well, who does it remind you of? Hits Hamza around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball goes through to the keeper at dot ball, 109 for 6. I mean, you could honestly just stand there and look and think, that's Frank de Carey's. This is Grandad.
Okay. You see him play much?
The Pathé videos back in the day.
Yeah, talk me through his
109 for 6.
Got an update to do in about 90 seconds time. Alan Dolby to bowl, and not for the first time this afternoon. The need for a wicket is urgent for the home side. Middlesex looking to push this lead as far as they can. They've got it up to 49, and they'll get it into the 50s as this is guided very neatly down through third man for 4 by Higgins. Much more controlled shot from Ryan Higgins, that. And they're finding places where the Bears will leak again and again. 30 for him, 113 for 6. Very neatly dinked down to 2 slips now. Probably, with the light as it is, as good a time to bat as there has been all day.
Oh, look at that plane taking off. I don't remember seeing planes taking off over Birmingham.
No, they do occasionally. Depends on the flight path. Yeah.
That's a big old one as well.
And Dolby in. It's cut into the ground and then into the hands of Ed Barnard at backward point. And there's no run. But certainly positive cricket from these two has made all the difference. It's been a transition since they took the lead. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Middlesex are starting to build a decent lead on what has been a remarkable first day. They're 113 for 6, a lead of 53. Ryan Higgins on 30, Josh de Carey's on 20. Very positive, both scoring better than a run of ball. Since you were last here, a wicket each for Brooks, who got Davis caught well by Yates at slip for 18. And Hamza is third of the innings. Burgess with the catch after an inside edge from Simpson. He also went for 18. This is the biggest partnership of the day. It's worth 37. Middlesex 114 for 6, lead by 54. Job done. 6.5 overs till tea. So we're going to have a bit of overtime. Probably looking, if we don't get any delays, we're looking at about 20 to 7, quarter to 7 today.
In their defence, there were a lot of wickets today, weren't
Oh, yeah, I'm not offering that as a criticism right now. Shorter ball, pulled firmly. There is a man out there, though, in Dan Mosley. Another single to De Carey, who is slowly but surely demonstrating every single shot in the textbook. 115 for 6.
I tell you what, I hadn't noted that one yet. That one really did look like Atherton, that. In all seriousness. And I hate to say, you know, that was why I made the joke about Frank, obviously.
Yeah, no,
but,
of course.
You know, you hate to say it, don't you? But that really did.
He's got the Atherton shoulders.
Well, that's it. And, you know, he hooks that one around. How do I get back to it? I've not gone far enough, have I? There we go. Look at this.
We're seeing it again. Yeah, that is really quite Atherton-like. who's a player who would hook and pull, not looking to hit it the distance like modern players.
Yeah. Roll the wrists over the top
roll
of it.
the wrist, pitches
But you heard the timing of that one as well.
Yeah. Higgins now looking to force it through the covers. Slightly awkward bounce. Jacob Bethel gets his body in the way of it. Everybody just grimaces every time Jacob Bethel dives to the floor. He's not allowed to bowl this season. He's a slow left armour. We're not allowed to bowl this season because he's got a stress fracture of the back. And
we're off. Tea's been set for 4 o'clock, obviously.
Yes, so there we go.
Because of the delay.
That's fooled us. That means we can have a 38 over session a little bit later.
Is that all?
Is that all? About 25 past 4, we'll come back for 38 over.
It's pretty standard nowadays, to be fair.
Yeah, 115 for 6, lead of 55 for the visitors.
Comes at a bad time for Middlesex, that, doesn't it?
It actually does. Higgins 30, DeCarius 21. Interestingly, they are going to bring the hover cover on for this because there is a little bit of weather around. But I think it might just be to be careful, to make sure. But there is a possibility of a bit of bad weather in the next hour. But Middlesex have quite the day of it, Kevin, haven't they?
They haven't, no. Most important question, though, scones or scones? What do we get for tea?
Neither. But it's packets of biscuits upstairs, or there are some really grim cupcakes that somebody brought down earlier.
You leave my muffins alone.
I willingly. 115. I'm the glutton in the box. 115 for 6. Middlesex will resume in 20 minutes. They lead the Bears by 55. welcome back to Edgbaston. What could be quite a long final session on this opening day that's already seen 16 wickets fall between Warwickshire and Middlesex. Warwickshire 60 all out, Ethan Bamber with 5 of those wickets, Toby Rowland-Jones with 3. Middlesex 115 for 6. The runs starting to come more freely before that interval, particularly with Ryan Higgins and Josh Takeris going well. 3 wickets for Mir Hamza. Ollie Hallen-Dolby, according to the scoreboard, has 1 ball left to go in his over. So did they take tea early because they felt a drop of rain or not? Because it has been a puzzling day like that. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. I'll be with you just for a few minutes because I'm going to get a report done for BBC Commentary and Warwickshire, BBC CWR. But Eve Jones alongside me, captain of the Central Spark, soon to play for the Birmingham Phoenix again in the 100. England A. I'll add your school team too if you want. What's your school team?
I'm not sure we really played at school, to be honest.
No, that's something that can improve, isn't it? That'll be the next, another part of the phase of the development for women's cricket. It's getting more and more schools playing. But so it looks like we left the field with 1 ball left in the over. I know not why. Hallen-Dolby is coming in to bowl to Higgins, who turns it off his pads down to long leg for a single. Mir Hamza will pick up, and that is the end of the over. 116 for 6. What on earth is going on out there today?
I have no idea why they didn't complete that final ball, because we haven't had any rain.
I did wonder, was tea set for 4:05, or was there actually a short, sharp shower?
Well,
I looked up and thought, very short.
If it was a short, sharp shower, that was the voice off of Kevin Hand from BBC London. That's extraordinary. They came off 1 ball away from tea. I don't think it's been a great day for Rob Bailey and Hassan Adnan one way or the other, but we certainly seem to have drama in this game. Crikey.
Yeah, not sure about that one, but we move on. Hamza is going to continue them for pavilion end. Just the 2 slips in place now. I've got a man on that deep square leg boundary. And nearly took a catch not long before tea there, but just out the reach of Will Rhodes for 6. But in comes Hamza. That one's driven firmly through the gap between cover and mid-off, and there is a chase there for the captain, Will Rhodes. And he pulls it back in a few metres before the rope. So we're off and running again. Lead is 56 now. So these two pretty well set. Takeris on 21, and Higgins has quite quickly got himself up to 33 now. Had a bit of luck early on, but he's played with some good intent. As Hamza's in, left arm round the wicket, and that's driven to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, it's a no ball.
Quite got the timing, and no ball signalled here.
Second of the day. There's one from Hallen-Dolby earlier. So you must only 2 off spotted today anyway.
What was the stat you said before, Phil? Was it no extras in the Warwickshire batting innings?
Yeah, and there's been 2
2 no balls and 2 leg byes in this innings. So yeah, that just shows how tidily and disciplined they bowled in that first innings. As Hamza's in this time, just finds that inside edge, goes down to deep square for 1 run.
It's quite a few times today we've seen batsmen take 1 hand off the bat, just being done a bit by the fact the ball will still jag around, not as much as it did earlier. A bit uncomfortable there, Higgins, but you know, he's earned some of his fortune, Higgins. It has been a sketchy innings, but when you consider that only these 2 have reached 20 today, and we've seen 19 different people come to the crease, then I think you can just say that his positive attitude is the thing that's got him to where he is.
Yeah, as Hamza's in again. Ball this time driven firmly to mid-off. Will Rhodes there doing the fielding, stumbling over, but saves and he runs scored. Yeah, I think obviously this is probably the first time it seemed to have just quietened down a bit. Obviously, I feel beforehand we were on the edge of our seats thinking that something could happen every single ball, and to an extent it did. We've had 16 wickets fall already today, so conditions clearly favouring the bowlers here. As Hamza's in, this time driven again, pitched up, De Queiroz just finishing, continuing where he left off before as he picks up another 2. Will Rhodes there just doing the fielding, throwing that back into Burgess.
He finds good angles, De Queiroz, and the Bears just haven't had the same control with the ball. Han and Dolby apart. And yeah, look, Middlesex have had the best of the conditions to bowl in today, but it's still not been easy for them. De Queiroz keeps on flexing his right leg. I don't know what he's done to that.
He's played pretty positively though. He's looked classy so far as Hamza's into the ball. I say that and he's just finds it inner half of the bat and it goes straight to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, I see what you mean. He is flexing that right leg. Don't know if he's just tweaked something. Maybe his pad's just a bit tight. Final ball of the over. 3 for 43 so far today, Hamza. As he's charging in, left arm around the wicket. A bit shorter this time and it's defended into the onside.
It's better to update listeners of BBC CWR in a second. Yeah, it's been an extraordinary opening day. Catalogue of wickets. The Bears put into bat an overcast day, green top wicket, and they were bowled out for just 60. Brilliant performance in particular from 24-year-old Ethan Bamber. 5 wickets, 4 of them clean bowled very, very full, and got a little bit of nip here and there. The Bears fought back pretty well with the ball. 3 wickets for Mir Hamza and 2 for Ollie Han and Dolby. But partnership currently worth 46 between Josh De Queiroz and Ryan Higgins is taking it away from them a bit. Middlesex on 123 for 6, already lead by 63. That's that duty done. I shall let you take up the story. Even I shall get out of the way for Kevin to return.
Yeah, umpire's just coming together there and look at the ball, but all is okay. Everyone just getting themselves into position. 2 slips in place. Hannah Dolby's going to continue from the city end. Just giving that ball a shine. Deep square on the rope. Oh, deep fine leg as Hannah Dolby's in this time. Banged into the wicket, defended by Higgins.
How are you?
Welcome back.
We're back. It's been a funny day, hasn't it?
Yeah, have you eaten all your
We've been on,
cakes?
we've been off. I have, and the pan of chocolate. Well, this ungrateful bunch. I mean, I know that you're in training at the moment, so you can't, but those 2 down the ends, turning their noses up. Shan't bother tomorrow. I'll bring them fruit tomorrow instead and see how they like that. That'll be squashed in the bag as well.
Hannah Dolby in again. This time just worked nicely off the hip to that deep square leg fielder for 1.
I've missed these fellas. I haven't seen them in years. You might notice. Seems we're all jibing at each other. It's funny this with the 2 divisions, but obviously COVID as well. So it just meant that we haven't. Yeah, we were working out the old commentary boxes over there, below the or to the left of the old scoreboard that you look at.
Oh, is that where they used to be?
That was the that was just a traditional commentary position.
Bit close to the action there.
Exactly, yeah.
Hannah Dolby in over the wicket. That's worked to that deep fine leg fielder. Strain a little bit too straight there by Hannah Dolby. Ticking along here, Middlesex. De Queiroz on 24.
Although it's funny how the mind plays tricks, because I remember a particular match. It would have been around 2007, 2008 or so, because Dirk Nannes was still playing for Middlesex at that point. Tim Murtagh, I think Tyrone Henderson played, maybe Danny Evans was bowling, can't remember the 4th player, but as memory serves, we were on a pitch all the way over kind of the other side, but that commentary position would have been over to the left as we look rather than right, but clearly not.
Hannah Dolby bowls, defended, and it does get a flick on the ball and it does hit the stumps, but De Queiroz was safely in his crease.
Yeah, because I was visualising it just today. But yeah, as the memory serves, it would have been away towards the left as we look towards the city end rather than the right, but no, it was over there. Phil used to do the PA at the same time as commentating. He'd put the headset down and pick up the PA mic.
All hands on deck.
Double bubble.
Hannah Dolby steaming in. Defended once again by Higgins. Bit of fancy footwork by Hannah Dolby just to kick that ball to, I think it's Henry Brooks there at mid-wicket.
Amazing, this partnership, isn't it? What a difference it's making to day one.
Yeah, it's something the whole game's lacked, really, hasn't it? I think, what was the next one? The next best is what, 16? So yeah, just shows it once you start getting that partnership, getting 2 set batters, it does become a lot easier. Get used to conditions. As Hannah Dalby bowls this time, just worked into leg side. Just the single though. They have got the man out there. I think it's Dan Mosley on the deep square boundary. Completes the over, 126 for 6.
They seem to be 2 for a scrap, these two. I mean, we kind of know that of Higgins already, but De Carey seems to be pushing himself into that mould as well. He's out there to dig in, but also to score runs. You know, he's not just holding up an end, is he? He's scoring with some glorious shots. And,
yeah, he's looked in good nick, hasn't he? Obviously.
Well, it bodes well for Middlesex if he's playing in this as an off spinner, lengthening the batting. But in years to come, if you can get he and Holman into his side, into the side, then.
Yeah, I think you mentioned before you've got 6 players in here that have opened the batting for Middlesex.
Yes, his full one from Hamza and push back up the track, and there's no run. I think, did I say it was 8? In this one, although that 8 might include Ethan Bamber, who was in as night watchman. Let's have a look. Because Peter Milan obviously has come out, so I'll just make sure I got my count right on it. But yeah, they have a lot of young players coming through at the moment, Middlesex, and a few senior players as well. It's just about getting the balance right, I think. Oh, look at that! BBC Ethan Bamber's made the main page of the BBC Cricket webpage. That's nice, isn't it?
He bowled exceptionally well, didn't he? Oh.
Kylian Mbappe and Ethan Bamber on the main page of the website. That's glorious. That's getting tweeted.
Screenshotting that one, are you?
Yep, that one's got to go up. I wonder whether Ethan Bamber will be signed for 259 million signed for Saudi Arabia when they start the Cricket League. Hamza. Around the wicket he bowls, and a couple of noises down to long leg. See if umpire Bailey's going to tap away on his leg. No, it was an inside edge onto the pad, and that is the 50 partnership. It came together when Simpson was out for 18. First 50 partnership of the match from 47 balls. Believe it or not.
Yeah, they're both going at a good rate here, aren't they? Higgins 36 off 37, De Carey's 24 off 24, so they've had good intent, look to be positive.
Hamza bowls, forward goes De Carey's, pushing back into the onside, no run again. See, is that a little light shower away? It looks so much brighter away to our left, but I'd say there's rain falling over there, wouldn't you? And I think that's what took them off with 1 ball remaining of Hannah Dolby's over.
Yeah, possibly a little bit.
It just looks like a little shroud of rain, and I think that's exactly what fell. Because I looked at it and I thought maybe it's just my eyes. And I looked over it, you know, you look at a darker spot in the ground, so mainly that old scoreboard over there. I looked over and I thought, was there a bit of rain? And I thought, no, maybe not then. And then they were coming off. And then we thought it was 4:05, so tea was set, but there was a ball left to the over. So Hamza bowls down the leg side. No, has he nicked it? Not out, says umpire Bailey. A quick shake of the head there. You can see the hat on his head wobbling side to side. De Carey survives the appeal.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to force something there. I'm not sure there was anything on it. Weren't too convinced with that appeal from the slip fielders. Yeah, at the time I didn't really notice there was any rain, and I just thought that was the end of the over and it was tea.
Like I say, it kind of it occurred to me a little bit, but then I thought, oh, maybe it's just set at this time then. When you get those disturbed days, the sessions then get set by time. Hamza bowls just full of length, and nice drive by De Carey's again. Mid off slightly wider, where De Carey's had driven him through the covers previously. or a wide bit off. On this occasion I did wonder whether he got enough to get it straight at the field, having moved slightly, but 1-2-7 for 6 it is. 50 the partnership to Carey's 24 from 27. Higgins, who was there already, 37 from 38 now. Simpson, as we mentioned, the last to go. And Middlesex in a reasonable position here. They're going to take... I mean, how often... even if they only had another 40 runs, how often do you take a 100-run lead by the close of day one on a championship game?
Hannon Delby in again. This time, as I think about trying to dab that one down to third, but there's nothing on it. Burgess up to the stumps. It's happened quite a bit today, hasn't it? The keeper's coming up just to keep the batsmen in their crease, not let them wander down, not let them use their feet. Because it has been tricky to bat on. The ball has been doing all sorts out there, so the batsmen have wanted to try and get down the crease, try and get to the ball. But Burgess up to the stumps now. 2 slips as Hannah Dolby's in. This time just knocked into the leg side for no run. Henry Brooks at mid-wicket. Stood on that little mat there, covering a strip. 4 wickets away, so they're not the nicest things to field on those bits of carpet, especially if you have to dive and you haven't got a long sleeve shirt on. It can be quite nasty on the elbows. A few grazes on them. And Dolby coming in again. Right arm over the wicket. This one defended. No run. Still got that deep square fielder out. Higgins has been taking that shorter one on and has looked to be quite aggressive throughout his innings so far. He has had a little bit of luck, especially early on. He tried to launch one over mid-wicket off Ed Barnard and got a big top edge, and it flew over the slips for 4, and not long later he got one just to go over, I think it was Will Rhodes at deep square, that just went over for 6. Wasn't far off being caught, but Hannah Dolby in this time. And he does get that little dab away to third man, vacant third man, and he picks up 4. Quite a short boundary down that side. And he now moves on to 41. 41 off just 42 deliveries. So the lead is now 71. So Warwickshire got to be a bit careful here. They don't want to get too far behind. There's a field change. That point fielder's now moved back to the rope. So we've got 3 men on the rope now. As Hannah Dolby is in. This time banged in a bit shorter, and Higgins allowing that to go through to Burgess behind the stumps. No interest in playing at that one at all.
Yeah, quietened down a bit, hasn't it? Heavy roller went on in between innings, but it was all go to begin with. We're into the 37th over this innings already, which seems a long way through. Was it all done inside 23 for Warwickshire?
Yeah, there's a lot happened, hasn't there, in both innings.
It's got a bit quiet for the hosts as well.
And Dolby's in this time. Defended into the offside. Think about the single, but they don't go for it. That is the end of the over. 131 for 6.
Oh, now it should be going quiet. It's first-class cricket. Should be made to work for the wickets. These two now, having given it a bit of a start, can almost settle down and say, well, what's the problem?
Yeah, we can just
hang in there. Yeah. Ball's coming up to 40 overs old. Another 10 overs of this. It's a long old evening session to keep Warwickshire out there, who'll be slightly rattled. That would have taken some nervous energy out of them, what happened this morning, wouldn't it? Would have been an awful lot of nervous energy going around that dressing room when there was wickets tumbled.
Yeah, absolutely. I think any batter sat up there wouldn't be particularly keen to get out there when wickets are falling as they did.
Hamza bowls, it's edged, and he's got him, has he? No. Now, did it carry? Low to his right. Glove tried to go underneath it. We'll see on the replay in just a moment. I think I need to fast forward it along. There we go. Did it carry? No, just short. Just short of the glove. Fine stop, actually.
It wasn't far away. Yeah, it was a great stop. He's kept really well, hasn't he, Burgess, today? He's taken some really good diving catches, a couple of good diving stops.
One of those you kind of clear the leg and just drop the hand on it. 131 for 6. Helicopter passes overhead. Hamza's in, bowls, and Carey's goes for a flashing drive. Born out of the last one, you'd have thought. And then he walks away and almost windmills both arms around, swapping the bat. Gets a little bit of his own nervous energy out of his body. Not quite there in length, was it? Red helicopter disappearing over the back of the city end, but away to our right, not towards the city itself. Hamza around the pile of sawdust just down below us. Continuing around the wicket. 2 to Carey's. He bowls and full straight, clipped to mid wicket. Watchfully done. No run. Split fields. There's 2 slips, a point cover and a mid off, then a mid on, mid wicket, deep square warming up, and long leg. But again, the angle as well, left arm around. He's barely gone left arm over at all today, has he?
No.
Well, he's got 3 for 44, so shan't argue. A couple of shuffled steps to get going, then into a good stride. Good sprint and bowls. Gorgeous delivery, line and length. Beats to Carey's forward defence. Just nips away. It's still there, isn't it? You can see Carey's walking away to square leg, making that motion with his hand, talking to himself.
I feel like this is the first time Carey's has looked uncomfortable in his innings. So far, he's looked really good and really comfortable, set. Hamza's just asking questions here. Couple to beat the outside edge.
Really is quite the sprint once he gets to the crease from Hamza as forward goes to Carey's, defends him to cover. Heels really kick up behind him, don't they? As he charges in.
Yeah. One ball for Carey's to get through, and could probably just have a bit of a breather then, because it has looked a little bit more unsettled this over.
Yeah, it's been a testing over, hasn't it? It's just got us all poised again.
It seemed to have quietened down a bit for the Warwickshire bowlers, but I think there is still enough in it if you get the ball in the right areas.
Hamza bowls short and he's cut hard for 4. That alleviates a bit more pressure. Carey's moves to 28, 135 for 6. Loose ball to finish from Hamza. It was an excellent over otherwise. Higgins to have strike on 41.
Yeah, I'm just watching the replay of that. A little bit more width on offer. And De Carey's is just helping himself to 4 there. A lot of space there for him to capitalise on.
It was a fabulous over, but there's not much room for error when you left arm around to a right-hander like that, because out of the hand, if you're a little bit wide, they're going to see it early and you go in. Similarly, you go a little bit straight and the angle comes into the right-hander. Nice little clip to score off the stumps. So you've got to have everything right, which he did for the most part in that over, apart from the last ball.
Yeah, just let him off the hook a little bit there, didn't he? I think we've got to change a bowler. Henry Brooks. Having a chat there to, I think it's Will Rhodes, Alex Davis. He's going to come on from the city end. And 35 for 6 now.
Oh, Ethan Bamber, never mind Kylian Mbappe. He's on the main BBC page itself. Look at that. County Championship Day 1 radio and text. You can get all the live text from Jed and the gang on the live text page. 33 million hits last year. Incredible for the County Championship.
Wow. Henry Brooks into bowl then, as he's over the wicket this time. Defended into the offside by Higgins. Bethel there doing the fielding at point. 3 men on the boundary. 2 slips. Burgess now stood back.
Scenes this from Bamber on the main BBC Sport webpage. It's unheard of, this. Does Mbappe even make the BBC webpage? He doesn't. Amazing stuff.
As Brooks into ball. This time wraps on the pad, but nothing from Brooks. But behind the wicket, they did have a little bit of a shout, but I think that was going well down. No real interest there.
Have we gone through the scores elsewhere much? Oh, goodness me. Hampshire 120 all out. Essex 68 for 4 now. Brown, Cook,
action.
Walter. Who's the fourth to go? We'll update it in a moment, I'm sure.
Brooks in. Again, Seaman in then from the City end. That's hit him on the pad and he's appealing for that one. Again, not out.
Didn't feel as though it went a long way across. The angle of it was full as well, wasn't it? So, as it swung late, it felt as though it had to be drifting down. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was going well down. The look on his face. Don't think that was too close, that one, to be honest. As Brooks in again. This time driven firmly down the ground. That's a lovely looking shot by Higgins. The chase is on. And I can't see what's happening. I think Alex Davis has done exceptionally well there to drag that one back in. Certainly saves one run. It's quite slow down to that far side. I think this is quite wet down there. They did have a. I think they changed the ball earlier after the ball went down into the covers, but excellent piece of fielding there by Alex Davis to stop that. I think that's Solihan and Delby at mid-on, throwing the ball back in. Good bit of cricket there. Lovely looking shot. As Brooks is in, bowls, this time driven. No real timing on that one, finds Will Rhodes at cover.
Kent delayed at Nottinghamshire, who are 190 for 4. Northamptonshire 247 for 3 against Lancashire. That's Old Trafford. Gay has 123, Proctor 69. And Surrey 64 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 170 at Taunton. Burns and Sibley gone early to Henry.
Bowls, defended by De Carres. Plays that right under his eyes. That completes the over. 138 for 6. Pretty good over there by Brooks. Get the ball up there, nice and full.
Last couple to tell you of Division 2, Derbyshire versus Glamorgan. Glamorgan 266 for 3 at Derby. Yorkshire 113 without loss. They're still off for rain at Scarborough. It's Durham. That's disappointing, isn't it? You don't want to wash out at Scarborough. What a place to... Have you played at Scarborough yet?
Yeah, I've played there once before, yeah.
Cracking place to play, isn't it? Cracking place to watch.
Yeah. Right by the sea.
Here's Hamza. His left arm around. 138 for 6. He bowls and with pace that takes the hip of Higgins and deflects through towards the slip corner. The keeper Burgess standing up now.
Right, I'm going to depart.
Are you off? Is that you for the day?
Off now for training.
Good luck. See you tomorrow. That's why you resisted all the muffins and the pain au chocolats. Still don't know what the excuse was of the others. Richard Wilford coming in to join me. Here's Hamza. Keeper standing up, 2 slips crouched down, and Hamza bowls now to Higgins on the back foot. Higgins pushes back up the track. A dot ball once more.
So you assume that Eve turned them down because she's an athlete, whereas in truth, for the same reason as Phil and I, it's because they looked like they were minging. Oh, dear.
To be fair, they looked like they'd seen better days, but they were just grand. Just grand. Did you see that Ethan Bamber's on the main BBC page at the moment?
How old are you again?
Hamza's around the wicket, bowls, and this is clipped through square leg for a single. 139 for 6. Are you going to tell me regularly in the 1980s that the County Championship made the main BBC Sport webpage?
Well, in the 80s. It would make the 9 o'clock news. Kenneth Kendall.
But look at that, isn't it great though? Smiling face as well, Mr. Happy, Ethan Bamber. Just below is the UK ready for electric cars.
No. Well, self-evidently not enough charging points. They won't go far enough. We'll move on.
Hamza bowls and right in behind this one to Carey's defence into the onside. Do you remember when we did the day? It was a quiet afternoon. And I pointed out to you that the most interesting part of the BBC main page was looking at most read. You had top stories as one column,
Yeah.
and then you had most read as the other, and it was a great insight into the human psyche to see the most read as opposed to the top stories, which were the BBC's choice of most important stories of the day. But the most read,
Yeah.
it was like a story out of Lassie, wasn't it? Dog lost down mine in
Yeah.
Hamza around the wicket, bowls and goes through to the keeper looking for a late dab,
Yeah.
a late cut to Carey's.
Yeah. No, it is.
Now that's just the top
no,
stories.
it is stuff that's more interesting, isn't it? Really, you know, woman finds nail file in ice cream wafer. That's the story that really piques your interest. I lost it years ago. No, that was the twist of the story. So the suspicion is we've got some weather incoming, judging by the position of the ground staff at the moment, who are on the hover mower, not for comfort reasons.
Hamza's around the wicket, bowls and forward goes to Carey's pushing back up the track. There's no run. Now I've got a quiz question for you.
Oh, good grief! Yep.
What year was BBC Sport Online born? I just said obviously 1980 is the main BBC webpage, but what year do you think was the first year of the BBC Sport website?
Right, still at Pebble Mill.
Oh,
It's the local
have a chance
Potter
here,
isn't
isn't it?
So that
Jed
takes us
Scott's
back.
posed this question. The floor above us?
I'm going to. Oh, now, because it would have been BBC would have been fairly early, and then that was then. That was
Oh, if you could see his brain ticking, folks. I know you can hear it. But
2001.
No.
Earlier.
Yep.
97.
No.
Start of a new over. Brooks bangs it in a little bit shorter, and it's left alone by Higgins as it arches away from him.
Which one are you going for next, 2000 or 98?
98.
It was.
Okay.
I thought I was going to get you
It's
there.
the
and you'd go
25th
for
anniversary
99.
then. 25th anniversary.
It is.
Yeah.
That's why Jed's here. He's brought the cake as well. Have you seen?
You'll have eaten it.
What's that, Phil? Summer Olympics in 88. Maybe that was the launch of it.
No, that's 10 years earlier than 98. They're different numbers. The one's got an 8 at the start, the other's got a 9. As Brooks bowls and is driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Time flies, eh? I was just leaving college then. I remember college. That was where the internet hadn't arrived by school, by GCSEs, but by the end of A levels, we were all expected to use the internet.
Sorry, I'm just having a narky argument with somebody with the football press officer. Anyway, as the ball is driven up towards mid-on.
That's what the internet was made for.
Yeah.
A narky email with a football press officer on
There's
your
no run.
emails during a cricket commentary online. That's what the internet was created
No,
for.
it's when they impose an embargo on certain interviews on the grounds that something else is happening that's purely visual, which is not makes no odds for radio whatsoever. It makes no, We could send you a statement. Oh, that'd be cracking. We can send you a picture. Yeah, that's good as well. It's great for our social media and online. But Brooks bowling and left alone by Higgins outside off stump. He's bowled okay so far, Henry Brooks, but the conditions are more benign than they were earlier. They're still not easy. These two have just taken a really positive attitude to what's going on out there, and their partnership is worth more than the Warwickshire first innings was, as they're now at 62.
Well, I was just saying, how many times the side walked off with a 100-run advantage by stumps at day one in their first innings?
And normally it would be a bit higher scoring than this, actually. This is driven nicely by Higgins. And a big full-length dive from Alex Davis, and he gets nothing on the ball. And he rolls onto his back, hopefully not having done himself any actual physical damage. And the ball goes for 4. Another good hit from Higgins, who's 1 away from a half-century. He's on 49.
That was the best hopeless dive I've ever seen. It was almost like something out of Monty Python, as though he was diving in the pool with the old
I was
hands
convinced.
together.
I was convinced he was going to get something on it.
I mean, it was one of those where if he didn't, it would look ridiculous, and he didn't.
Yeah. He was like a salmon going upstream.
It was a leap, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Leaping into a swimming pool.
And in fairness, the other thing it had in common with the salmon leaping upstream is that salmon probably wouldn't field that straight drive either. Brooks shorts, touchdown into the leg side, and Brooks almost got in the way of the single there. De Caris managed to get past him, and as a result, Higgins has come through for a very good half century of 57 balls, 1 6 and 7 4s. And whilst he needed a little bit of fortune when he was being on the attack early in his innings, he's earned this half century. And you consider on a day where the home team were bowled out for just 60, when you respond with a 50-run innings, then he's certainly doing your team a solid turn. Very good knock from Higgins.
Well, it's modern cricket now, isn't it? You play yourself in by going out there and hitting a few shots. Oh, I'm in now, I can settle down. Yeah, you know, they've settled into it beautifully, these two, haven't they? But it did. It began with counter-attacking cricket, from the off. Play yourself in.
Truly conventional batting hasn't looked particularly comfortable for anybody, apart from actually De Caris.
Yeah. But even De Caris was going at a fair lick to begin with, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's slowed down a bit now, 28 from 38, but he was strike rate of more than 100.
There will be a point at this over that I will rudely interrupt you.
Ooh.
It's because it'll be time to do a.
Why can't
an
I hear
update
it?
at
Oh, it's
3
on your
minutes
phone.
past.
I see.
Yeah.
It's Barnard over the wicket, sorry, and the ball's eased to backward point, and there's no run. What, do you remember when the phone used to affect the headsets? You couldn't use your phones to your upside. You go dit. When did that stop?
If you try hard enough, you can still do it.
Can you?
But I think it's actually the phone technology has moved on a bit.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Do you remember how? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny how it all moves on. The things we used to have to. Well, the first cricket commentary is 2005.
Why am I trying to make it happen?
Yeah. Go on, you can do it.
No.
Listen out, folks, just for old time's sake. Barnard bowls, and this ball's dabbed away into the onside. 144 for 6.
Yeah. Well, it was.
Everyone at home wants to hear it now. We haven't heard it for so long.
Yeah,
it hadn't even occurred to me.
I don't think I'm going to manage it.
Oh, come on, you can do it.
I'll probably end up
We all miss that phone now, that noise now, don't we?
I end up switching this machine off by mistake.
Well, that'd do him a favour as well, to be fair.
You did used to get interference from mobiles, not so much as the number of Gs has gone up.
Barnes. This is push back to mid-on and there's no run. I misheard that and thought you said the number of Jesuses had gone up. How so?
No, as you know, I'm very technological. And when it was 2G, probably did it.
Do you remember E?
I
used to have E, didn't
still
you?
get that periodically at home.
Yeah. Now we get E and it's an absolute waste of time, isn't it? That was all we had to begin with. Higgins awaits as this is cut off Barnard, only to backward point, no run.
Bethel nearly fell over backwards fielding that big, got it. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Middlesex are powering ahead. They're 144 for 6. Doesn't sound like a big score, but having bowled out the Bears for just 60, it means they lead Warwickshire by 84 runs. Ryan Higgins has played a good hand for his side. He's unbeaten on 50. He's been very positive. Josh De Caris is with him on 28. Middlesex with first 4 innings wicket standing, lead by 84. That made no sense at all, that last bit. And
Middlesex.
Did I say
We've
that?
been called worse.
It's yeah.
That was our own fault
The
for
brain
messing
went
around.
before the end there. No, verbal incompetence.
Barnard bowls and this ball's dabs away into the offside. 144 for 6.
Stands to be, if Middlesex press home their advantage here, it could be an enormous week in the context of the season.
Well, yeah, day 3 at Lords last week, turning up and you thought, day 3 at Lords could really define the season, top and bottom of Division 1, and well, it did. Surrey won the match, Middlesex lost, and now they're scrambling this week. But to come to Warwickshire and get a win here would be quite the achievement for them.
A fair bit of water to flow under the bridge, but they've put themselves in a really, really good position.
What's the equivalent of scoring 350 in the first innings and losing? To bowl a side out for 60 and then have a lead of, what have they got now, 84?
Yeah, Stranger things can happen. Oh, is it me? Yes, Henry Brooks in. It's turned down towards long leg, and there's no run. No, I was distracted because Steve Nicholson's got in touch on Twitter.
Ooh.
Because
Is
we
this
were
an
talking,
Archie press officer?
talking about Australian bands earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it wasn't the press officer's fault what was going on. It just annoyed me. It said, listen to the commentary, racking my brain for Australian bands. The three I have are Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. That's very cool. It's a very, very cool situation to name them. As Higgins awaits Brooks, and that's a good leave outside off stump. Pitched outside, went further, taken in front of first slip by Michael Burgess, who is Son's cap at the moment, bareheaded. Midnight Oil, may remember them vaguely, late 80s, early 90s. And Mental as Anything. Remember Live It Up? You would if you heard it.
This is my Eve Jones moment. I've got no idea about any of those.
I think Eve knew more than she was letting on. I think she just liked.
Are you trying to say she was pretending to be younger than she is?
No, it's not that. She'll have heard stuff from family. She'll have heard
She's heard stuff.
She'll have heard those bands. This is good adjustment made late here by Higgins, and ball that may have gone through a little bit low from Henry Brooks. It certainly hurried him up a little bit, but he was able to chop down on it and force it out towards deep square leg. Mosley does the fielding, and another run to Higgins. 51 for him, 146 for 6. We'll get Phil Britt back on in a bit before he disappears on one of his escapades to non-league football. With his camera, takes some tremendous shots of non-league football, does Phil. Brooks back of a length, beautifully in position. Behind it is DeCaris up to mid-off. He went to more than 500 non-league games last season. That's a slight, I would say it's not as much of an exaggeration as you would. 100 and something, wasn't it? 103. 120 non-league games of football he went to last season.
Plus,
that's a lot.
38 home games for Warwickshire. Home days.
Well, he's not usually here for the blast. Phil, not often. He is. He's in the museum probably for the blast. That's a lovely ball from Brooks that just goes past the edge of the bat and through to the wicket keeper.
And this is what cricket commentary used to look like before the blast. Phil Britt in the museum.
The museum is just tremendous, and it's hidden away, and people stumble upon it, and you're shocked by what's in there.
Well, at Hove, last year I think I saw the museum for the first time, unless it's new, the museum. And I must have wandered past, I'm assuming that's where it's always been. And I wandered past.
Brooks, back of a length, cut into the offside, and it's one bounce into the hands of Bethel. DeCaris feels he missed out there, but a lead of 86 before wicket standing for Middlesex. They're 146 for 6.
Beneath the old funny name pavilion, what do they call it away to our left, the pavilion? Funny old name.
Yeah.
It was a benefactor of Sussex.
Okay.
But anyway, below that, there's just a little door. You look to your right, and then all of a sudden it's like a little hobbit hole. It's the museum at Hove. Never must have, unless it's new and they've only just placed it there. I just thought, how many years have I been coming here and never saw it? Phil will know. The museum at Hove.
10 years.
It's been there 10 years. Well, where was it before? They didn't have one.
Where's Phil's spot is? I think as we look across the Priory stand, somewhere vaguely down below the number 7, I would say, on the booze. It's sort of behind number 7. It's behind number 8, by the little tiny scoreboard that never gets used.
Poor thing.
And it's underneath there, and actually some of the memorabilia is astonishing.
Barnard bowls, and this ball's run away. Nicely angled bat. Higgins will get a couple here, down to deep third. 148 for 6. No particular need for a deep third at the moment because it's a pretty damp outfield, isn't it? So the ball's lost a lot of pace. I remember Neil Dexter coming here and infuriating Phil and whoever it was, possibly yourself, commentating alongside me that day. He scored a century all down to the vacant deep third, basically.
All down to third man.
But
he always did that against Warwickshire. Fellas, we would get our own back.
Oh, it was you then, was it?
Well, probably, yeah. I've seen Dexter do that.
Yeah.
But we used to get our own back against a lot of teams because Keith Barker would score almost all of his runs through third man as well.
Yeah. Barnard bowls and Higgins dabs down on this again. Have the floodlights only just come back on, or have they never gone off?
Never gone off.
Ah.
Ground staff have lost interest in that potential rain shower.
Yeah, they are now using it to have a snooze, aren't they? The hover cover, tuck up inside it.
There's nobody left on it there.
No, they're all lying down
What they've
Big
actually,
side.
are they really? They'll get in all sorts of trouble if they do that.
Especially if someone turns it on. 2 slips. Barnard to Higgins on 48 for 6. And, that lifts through to the gloves. Great keeping. Turning up from Burgess. Pace and bounce on that again. This is where, again, the batting point. Now, what were we going to get onto earlier about the playing out a draw? But the batting point, you don't get your first batting point till 250. Look at how hard Middlesex are batting here. 148 for 6. And you'd be thinking, another 52 runs. They might even get a batting point today. 250 is ridiculous for the first batting point.
I have no idea who thought that was a good idea, by the way.
Well, isn't it a McCullum? I don't know. I'm not having a go at Stokes and McCullum, but isn't it Stokes and McCullum? It's a length ball which is eased away into the offside. 148 for 6. Because I get it, but it doesn't work. It's too far. They want to encourage more positive cricket. Get on with it. Go out there and play positively. But that's not how the English summer works. You get pitches like this. You get damp patches, damp periods.
Yeah. You've got to play to the circumstances of a game first and foremost. Yeah, and then be positive within it. As England have demonstrated this year, that
Barnard bowls into the block hole, dug out by Higgins.
You've got to assess the situation. I mean, there's nobody who watches cricket regularly at Edgbaston who thinks that the first day declaration against Australia was anything other than daft. Because you know how the wicket is going to develop over the course of a 5-day game. Make your runs then. That's when you make your runs. And even if they'd had nipped Warner out before the close, it wouldn't necessarily make it a great decision because they left runs on the table.
Barnard bowls and this ball's dabbing defensively into the offside, or dabbed defensively into the offside by Higgins. 148 for 6.
There's no point trying to win test matches in 3 days then complaining that you can't have a 6th or 7th day because it's rained. Alex Davis is going to take a break from the field. That flying salmon dive that he did earlier may have left him a little bit uncomfortable. So Danny Briggs trots back onto the field. Henry Brooks is going to continue from the far end. But this partnership has really given Middlesex the control that they wanted again after the brilliant bowling performance this morning. Put the Bears into bat and were batting themselves before lunch. Not something you see happen often. It wasn't the best batting performance from the Bears, but the bowling was really the story in these conditions. As Brooks bowls and goes past the shoulder of the bat of De Keris, he looks a little bit anxiously round to the wicket-keeper, but there was no appeal from the Bears. And there is a sweet spot, particularly that Roland Jones would find from that far end. As that lifted quite spectacularly from the sort of length it was bowled at. Brooks trudges back to his mark. Not much wrong with that. If you describe the over after this, and we'll bring Phil in for you, and then we'll do a switch around once I've done my 5:30. As this again is just back of a length. Josh De Keris for the first time was caught in 2 minds. He's looked very well organised so far, but I'm not quite sure what that was. It's almost like he was playing a T20 style flick down towards third man, but it was all hands and no footwork. I think he's just quite glad they didn't get anything on it. And Ryan Higgins has wisely, I think, just gone down and have a word with him just to get him focused again. You don't want to give away the start that you've got on this surface when you're 29, and then he plays another airy shot to a ball that was too short to drive, and again it passes the edge and goes through to the wicket-keeper. Just needs to refocus, because at the moment these aren't the deliveries that are going to get him out. I mean, there's one ball earlier and over that was a cracker, but those last 2 balls aren't going to get him out. You'd have to get himself out to it. So, what do you think you're taking a photo of now?
I'm still absolutely...
Honestly. Brooks, wide, Fuller, no interest in De Keris. That's a better decision from his point of view.
I still can't get over the fact that Ethan Bamber's on the main BBC page. It's great.
Your excitement is a little bit like a small child getting their first scale extricts for Christmas.
Yeah. And I'd be smiling just like Ethan Bamber as well.
Yeah.
He's great, Ethan Bamber. You'd like him.
Would I?
Yeah, he's the most positive, happy, kind person you could possibly meet. Great fella.
Oh.
And he took 5 for today.
Bowled brilliantly. Outstanding spell. As Brooks, another wild drive from Josh De Keris, who after all the good work he's done so far, this stand of 71 in the context of the game is enormous, by the way. Has dealt with this over in the least graceful way he possibly could, and has not got a bit of bat on anything.
Well, Bamber had called for a little bit more backbone from the team last week during the Surrey game.
Well, he called for it.
He did. He said a little bit more backbone. He also said they needed, I don't know if I can quite say it, but the opposite of backbone.
Okay, yeah, I've got that. This one just back of a length is left alone by Josh Dakaris, who's shown. We could usually get away with saying the word cojones to get around it. Well, then people do say that. 148 for 6 at the end of the over. What?
I was going to go there with the opposite to a backbone, but
yeah.
Higgins said it in an interview. It was a great moment, and he just paused and thought, "What have I just said?"
Oh, he said it, did he?
He did in an interview, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
We need, not only do we need some more backbone, we also need some more.
Yeah.
And then he stood there and kind of looked into space and thought, "What did I just say?"
I've known worse. Ed Barnard has started a new over and he's chopped on Higgins. Well, there is the breakthrough, and it's come in a rather unexpected way. Higgins has done very well for his team here with 53, but Barnard, who's probably deserves something for his efforts, gets the wicket rather unexpectedly from the chop on. Higgins is gone for 53, and that stand of 71 is now over. 148 for 7, and Higgins gone after his half century. But this lead of 88 is already substantial in this game. And whilst you suspect it probably will get a bit easier to bat as the match goes on. It's a lot of runs to make up for before you start moving forward in the right direction. Round of applause for Higgins. Barnard takes the platitudes from his teammates. Phil Britt is rolling into position alongside me. It won't be long before we have Kevin back, don't worry. Especially as it's Middlesex's day.
Do you think so? Just a tad?
Just a tad, yeah. Adam, who emails in regularly when he's listening to the game, says, "Hello, old chap, what a day to commentate. Time is not flying if you're a Bears fan. So I'm cooking my wife a birthday cake."
Oh!
Now, this is a fellow who set the bar too high for the rest of us. A Biscoff cake that has more calories than I've ever imagined in one cake. Here's to some good news in the match, says Adam. Adam, thank you for getting in touch.
I wonder if Kevin could get us a Biscoff cake tomorrow.
I doubt they do that in the hotel breakfast room.
No, you probably won't be able to smuggle one of those out, I wouldn't have thought.
Unbelievable. The thing is, it's all very well him earlier saying, "Oh, we'll smuggle some fruit out instead," or something like that, but it's the condition in which it arrives that's the problem. To say it was an unappealing ensemble.
It was a reflection of the commentary team for this match.
It's Barnard drawing Roland Jones, the new batsman, forward. He pushes it up to mid-off, where Mir Hamza does the fielding. You know, a series of beheaded muffins. A series of beheaded muffins. The ones that weren't beheaded were squished and would have been absolutely stuck in their paper wrappers. Oh, my word. I dare say he'd had a full English, cereals, toast.
I bet. It's surprised that wasn't in there as well.
Barnard, back of a length, wraps Roland Jones on the thigh pad. He's called through for a brisk single by Dakaris, signalled as a leg by, 149 for 7.
That sounds very good. That anyway, but I hope that turns out okay. Your cake.
The cake, yeah, you can bake, can't you? I'm sure you can. You can. You are a ridiculously multi-talented person.
I do all the cooking at home. Judging by the size, a lot of cake.
Full ball, driven by Dakaris. Just checked his drive a little bit, but they should come through for 2. Will Rhodes chase it down, but that's the 150 up for Middlesex. The lead up to 91.
Nice shot. He's played some good shots. He sort of goes through a little spell where he it's almost like he gets frustrated, starts to have a go, and you think, oh, he's going to get a nick, and then he gets back in and starts playing some decent shots again. It's been a good innings this though from Dakaris.
Did feel that the bucolic flailing of the last over was a bit out of character.
Yeah.
As he just jabs the ball out in the offside here, picked up by Dan Mosley. There's no run. It all went very T20 just for an over. And he didn't lay a bat on anything.
Well, the lead 91. I suppose there's the possibility that Warwickshire will be batting again before the close tonight. Just the 3 wickets remaining.
Barnard in. Oh, that's gone past the edge and bounces a second time before it reaches Ed Barnard. One or two have kept lower and shot through. Just wonder whether there might be an element of too paceness about this surface that's starting to develop as well. But Middlesex, having fielded first, 91 runs ahead on the first day. Yep. 3 wickets standing.
Yes, they'll be well pleased with their day's work. I think we're going to be lucky to get all the overs in. We've still got a further 25 to go.
Wow.
The lights probably going to start to close in. It's lots of cloud about, so I think we'll do well to get that in, particularly as the seamers have been on all day. We've had each side has just used 4 bowlers.
So I think the threat of rain has subsided now for today, though.
Henry Brooks to continue from the Birmingham end. He's in to Roland Jones, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's Roland Jones who started all the trouble this morning. 3 wickets in his opening 2 overs, and that he set what was going to happen for the rest of the Warwickshire innings, which really did crumble away under difficult conditions and some excellent bowling. That's Brooks in down the leg side. Roland Jones feels he's missed out on that one as he smacks his bat into the ground. It was he was trying to pick it up and whip it away to the relatively short boundary at backward square leg. It's got to be in probably 20 yards from where it was in last week's game.
Particularly white trousers and pads that Roland Jones has. Vivid. Very clean. Immaculate.
Brooks into him. He goes for another big swing, and again, there's some considerable margin from the bat from ball as he went down, and De Caris comes down and has a little chat with him and says, "Skip, I think you're not quite sure what your tactic is."
I mean, a touch of irony given the way that De Caris played the last Brooks
exactly.
over. But he's not wrong. By the same token, he's not wrong because every run they make here consolidates the position they've put themselves in.
Brooks comes in and bowls, and well, this is hit up in the air, straight back over the bowler's head. It's running up towards the boundary, and it makes it. He got hold of it, sufficient on it to go rolling away. It goes right behind Henry Brooks and is retrieved. But for a time, just for a short time, it looked as though it was potentially going to be a catchable, but it dropped over mid-off, mid-on, right between them, and probably about 15 yards further on. So in the end, a perfectly safe shot to get Roland Jones off the mark. And I don't think he's going to be hanging about, Richard.
No, I think we know that it's going to be a bit route one, but he can be very effective at it.
This next one is short, and he ducks underneath this, and it goes harmlessly over his head and through to Michael Burgess.
You always like that response, fast bowler to fast bowler, don't you? You want to hit me back over my head? Let me see if I can hit yours.
It was certainly well over his head. I was reading that Rob Bransgrove is standing down as the chairman of Hampshire for next season. As this one is hit hard, high, and very hard, very high, and straight over square leg for 6. A short ball from Henry Brooks picked up nicely. He's been trying that 2 or 3 times this over. It ends up fielded by the hover cover, and it's picked out of the rolled up sheeting, which sits along the hover cover. 6 runs, effectively 10% of the Warwickshire first innings total with that one strike. 161 for 7.
There was a split second there where Henry Brooks thought he might be in the game for that shot that Dan Mosley standing out on the boundary's edge, but it was caught very sweetly by Ryland Jones. 101 the lead. Ed Barnard to begin a new over ball into Josh De Cares, and he's looking to pull it, and he gets a top edge. It's going to clear Danny Briggs by some distance actually, and Brooks runs around the mid-wicket boundary and they'll come through for 2. 33 for De Cares, and they might as well continue with being positive here.
Absolutely.
Helm and Bamber the last 2 to come. If they turn this lead from 100 to 150, then that's a big deficit to knock off to make a game of it. You know, the first target for Warwickshire then will be to try and get the game into day 3.
Yeah.
Because it's so far progressed already. Barnard draws De Cares forward, pushes it into the offside, picked up in the covers by Mosley, and no run.
I think the wicket's got a little bit easier, but it's still plenty there, and it's scoring runs big on this one at the moment. Doesn't look to be easy, and I think this lead of 103, which with 3 wickets in hand, potentially is going to be extremely difficult for Warwickshire.
Yeah, you'd hope they'll make a better fist of it second time round, as coming down the wicket one step and having a big launch trying to hit it over extra cover. De Cares misses out again. The interesting thing is that when he got off to a flyer here, and I think he got 20 off his first 16 balls, and it's gone very relatively quiet since then. With proper cricket shots, he was punishing the bad ball. If they over pitched, he was playing it elegantly. He was showing a real ability of how to find the gaps, natural instincts of to how to puncture the field. And now he's just wanting to overhit the ball as much as anything. He awaits Barnard again, and that's much better because he uses the pace of the ball and guides it down to third man. It was a perfectly neatly angled shot, and it's 4 more for Josh De Cares. He's up to 37, 167 for 7.
These runs beginning to flow rather too quickly, I think, for Will Rhodes' liking here. Somehow he's going to have to try and to keep attacking, but to try as well to plug some of these gaps, because that's a 6-2 boundaries in the last 7 or 8 deliveries.
Barnard once more, and it's a big top edge, and this has gone very high. An early call from Michael Burgess, and he takes the catch. A second wicket for Barnard. De Cares goes for 37. Perhaps a little bit careless towards the end of his innings. He'd done so well in the partnership with Ryan Higgins, and a massive top edge that goes very high. Early call from Burgess, and Barnard has his second, 167 for 8.
It's almost an inevitability about that. We've been talking about how De Cares had suddenly got very loose. The runs were coming. We said, they may as well go for the shots. And that one, I think, typifies this wicket. It really went for the shot, and the ball quite where he thought, and top edged, and it flew very, very high. Any one of 3 or 4 could have caught it in the end sensibly. The man with the gloves took it, and the 18th wicket of the day to fall.
Well, it could well be 20 plus, couldn't it?
Yeah.
And part of you thinks, actually, okay, got a lead of 107, a few more runs would be handy. However, wouldn't mind having another bowl, because you've got a team here who are going to be very flat. Psychologically, it'll be a very difficult situation. If you're Alex Davis and Rob Yates, you're not expecting to come out to open the batting twice on the first day.
I wonder, Richard, whether that's not some of the thinking behind the way Toby Rowland-Jones has gone out with this.
Yeah.
Let's get ourselves 15 overs tonight, have a lead of about 140, and we can make some serious inroads. And the way this is looking, you can't see this going too far into tomorrow, to this game at the moment. But I think that games change.
Yeah,
We'll see.
4-day games have many an undulation. As Barnard comes in and draws an edge from Helm, but it goes along the deck and down towards third man. It won't get there because Sam Hain chases a ball that's slowing up on the outfield. And they come back for 2, 169 for 8. A successful over for Ed Barnard. His second wicket of the day means he's 2 for 31. I'll update for listeners to BBC Radio WM in the next few minutes if I interrupt you mid-over, Phil.
No problems. So Henry Brooks is going to continue. I thought we might see Oliver Hannon-Dolby back into the attack, but Brooks to continue. He'll be bowling to Roland Jones, who picked up that, pulled in for 6 in the last over. And he's laid his stall out fairly clearly that he's not going to be hanging about, pushing and prodding. 169 for 8, the lead of 109 with 2 wickets remaining. So anybody who's been today has seen plenty of cricket, plenty of wickets and stuff. Brooks on his way in. Ronald Jones just gets behind this one, just plays it gently back up the wicket. Brooks feels off his own bowling. There's no run.
Interesting thing, I think if probably 40 runs less, this might have been a kind of more an even game than it looks on the surface. But
sorry, I interrupt rudely because there's 22.5 overs remaining in the day.
Ah.
The length of the Warwickshire innings, although you would lose 2 for the change of overs.
Kevin's getting very carried away with Middlesex statistics today, have you noticed?
Yeah. Brooks in. Ron just digs that one out. Absolutely no foot movement. A very full delivery, which he almost sort of just brought the bat down on and scooped back without moving any feet at all and kept it out of his wickets.
Do this update for BBC Radio WM now. Let them know what's going on. They've battled, but they've been put to the sword a bit since tea, as a straight drive from Toby Rowland Jones, the Middlesex captain, takes them to 173 for 8, a lead of 113, which in the context of this game seems to be a lot. And actually, the key was a stand of 71 between Ryan Higgins, who ended up with 53, and Josh DeCaris, who was dismissed a few moments ago for 37. Both of them victims of Ed Barnard. He's taken to 3 for Mir Hamza and a couple for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, 1 for Henry Brooks, who's bowling at the moment. The Bears batted for just 22 overs and 5 balls earlier, bowled out for 60 in extremely seam-friendly conditions, but still a very subpar total. Middlesex 173 for 8, lead by 113.
Lovely straight drive. Just hit the ball hard, Roland Jones. As Brooks into him again and bowls. And this one is pulled away down to deep square, backward square leg for a single, just whipping it round off stump. But one more to Jones. Roland Jones, he goes on to 15, 174 for 8. Just looking across to the right of where we sit, looking out onto the pitch, and some quite dark cloud over there, and moving its way just across the pitch, so the lights will start to become more effective, but we've not seen any ground staff out, so that's good news. Brooks in, and this is turned into the onside. He was looking to turn it down fine, but in the end it got a bit tucked up, and the ball rolls up to Hannon-Dolby at mid-on, and there's no run. So Mir Hamza down below us is just beginning to start doing some exercises, so maybe that he comes back into the attack.
I guess one of his jobs is meant to be tail ender, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tail wrapper upper.
This one is a thick outside edge which runs down to Ed Barnard down at third man. Another single to the total, 175. Helm is on 3. Roland Jones is on 15. The lead is 115.
I'm going to reintroduce Kevin to the fray while you do your final foray before you head to non-league, whichever non-league Wembley you're heading for today.
Evesham Town. Evesham United.
Evesham, that's close.
Evesham Town. Yes, going into Worcestershire tonight. So 175 for 8. Thanks, Richard.
So we've got this right. The Warwickshire first innings lasted 22.5 overs, yeah?
Yep.
There are 22 overs remaining today. With the extra half an hour, that's 30 overs remaining today.
What you're saying is they could be bowled out tonight.
Well, it's back to that Kent game. Do you remember the 2011 I was talking about? There was a point where Kent found themselves 3 down with X number of overs to go in the day, and he thought, with the extra half an hour, this is on.
Yep. That won't happen. We'll be still batting.
You don't think we'll need the extra half hour?
We'll be still batting on the Thursday night. This one is played... Sorry, it's your end. Sorry, it's not me.
That's all right. We're too busy winding each other up. It doesn't matter. Forward defence from Tom Helm. Studiously pushed back into the offside. The lead 115, 60 all out. Warwickshire this morning. Middlesex 175 for 8. Well.
Their middle order...
We like fast forward cricket.
Their middle order's batted really well, I think. The Middlesex middle order.
Bernard bowls, and this ball's worked down to deep backward square leg for a single. 176 for 8. Helm moves to 4. Well, it's the merit of seeing off the new ball, isn't it? I mean,
yep.
That's a tough job of opening batters. Number 3, you've got to get up there and get through it, and you know full well that cricket's a game of failure, as we know, isn't it? You know, more often than not, you're going to fail, especially as a batter. So it is what it is today, really. But you'd certainly prefer be Middlesex's batting lineup than Warwickshire's this evening, unless something spectacular happens in the overs to come when Warwickshire do make it to the middle. Although Helm and Roland Jones, they could well be batting tomorrow morning. Here's a lofted drive down the grounds from Roland Jones. It's gone all the way. There's a deep mid-on. Roland Jones clears him. Extraordinary shot. 186 for 8.
That was a terrific shot, wasn't it?
Oh, I've gone
Really
too far
was.
on it, haven't I? That scoreboard is lightning quick over there. 182 for 8. And I've got my maths wrong anyway. 188 for 8 if I was ahead of it. Other than that,
Otherwise, it was perfect.
Other than that, well, that was an outstanding piece of reporting. There's a slip and a gully, backward points, cover and a mid-off, deep mid-on. Well, he's deepish walking in as Barnard's in, bowls, and this time it's closer to his half of the track than Roland Jones. It's well, as short as you could imagine while forcing him to play on the front foot, but then only really somebody with Roland Jones's height and reach would be able to play that off the front foot.
He uses the height and reach really well, doesn't he, when he bats? Hits the ball incredibly hard.
The modern terminology, levers. He's got great levers, hasn't he? That swing of the bat, those arms when they come through. Here's Bernard bowls. There they go again. And oh, wow, that one has gone even further. I mean, although that was nearly a pitching wedge, but it went a long way, didn't it? That went up and up and up and away.
I think he's
and
hit
over
his
long
own
on.
wicket. I think he's out.
Wait, what? He's hit his wicket?
I think he's hit his
Oh,
wicket.
well, hold on a minute. Roland Jones is pausing, though, and saying, well, what's going on?
He's out.
Ah, now look, wait, no, because look, he's out of his ground when he hits the ball. At what point going back into his crease did he hit it? Now, well, the wicket-keeper then turns and looks to see that the bail's removed and said he's hit his wicket. Roland Jones is saying, well, how have I hit my wicket? He was out of his ground when he hit the ball. Here we go, look. Steps forward, swings. Now he's out of his ground at that point, so he can't have hit his wicket. It goes for 6.
It's another tricky one for...
Well, this is a really tricky
Rob
one.
Bailey's
I mean, there was something similar at Merchant Taylor's School the other week. Roland Jones is given out.
I think.
Well, does the 6 stand? Did the 6
He's
go
on
and then
his
he
way.
hit his wicket? I mean, that ball had cleared the ropes, hadn't it? And so we back to 182 for 9? Or 188 for 9? The umpires have given him out. Well, this one... Let's see what we can do. Let's rock and roll,
I think
Phil.
the problem is on the picture that you can't get a clear view. I think it might have been the swing.
Oh, so the swing.
Backwards.
Have you seen that replay, Richard, to confirm that? So after the swing, we're just talking about the big levers. His levers were too big.
Yeah.
His levers are too big. They've swung right over his shoulder and clipped the bail. There it is. Oh, well, hold on a minute. Is the ball not out of the ground by then? Well, is it? I mean, the ball's just wafting around behind. The bat's just wafting around behind him. So it wasn't actually. I thought you were saying it was the end of his follow-through, but it wasn't. He finished the follow-through. And then, here we go, this is the one. So he's finished the follow-through, shot's gone, he steps back. Oh, how's that?
That is a strange one.
Well, I tell you what, it's a strange one. It's not going to be particularly controversial. I don't think Roland Jones will be overly happy about it, but equally they'll be a little bit miffed, Middlesex, because they'll think this is 2 games out of 3 now where there's been a bit of a controversial.
Big swing, walks
So
back.
he's out of his ground when he plays the shot. He then steps back.
Oh, I see what he's done, yeah.
And he's just swinging his bat around, isn't he? The shot's completed.
He's still in movement, though, isn't he?
Is the ball dead if it's over the ropes, though? Clearly not. Not until it hits someone, did you say?
Well, it doesn't matter. He's out.
Yeah.
182.
I mean, quite hard to tell for the umpires and for Roland Jones and for us at what point that ball cleared the ropes. So again, if we had multiple cameras, you'd be able to say, well, look, here's the wide shot. If you can see the ball clearing the ropes and Roland Jones swinging the bat behind him. Anyway, Ethan Bamber, as Bernard is in, and this is left alone outside of the off stump, and through to the keeper it goes. So the 6 doesn't count. The 6 is cancelled.
And Ed Barnard gets the
have
third
you
wicket.
ever? I mean, that's got to be up there with the most bizarre dismissals in 6 and out. I mean, that's
and
quite
out.
literally 6 and out.
Yep.
6 and out for well, it's not 6 and out. It's 6. Take away 6 and out.
The problem was after he hit the ball and gone forward, he then moves back with a swinging bat straight into his stumps and just clips the top of the stumps. The umpires had a long consultation. Rob Bailey wasn't sure. He had a chat with his fellow umpire. They had some strange decisions today. It's not been an easy day for them umpiring. But anyway, they eventually came.
I mean, if you
up
look when he's played that shot, that ball's gone. So yeah.
Anyway, Henry Rooks is in to bowl, and it's bowling to Helm, who plays this one back up to mid-on. There's no run. Warwickshire have picked up their 3rd bowling point. So both sides at the moment have 3 bonus points, but Middlesex have a huge 122 run advantage. 182 for 9 as Helm faces Brooks. This one is turned nicely away through mid-wicket and down to the fence for 4. Picked that up beautifully, clipped it away. There's a man out there, Dan Mosley, who's out at deep square leg, but he could only watch and wait for the ground staff to go and pick the ball up and return it. Helm moves on to 8, 186 for 9.
Would rescinded be the word? Was the 6 rescinded? Is that the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, because
6 rescinded and out.
Yep. So this one is glanced down behind backward square for a single. They amble the single. 187 for 9. Yep. Yes, the 6 effectively is doesn't count, does it?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, taken off, yeah.
So Barnard, instead of picking the balls out of the stand, halfway up the stand, is suddenly finds he's got a 3rd wicket.
So, yeah. So only once that ball landed, once it was over the rope, once it landed at that point, the ball became dead. But in the umpire's opinion,
yeah, Brooks in and Bamber gets behind that and drops it down in front of him. There's no run.
So yeah, I mean, if we'd have had the TV replays of it, and we were able to see this is the moment that the ball went over the rope, it's clear of the rope by that point, he's then stepping back, swinging that bat behind him, and it knocks off the bail. I mean, he's basically like a little kid, isn't he, with the bat just swinging in his arm at that point. It's not part of the follow-through.
Brooks in. This one is squirted behind the square on the onside. They think about a single, but Bambers and Helm decide no. Yes,
it's like a little kid just wandering around swinging the bat in the air, like we all used to do.
He's not even looking. He's looking at the shot.
He's admiring it. He's just standing back to admire, swinging the bat around under his arm, and he's knocked the bail while admiring it. So, yeah. I mean, yeah. Time frame as watching it side on, it's hard to imagine that the ball's landed by that point somewhere.
This one is cut away to deep backward point for a single. So Bamber is off the mark. 188 for 9, the lead of 128 with just the 1 wicket to remain. And we've got 20 overs remaining in the day. That dark cloud I was talking about has moved on. And behind it is reasonable. The weather looks reasonable. Some rain falling right across opposite us over the park behind.
Oh, don't do that. Where? Which way is it going? That's not coming our way, though, is it?
That way.
Beautiful.
No, it's going away from us.
The one-day finish is still on.
There's definitely...
Extra half hour, lads. Titty ye not.
You won't be able to get any cakes if that's the case.
Short and pulled away. Sorry, this is my end, isn't it? Sorry. Short and pulled away out to deep backward square leg by Bamba. Picks up a single. Long leg hadn't seen it.
This has been just the sort of day that Bamba will now go and get himself a 50 to go with his 5 wickets. He batted well in the last game, didn't he? Was it against Surrey?
Yes, he did. Yeah, 46 not out was his highest. First class.
That's his highest first class score.
Yeah, and he watched Murtagh manage 2 balls the next morning. One of them blocked, and the next one, he fended it off and it was gone. There's a little nick fine by Helm off Barnard, and that will be 4 useful more runs for Middlesex. 193 for 9. Every single run right now that they're down to the last pair, it's excruciating for Warwickshire, isn't it? They need to get this over with. Having well, by hook or by crook, no, by hook, not by crook at all, is it really? But
well, they got that break, that partnership which was going on for the 7th wicket. They managed to break that one. Progressively, they've been Roland Jones and now these two just eking out a few more runs.
Oh, that nips back in. Goodness me. Although again, the Middlesex bowlers won't mind that one a little bit, will they?
Well,
still movement, still pace.
You've got to put it in the right place, and that's where I think that the Middlesex bowlers probably have out-bowled the Warwickshire ones today. They put it in, particularly Bamba, put ball in the right place beautifully and really used the conditions perfectly.
This one's full from Bernard knees to backward point. There's no run. 193 for 9. Not Fred Titmus quoting the laws. And while the ball is in play, his stroke her wicket is broken by either the striker's bat or person. His question is, when does the ball cease to be in play? Well, Richard offers once it hits something, once it's over the rope. It's a bit like, you can't quite say that moment once it's cleared the rope. But as I say, if you had a wide shot of a camera saying, well, look, you can see it's over the rope by that point, and then he hits the bail. But here's a swing down the ground from Helm on this occasion, and Helm steps forward out of his crease, so no drama of him hitting his stumps. That's 6 where Roland Jones had hit his, and that's Middlesex on 2. Now I'm hesitant because that scoreboard is lightning quick. 199 for 9.
Yep.
They lead by 139. There are 19.1 overs remaining today. Warwickshire bowled for 22.5 this morning. Extra half an hour could be available.
I've got to say, on the shot he was out on, to me, he'd hit it cleanly. It had gone over the rope, well over the ropes, and then the bails came off, and to me, the ball was out of play.
The ball was out of play?
Yeah, he shouldn't,
He shouldn't have been out. Well, that's what I thought, to be honest. This ball's eased by Helm into the offside, and there's no run, and not Fred Titmus follows up with that. The ball is dead when a boundary is scored, and you can only be out hit wicket when the ball is in play. As far as I can tell, he should not have been given out if the ball crossed the boundary. Well, the difficult thing was for the umpires. Oh, no, Richard's disagreeing. Go on. If a breeze blew it back. Well, what I'd say, actually, in all seriousness, what I'd say, Richard's hypothesising for breeze, blown it back into play. It's not out of play because it hasn't landed. But in this day and age, when you couldn't strictly say, all right, the fielder would have had to have been 50 foot tall, but you see the fielders running around the boundary rope now, leaping. A ball's over the rope, isn't it? They leap, get it when it's well over the rope and throw it back into play, and they're caught and out. So you can't strictly say over the rope is out, and that was where Richard's first comment was, once the ball lands, then the ball's dead.
But this ball was 5 rows back into the stands.
Well, I know. It's not a 6 until it lands, says Richard. Which I guess actually, yes, I don't know if that is what the law says, but common sense says it's not a 6 until it lands. 199 for 9.
Oliver Handolby's back into the attack. First ball is out, and the innings comes to a close. He traps Bamba LBW. He's gone. It's 199 all out. And Warwickshire have dismissed Middlesex. Hannah Dolby coming back into the attack, gets a wicket with his first delivery of his new spell. He ends up with 3 for 49, And on this extraordinary day of cricket, Middlesex have a first innings lead of 139, and we have got 18 overs at the moment, which we'll lose a couple for.
So it's 18, lose a couple, so that's 16, plus the extra half an hour is 24, so yeah. What are you doing tomorrow, Phil? Well, they've got an angry Roland Jones storming into bowl in the moment.
Yeah.
Bamber, the last to go, 199 for 10, so 20 wickets in the day. But how many was it in the day at Lords, that for day one against Kent? Let's see if they can top that. Now, we've had to do this a few times over the years. I'm just trying to remember.
Sorry.
You go ahead. Yes, you do that, because I'm going to look something up. Yeah.
Okay, you look that up. I'll just say, let's just run through the Middlesex reply to Warwickshire's 60 all out. Stoneman, Robson was supposed to go. He was out caught by Yates at slip off Hannon Dolby without scoring. Eskenazi followed. He was caught behind just after lunch, again off Hannon Dolby, again without scoring. Stoneman went to LBW almost straight away. It was 11 for 3 in the fourth over. Holden was the next to go. He was bowled by Hamza for 15. And then Davis followed, 59 for 5 when Davis went. He was caught at slip, a terrific catch by Yates. A ball flew off Henry Brooks, and Davis, almost for self-preservation, took the ball virtually on the end of his nose. It was a good job he did, but Davis went for 18. That was 59 for 5. Simpson was next, 77 for 6 when Simpson went. He was caught behind by Burgess off Hamza. I don't think Simpson was entirely impressed with the decision, but he had to go. And then we had a partnership of 71 for the 7th wicket, with Higgins came in, and with DeCaris, and Higgins got his half century. He went for 53. DeCaris was next to go. He'd started playing a few loose shots, but a very useful 37. He top edged and was caught by Burgess. Then we had Roland Jones, who we talked about, who hit wicket from a ball which I think had hammered into. He hit it like a tracer bullet, and it went into the stand, and then I think the wicket broke. He was given out, hit wicket. We could argue both ways on that, but I think he was very unlucky. And then that final wicket with Hannon Dolby coming back into the attack, he got Bamber LBW for 2. Helm, in his brief stay at the wicket, made a very useful unbeaten 19. There were 7 extras, and off 52.1 overs, Middlesex made 199, lead of 139. There were 3 wickets, 3 for 49. Very strange, you don't very often see this. Both Hannon Dolby, Hamza and Ed Barnard all took 3 for 49. So they all returned. And in fact, Warwickshire had 4 bowlers, and every one of the 4 bowlers conceded 49 runs. Now, that doesn't happen very often, Kevin.
Well, indeed. It's. I'm looking up to see exactly how many wickets fell on that day one at Lords, which is the most that I have seen in a Middlesex match. Now, there have been one-day finishes in cricket over the years.
Yeah.
It may not happen. It's not going to happen here. But the point being, there is the possibility, which is why we're talking about what the previous were. Let me see if I can see. 23 wickets fell on the first day of the match. There we go. They were 33 for 3, and then they managed to get in 3 down at stumps that night. So let's see when the 3rd wicket fell that day for Kent. How many overs were gone? Middlesex Kent scorecard 2011. So Kent lost their 3rd wicket in the 12th over. They didn't lose. They lost their 4th wicket. The last ball of the 20th over when Ashley Shaw was out. Van Jaarsveld went 33 for 3. Court Milan bowled Mercer. So yeah, there was a period at that point where again, what was that? That was the first ball of the 13th over. Another wicket in that over. Yep. Another wicket in the next over. That's 5 down. Talk of an extra half hour. But anyway. The point being, Warwickshire need a much better start to their second innings than they do their first, or this might not make lunch tomorrow, let alone stumps tonight.
Yep. It's, well, Yates and Davis will probably when they arrived at the ground this morning, they probably weren't thinking that they'd have to bat twice in the opening day.
Next thought process in all this, chaps, is in the old days we'd be said that they'd be calling for the pitch inspectors now, wouldn't they? I don't think there's anything wrong with the pitch. I mean, look, the batters will walk off tonight and say it seemed too much. You know, it seemed to an extent that has been unplayable. You don't know whether it's going to beat your inside edge or outside edge, and obviously it's seaming with pace and bounce. There was a complaint about the Kent pitch from the batters early this season when Mercer took temper. Now that was a much slower, lower pitch, but it was seaming a lot, and the batters were saying, well, look, you're playing a line, then you've no idea. You know, generally you play a line and you think, right, there's a chance this might hit the outside edge. This seems, you know, you're playing that and it's a lottery. Which edge is it going to be? That will be undoubtedly what batters will walk away from today and say that it seemed too much, and at that pace and bounce it's unplayable. But I don't think this is a pitch inspector's job today. I think two very good bowling lineups, in particular Middlesex's. Yeah, Middlesex have done an outstanding job. But let's see what happens tonight. I guess the next 16 overs.
Yeah,
is the weather going to play its part? It is, isn't it? It's brightening up over there.
Yeah, I think we'll get quite a few of these 16 overs in. It's not going to be easy. I would suggest that if Warwickshire got through one down tonight, in 16 overs, they probably would have done pretty well. They're still going to have a sizable deficit going at stumps tonight, but I think what they've got to do is keep those wickets intact. They mustn't lose wickets.
Stat Dan on Twitter says match figures until stroke after Jack Davies' wicket. So before Jack Davies, there are 137 wickets, 137 runs, 16 wickets of 51 overs at 2.7 runs per over after the Jack Davies wicket. So this was Higgins and De Carey's. 122 for 4 of 24 overs at 5 runs per over.
You could say it's shot up.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to leave you.
Cheers, Phil. See you next season.
Tomorrow. No, see you tomorrow.
When are you coming here for tomorrow?
I'm going for your cakes.
Oh dear. Here come the umpires. Well, haven't they seen it all today? They've had a very difficult call to make on the Roland Jones dismissal, which almost unanimously, everybody seems to be concurring that's not out on Tinternet and all sorts, apart from Richard
Yeah,
Wilford.
I suppose it depends whether you're applying the laws of the game or not. I guess.
That's it, sign off, Phil. Britton
No,
signed off with his best line of the day. You can sign off with yours now.
Because the real issue, when you're thinking about it, is it's not a 6 until it hits the ground having gone over the boundary, and that's in the laws of the game. If you break the wicket as part of the stroke or receiving a delivery, and I appreciate that he'd played the shot and he was just flailing his bat, so it's really unlucky, but he's made a mistake, and if the ball hasn't touched, I mean, it would be really interesting if the ball had landed. What the rules actually say, because that is a little bit unclear. Because I have been trying to read up the specifics of the rules. Yeah,
oh, good on you.
On the laws of the game.
Just need to lie down.
But specifically, if the ball hits the ground, then it's a 6. It's got to land beyond the boundary.
Yeah.
So if the ball is still in the air. Now, we've got no way of double-checking that now as to whether it was or not. And
No, exactly, yeah.
And that might be the contentious bit. But he has broken his stumps in a way that would constitute hit wicket.
So I guess, you ask, I mean, often, with a catch, you might ask the fielder and you go with what the fielder says. The question could well have been asked to the keeper. Well, look, you were looking at it. Was that ball over the ropes by the time that the bat hit the stumps? Because it was the keeper, Burgess, who quite clearly said, look, how's that? Here's Bamber. Right arm around the wicket, bowling to Yates. 4 slips go down. Bamber bowls, and this is leg side and runs. Could be 4 of them. No, long leg gets around. They're going to take 2. So they trail by 137. 15.5 overs remain today. It is not beyond the realms of possibility.
Well, no, it isn't. I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. I think it's probably...
There was a Kent match.
Unlikely.
Again, I can remember the game at Lords, or I can remember actually that we were sat in the Warner stand for whatever reason at that point, whether they were demolishing the Compton stand or the ISGN had gone down in the media centre. Here's Bamba bowls up in the air and safe. Complete miscue from Yates over the bowler's head. He gets a single, 3 without loss. Looking to tee off into the onside. Extraordinary shot. Opening bat, opening over. And
unless they've decided that they're going to go very, very positive.
Higgins and De Carey's. Bazball. Bears ball.
Bears ball. In that, certainly Middlesex made better work of it, better fist of it when they were playing positively. Well, they think that's the way forward. But that was certainly a slightly hairy shot to play. Last time I recall, 20 wickets going down on the opening day of a game that I saw Warwickshire play was at Tunbridge Wells a few years back.
Bamba is in, bowls and edged and taken a slip. What a catch! My goodness me! Second slip through upper hand. It looked to have flown. He got a parry on it, and then slip coming around behind him, which would be Sam Robson, I think, managed to throw out a hand and clutch it just before it hit the floor. And with 15.4 overs remaining on day one, Warwickshire are 3 for 1 in their second innings.
Well, I did very well to read that and claim it the second time. That's a pair, is it? No, it's 2 dismissals in 3 balls for Davies. He scored 4 in the first innings, but parried initially by second slip down to first slip, and it's first slip who's grabbed it in the end.
It's a great grab, though, because he's grabbed it on the floor. I mean, from my first view of it, which we'll have another look in a moment, he had to thrust his hand along the floor.
Yeah.
And just as it was going to hit the floor, he got his hand underneath it.
Because initially
amazing
he was taking
reactions all
evasive
round.
action.
Yeah. I mean, that was 2. So often you'll see it balloons up to second slip. From what I saw, I mean, look at that. Incredible. Incredible by the pair of them. What a double like that was. We saw one like that last week at Lord's. Trying to remember who it was now. Smith, I think. And it was one of those parries, and then he had a second grab at it, and the second grab at it flicked it at his mate, who took a dolly. This was 2 absolute stunners. Just to get hands on that first one, because it flew. Absolutely flew.
And in comes Will Rhodes, who is on a pair. There'd be nothing grimmer than a day one pair.
What are you doing tomorrow, Phil?
I'm just going to the football.
Here's Bamba. 4 slips. Rhodes is about to run in. And, well, this isn't far short of carnage at Edgbaston on day one. You can hear the chat in the fields. Pressure builds. Bamba is moving into bowl to Rhodes. The 4 slips crouched down. Bamba's past the umpire now. He bowls full straight and a solid defence back to Roland Jones. Mid-on fielding.
Got the latest update coming up for local stations.
Good luck with that.
It's all right. Just tell the truth, can you? Coming up after the weather has been done. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are in deep trouble on the opening day of their championship game against Middlesex. They're batting for the second time today. They're 3 for 1, still trailing by 136 runs. Alex Davis has been dismissed for the second time today, out for a first ball duck, caught after a ricochet in the slips, so he was gone for none. Rob Yates and Will Rhodes are out there trying to extend this game to a second day. On 3 for 1, they trail by 136.
Well done, sir.
Yeah.
That's a pro, isn't it?
It's a deadly phrase, isn't it? Trying to extend the game to a second day.
Bamba bowls, and this is left alone by Rhodes. Through it goes. Bamba has 6 in the day. 3 for 1. And just confirmation, the catch taken by Davies. I think I said it was Robson who thrust his hand underneath it. Robson parried. Because Eskenazi's out of the slips at the moment because of his finger injury. So there's been a reshuffle. I can't remember which way round I said who parried and who caught it, but to confirm it was Davies that caught it off the bowling of Bamba. Let's have a look as they settle down in front of us now. So Davies is slip, yes, and Robson is second.
It's like the game at Tunbridge Wells, which was back in 2018.
It's always Kent, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was a bit of an underprepared wicket for the start. Kent 197 all out in 54 overs. Keith Barker took 5. By the end of the first day, Warwickshire had been bowled out for 125. Trott 51 not out. Podmore and Henry with 4 wickets each. Both teams scored more than 400 in the second innings. The Bears were set, I think it was 518 to win, and got to 445 with centuries from Sibley and Bell. Roland Jones bowls for the first time in the second innings, and Yates plays a nice shot off the back foot for 4 through the covers. In control of that, Yates goes to 7. It's 7 for 1. The entertainment for today is by no stretch of the imagination ended.
Phil says no trouble, we're on our way now. See you tomorrow, he says confidently as he walks out the back of the box. Oh, I have missed you boys, it's been far too long. What did we decide? It was 2017, the last trip to Edgbaston. Darn them in their 14 games a season. Mind you, it's not that reason that it's been so long this time.
Been a while, isn't it? As Roland Jones in again to Yates, who plays and misses outside off stump. The sun is out at the moment, so we should get through these 15 overs. It's going to take us till about 7 o'clock to get through them.
Not Fred Titmus is on fire. In the Middlesex versus Surrey game in 1977, Monty Lynch completed a pair in the same session before lunch. Follow on, you'd assume.
Yeah. It's fairly disturbing occurrence for a batsman, that is. I remember actually Roland Butcher talked about that the other week. This one back of a length from Roland Jones, and Yates has got plenty of that. It's a long chase out towards the boundary and a successful chase as well. They will come back for 3. 10 for 1. Stoneman.
I tell you what, he wasn't giving a run away there, was he?
No. Well, why would you?
No, he's not. Well, I mean, low scoring thriller this.
You know, I mean, Warwickshire are going to need 300 in the second innings if they're going to make a game of it, you would think.
Yes.
Realistically.
But equally,
even then that's only set in 160 odd.
Equally, if they were to hit 139, then this Middlesex lineup's had its trouble. This is one of those matches, isn't it? You just need something, don't you? Just give us anything to go out there and bowl. I mean, look at these first 2 overs here. Bamber's picked up a wicket. Roland Jones has had a beaut go past the edge. Just give us something to bowl, like the bowlers would be saying.
Will Rhodes, who top scored here last week against Lancashire on a pair on day 1. Roland Jones got him second ball with a nasty lifter off the shoulder of the bat first thing this morning. And he's into him now. Rhodes is in behind that, defends it out into the offside.
Alex says the Surrey double act last week was Latham, the catcher, assisted by Jax, the dropper, I suppose. Yes, so Jax.
Yes,
well, Jax had one grab at it.
The parrier.
The parrier. And it was a double parry as well. Can he have a double parry?
Alan and Stephen.
Yeah.
Commentator and swimmer.
Phil Parry at BBC Radio London's distraught now that he didn't go to him.
Yeah. He'd have been 3rd. Roland Jones in behind it again is Rhodes, plays it up into the leg side. It is bright now. There's more blue sky in the air than there's been at any time since about 10:35. It was a lovely morning at 9 o'clock. And then a combination of the green tinged surface and the weather have made it an altogether very difficult day.
Not for a Titmus. Not actually a follow-on. Middlesex declared at 0 for 0 after 1 ball after the umpires denied Brearley's request to forfeit the second innings.
Back of a length outside off stump, too far outside for Rhodes to be interested. Roland Jones looks a bit annoyed with himself, really. 10 for 1 Warwickshire in their second innings, trailed by 129.
Indeed, writes not Fred Titmus. This was the game where Titmus was coaxed out of retirement to play at the age of 52. When he'd come to watch. Brilliant.
The irony
Thank
is,
you,
given who sent in that, it would be brilliant to find out now that it was actually a doppelganger and it was not Fred Titmus. That would be quite good. Anyway, no.
Sorry, I was reading the next tweet. I was reading the next tweet. The listeners laughed.
Wasn't listening.
The listeners laughed. 4 slips crouched down. Bamber's around the wicket. Bowls and this ball's left alone outside of the off stump. 10 for 1. Hold on.
Shall I say it slowly?
Either that or I'll put it on mute and I'll listen back to it on the stream.
I said, wouldn't it be funny if all these years on, given who tweeted that,
yeah,
that it turned out that the 52-year-old was a doppelganger and was in fact not Fred Titmus. See, now you have to do this sort of panto laugh to make up for the fact.
Well, no, it's a proper laugh because I didn't hear it the first
You
time.
see?
It would have been a panto laugh if I listened to it on the stream again, rather than you have to say it
Do you want
again.
me to write the joke down for you?
You can explain it after stumps. Here's Bamba bowls outside the off stump. Yates leaves alone. 10 for 1.
You don't see many days like this. I mean, you know, I've seen darker days for Warwickshire. I saw a day where they...
Have you?
Yeah, there was a game at Nottingham under Ashley Giles, and it actually was the start of a real recovery for the county, where on a day at Trent Bridge, batting second day of the game, they lost all 20 wickets in the day. Lost the game by an innings, and I mean, they were peeling the paint off the walls afterwards before they came out to talk.
Bamba bowls, and this is run back on a point. There is no point. Stoneman comes around and collects from cover.
And you know, what that day as well was not such a number of unplayable deliveries. I mean, to be fair, today they've had to deal with some outstanding bowling in favourable conditions. What Bamba and Roland Jones did was to come out and make the absolute most of the opportunity they got when they won the toss this morning. Bamba in particular has consistently put the ball in the right place, very full, getting nibble and nip. I mean, you can't fault what he's done today.
Is that Bamba bowls, and this has worked. Down to deep backward square leg for a single. 12 for 1. Nibble and nip.
Nibble and nip. It's one of my favourite craft beer pubs. I found what
have you
looking
lost?
For. No, it's all right with pen top. I'm going to get it now.
Oh, he's done what Bono couldn't. He's found what he was looking for. What is it? Oh, it's your pen lid. I would have got it if I could have passed it. Saved you the trouble. 4 slips. Here's Bamba. And now bowls and... Oh, that bounces up and hits the glove of Yates, who comes away wringing out his hand. Now, one thing we haven't particularly talked about, there's one ball today I remember keeping low. There has been bounce. Roland Jones getting steepling bounce, as I described it this morning.
Yeah, it was a beauty.
That one's got a bit of bounce. There's one that kept low from Helm, I remember. In terms of the pitch inspectors, we had another one from Notfred Titmus. He's got time on his hands this afternoon, Notfred. He says, seemed all day, but the pitch inspectors tend to be called when it's up and down, which it hasn't been.
Yeah.
It hasn't been, but I do seem to remember that excessive seam movement can be docked points as well. As forward goes Yates pushing into the onside, and there's no run. End of the third over, 12 for 1. And as such, there's no such thing as the pitch inspectors anymore. It's the umpires and the match referee. And
yeah, and
get on with it.
And sometimes they'll have a discussion. Look, I think Middlesex consistently put the ball in the right place, which is a key to it. I mean, we've just seen a ball nibbling at the hand of Rob Yates, but I'm not seeing any danger in it. It's been the lateral movement, and sometimes a surface is going to give you that lateral movement. The combination of that bit of grass on the pitch and the overhead conditions made it perfect, and they did a great job of it. Rhodes is rather relieved that he's now no longer on the one-day pair. He's awaiting the start of Roland Jones' second over of the second innings, and he tries to steer it through mid-wicket. Gets not all of the bat on it, but he plays it along the ground to the fielder. I think Roland Jones fancied there may have been a decent LBW shout coming there, and that did just dip in late, that delivery from Toby Roland Jones. Clip to mid-wicket. 12 for 1. The weather is as nice as it's been at any point during the playing hours, and a good smattering people have stayed because they don't want to see how many wickets there are going to be today. There's still 77 deliveries scheduled, and the sky is light enough to suggest we'll get through them as Rhodes does guide this behind square. Is dragged into his pads by Roland Jones, so he'll get another single. He's to 2, 13 for 1.
it's still what scheduled? 70?
It was 77 balls, it's now 76.
With the potential of an extra half an hour.
Do you know what? I don't think you'd even claim it in this situation, would you, though? I think you,
Night out in Birmingham.
with 3 days, well, no,
I have 3 nights out in Birmingham. Get it done today.
get back down and start practicing their skills for the 50s and the 100, and I forget what the name of the new sponsors is for the
Metro
One Day
Bank, is
Cup.
it?
That's
I
it.
think
That's
Stephen
it.
Fletcher messaged me earlier.
That's the one. Roland Jones in, 3 slips in place now for Yates. It's down the leg side. He's still wringing his hand out as he guides that down to long leg.
They're a pretty big deal, aren't they, Metro Bank?
12 to Yates, 14 for 1. There are many banks available.
Well, you asked.
No, I was asking to remember the name of the sponsor. I didn't need to then give them a full.
Well, I was going to say
brief.
that someone pulled the wool over their eyes. Metrobank, we've got this one-day cup competition. It's fantastic. The reason that they need a sponsor is because it's been downgraded to a second-rate comp.
Okay.
So poor old Metrobank. They're American, aren't they?
No idea. Roland Jones is in, and on the back foot, defended by Rhodes out into the offside. They're not an Australian band. That was the theme of earlier in the day, if you're just joining us. I remember Metro Bank and their big single. I think, if I remember rightly, it was a song that they wrote for Crocodile Dundee 2.
Oh, what a film.
Is that the one where he goes to America?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, that's no knife.
This is turned through square leg by Rhodes, short onto his pads, and he's timed that well enough to probably go for 4 as a diving stop on the boundary, and I think he has stopped that cleanly. And come back for 2. Umpire Rob Bailey, who unexpectedly finds himself at the Birmingham end, is checking.
There's cries of 4.
Well, inevitably there are cries of 4, but I just
Probably
got the
a sword.
impression he was right. He got there just in time.
Probably a sword you don't want to cross at the moment with the Roland Jones dismissal. A sword not to cross even with Crocodile Dundee.
I was giving a fair and honest account. I think he fielded that cleanly. What more can I say?
No, not you, the crowd.
Oh, fair enough. This is turned square again by Rhodes. It's close to the fielder, and a wag in the crowd shouts 4.
Oh, I think there's a couple of Middlesex fans behind him. I think, well done, folks. We did have. What was the ironic cheer for this morning? Was it the 50?
Yeah.
That happened. I think I started to tell it, and then another wicket interrupted yet another story, as they've done on 21 occasions today. The Middlesex doubled their tally of batting points at not Wantage Road. They played in Northamptonshire, Northwood, Merchant Taylor's School a couple of weeks ago, and there's a temporary stand put up by Middlesex, which really helps at an outground, to be fair, because you've got some cover if it rains, and equally some shade in the sun. And the 250 came up, and the cheer that went up from that temporary stand, which probably didn't do much for the morale of the Middlesex batters, but they enjoyed themselves anyway. So here's Bamber, 4 slips crouching down, 6-3 fields, and Bamber charges in, bowls, and this ball's driven away through the covers. Lovely shot. Should be 4. Roland Jones, that's quite the chase the old fella's given it. And it wins. 4. He charges over the rope with the ball. Lovely.
It's a good
we
effort.
love cricket,
It's
don't
a good
we?
effort to show this level of banter at this time of day.
Well, they might not be coming back tomorrow. They know
home
that.
fans who are getting battered and bruised. But,
This might be their last day at
say,
Edgbaston for a championship game till September.
Whatever else has happened, I get the feeling that the pep talk from the Warwickshire camp has been, look, you've seen what a positive attitude out there with the bat can do with the Middlesex innings. You're going to have to do that if you've got any chance.
Bamber bowls. Oh, that's a good leave. Felt as though that was skirting that off stump.
But the only way to get back into this game is to be positive about your business.
Aye. You're thinking about a lead tonight, aren't you? 11.4 overs, 118.
No.
Bears ball.
No.
Brought to you by Richard Wilford.
I'm thinking about what time I might get home. It's not going to be before 8.
Think positive.
7:55.
9 more wickets and you don't have to come back tomorrow. Here's Bamber. He's in, bowls, block hole, dug out, ups a bit off.
Well, no, but you don't want the members denied cricket. You don't want the Middlesex.
Well, no, I know.
You don't want the Middlesex supporters obviously want to see their team win.
Those Middlesex fans that are booked in for 3 days for this game.
Yeah,
all 2 of them down in the front row there.
You've got a hotel in the leafy burbs, not within walking distance of nothing,
Yeah.
and you'd be devastated if you only get one more breakfast. You want several.
What do they do with all those muffins? It's Bamber. He's in, bowls, and lovely drive. Look at that, didn't even move. Rose on drive, straight of Eskenazi at mid-on, and that was glorious. He just turned away to square leg nonchalantly, almost in disgust, dismissive. Bamber looks a little tired, you know. I was about to say in his previous delivery running in, you usually say Bamber bounding in, charging in. He looked halfway through his run-up, and it did look a little bit like quicksand.
Felt quite cathartic, that shot for Will Rhodes after the day he's had as Bears captain.
Bamber bowls and left alone by Rhodes through to the keeper. It wasn't a great toss to lose in hindsight.
And he's had terrible trouble winning any of them this year. And then he did win the one last week, and they tried to be really positive by putting Lancashire in, and that didn't work out.
So we're in the 12th over. This morning, the 6th wicket had fallen by... No, sorry, we're in the
5th.
Sorry, I'm looking at it the wrong way around. Remaining 11.1, 4.5 bowled. And this is clipped off the hip by Rhodes Bamber. Completing the 5th over, a single's taken backward a square, and it's 26 for 1. Yates has 12, Rhodes moving to 14 with a single. So that's the end of the 5th, 26 for 1. By the end of the 5th, this morning, Warwickshire were 5 down. There were 6 down by the end of the 7th, 7 down by the end of the 13th, 8 down by the end of the 15th.
So they're doing better, is what you're telling me.
They are. But isn't it extraordinary, just to remind those who may have just tuned in of the day that's gone by?
The first 13 wickets of the day fell for 71 runs. So that's 5.5 a wicket. That was the life expectancy at the crease wasn't high. Rhodes awaits the first ball of a new over from Roland Jones, tucks it into the leg side for a well-judged single. Bamber doesn't pick it up cleanly, moving across from mid-on. And Rhodes goes to 15, 27 for 1.
They seem to have settled down a little bit out there at the moment, these two, don't they?
But I think this is probably, in terms of the conditions, as good a time to bat as any. So they've got to try and make sure they don't give anything away carelessly, because the pressure is all on them. So Roland Jones in again, covering up off stump is Yates. Thought about a quick single. It might have been on. Helms across, and there's no run.
Oh, here we go. John Birch quoting the laws. Not out, he says. 35 points, 11.2 to 35, 11.4. Here we go. After this delivery from Roland Jones.
So he comes in to bowl to Yates, pushes it into the offside. There is a well-judged quick single there. He's 13, 28 for 1.
The striker is not out under this law, law 35.2, should his/her wicket be put down in any of the ways referred to in 35.1 if any of the following applies. It occurs after the striker has completed any action in receiving the delivery other than 35. Oh, it's 112, not 11.2, sorry, to 35, blah, blah, blah. So it occurs after the striker has completed any action in receiving the delivery. So he's completed the reaction in...
Clipped through mid-wicket, this one by Rhodes, and he's timed that beautifully. It's 4 more. That's 19 to him, 32 for 1. Well,
actually, that probably summed it up quite nicely. He's completed the...
No, he hasn't, because
he completed the action.
But he's still swinging his bat.
Well, yeah, but they're like the little kid in the playground. Stop swinging your bat around, you're going to hit someone.
It's a bit like the Bairstow thing. I think according to the laws of the game, it is out.
Well, no, that's what he's saying. According to the laws, it's not.
But I don't agree with that.
But swinging the bat around like a little wag who's just hit a 6 and all's happy with himself.
As this is guided down towards the slips along the deck, and there's no run. I think it's a really grey area, because the momentum of his initial swing has led to his arm going back and forth again. No, but
a pendulum.
But it is, and he does break his wicket, and he breaks his wicket before the ball is dead, and that's the problem.
So you're saying the swing, which went all the way back over his shoulder, when he then brought it back over his shoulder the other way, he swung it too far in the arc going the other way, and then it's pendulum down onto the stumps.
This is driven by Rhodes, well fielded, tumbling at mid-on by Bamber.
By the time it hits the bail...
The bat never stops moving, and okay, it's a second action.
Third.
Kevin,
third.
Hold it, just a minute. What we're saying is, it's a really grey area, it's quirky, it's a really quirky
And it's making
dismissal.
a great phone-in on a cricket commentary, come on.
Really
keep going. Oh! Roland Jones was not out.
All stewards to post, all stewards to post, code red.
Oh dear. Goodness me, all stewards to post, code red. The umpires are looking at each other.
I mean, if this day needs anything now, it's that. It's
well, this bearing in mind Middlesex is 2017. The last time these sides met, 2017 at the Oval, the crossbow bolt and the ground was put into a lockdown, if you remember, at the Oval.
yeah.
Here's Bamber around the wicket. The cricket goes on in the meantime. As Bamber bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump, 32-4. I mean, they clearly all heard that on the field, didn't they? They turned around and heard that themselves.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Code red, all stewards to position.
There's no instruction to the crowd. So the crowd are staying in position at the moment,
that's true.
Wondering what's happening. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, I just think, look, sport throws up all sorts of grey areas. It's a really weird thing. If you do inadvertently break your wicket, you're likely to be given out.
Bamber's around the wicket, bowls, and this is eased away into the offside, fielded at point. There's no. What I'd say is it wasn't the second, it was the third part, because the first part was the swing, the second part was the swing backwards, then it goes up in the air, and then the third part is when it comes down for a second time, having gone up and down again. It's the third time when it comes back down that it breaks the bails.
Yeah,
so he swung it one way, the other, and then back again.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
You're saying the motion never stops.
All agreeing is, the motion never stops, and what I'm saying is it's a really grey area, and that wording of the law itself doesn't quite prove it. It doesn't.
Bamber bowls. This is driven away through the covers, and that's a lovely shot by Yates, who moves to 14, 36-1. This is the closest we will ever come to a cricket phone in, Richard Wilford. I'm loving every minute of it. We're debating it. Not Fred Sitmus.
I just think a football phone is frustrate the backside off me. But the point being, we have to accept that in sport there are grey areas.
Keep saying grey areas because it makes this tweet even better.
You do because sometimes things come down to interpretation of law. So there you go.
Here goes Bamber. The tweet's great. Here's Bamber. He's around the wicket. He bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 36-1. Well, the moment's great. It's just lovely that we are this close to a football phone-in right now. The football equivalent. What did they used to call it on 5 Live? Didn't they call it 6 Duck 6? Didn't they? They used to have a cricket phone.
Yeah.
Now Wilford has downgraded it from according to the laws to it's a grey area.
No. The point is, according to the laws, it's not a 6 until it hits the deck. It's got to land.
Yeah.
That is according to the laws, and that was the bit that I specified. But
Bamber's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. In about 10 minutes, he'll be swearing that it was not out.
I won't. I just think things are open to interpretation.
They are indeed.
And realistically, if you knock the bails off with your bat during a delivery, more often than not, you're going to get given out.
We're literally laughing our heads off here, and there's a code red situation at Edgbaston. I am thinking when there was a code red situation at the Oval, while we were live on air, we had to go and lock the back of the commentary box doors, which I'm rather thinking about doing here, because we still don't know what that was all about. As Bamber's in, bowls, and this ball's driven away to point, and there is no run. It's 36-1. I'll see if Jed's put that on the live tweet page yet as well, the live text page.
It's the rich tapestry of sport. Weird things happen, and that was a particularly weird dismissal. And whatever else it was really unlucky for Roland Jones, because he'd smashed the ball a mighty distance, and it might well have added further to the Middlesex lead, and that's why it's such a contentious point of view.
I've locked the 2 commentary box doors, just in case.
Fair enough.
We did. We had to lock ourselves in at the Oval that day.
Well, that was a horrific incident, wasn't it? Really.
Well, it was. Yeah. There we go. So
we're going to see Helm come on. Yeah, Roland Jones. He isn't at this point where he's going to get through a huge amount of work. He got that long spell this morning where he bowled beautifully. Hasn't quite hit his straps in the second innings. So Helm, who would have been frustrated not to be able to chip in with a wicket, will now get his opportunity, and he bowls a ball back of a length that Rhodes just about manages to deal with, going up onto his toes and defending it down into the offside. I'm told there was a fire alarm going off.
That was a fire alarm. Code red, return to your positions.
I am told that there was a fire alarm going off. I've asked somebody what was going on.
Ah, I see. So there was a fire alarm going off, which resulted in a code red, and the stewards returning to their position because there was a fire alarm going off.
Yeah.
I see. Can I unlock the doors now?
Yeah, probably. It'll feel a lot less threatening. As Helm comes into bowl, back of a length. That's a good leave from Rhodes. Not a bad shape at all to that delivery from Helm.
They're fire doors as well, so we can unlock them safely.
Yeah, there are fire doors. It's true. Like, I'm a firefighter's son, so I'm always cautious of these things.
Well, we had Johnny Barron with us that day in the commentary box, and he was ex-territorial army.
Crikey,
he had a special knock for getting in the door.
Did he?
He did. He went full on territorial
Did
army.
he have an odd handshake as well?
Well, that's standard.
Rhodes on 19, Yates 17. The deficit is almost down to double figures.
Right, so we can start
103
laughing
behind.
again because it was just a rogue fire alarm. Nobody's hurt, nobody's in danger. We didn't particularly stop laughing, did we?
If we needed to do something urgently, a manoeuvre, then I would have got a message pretty quickly from the media team. Matt is here today, is extremely helpful.
All stewards, stand down.
There we go, all stewards can stand down now. That's good news.
I mean, to be fair, from a Middlesex player's point of view, stood out in the middle, there would have been a flashback there to 2017.
Yeah, you can understand that. Ball left alone outside off stump.
Surely not again.
When things like that happen, I mean...
A good number of them would have been out there that day as well.
Yeah.
Roland Jones, Simpson, Robson.
I remember I was doing a game somewhere that I think I was here that day, and it sends a chill.
Yeah.
When a message like that comes through, the game's been stopped because of a crossbow.
Well, instantly when you saw the thing land, I mean, the chill was because the players started looking to the sky and running, and at that point you knew it was something serious. But you had to be careful what you said, of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because you don't want to worry of people's relatives and all that sort of thing. As Rhodes chops down on a good ball, aiming for the top of off stump from Helm, who slipped much better into a rhythm this evening than he did this morning. Looks a lot more comfortable.
Well, 2017, it wasn't that long ago, but equally it was in a world where we perhaps lived slightly more on edge of various incidents. So, you know, something immediately springs to mind, doesn't it? But you don't want to be saying something like that on air unless you're sure, so you have to be very careful about what you do say.
Rhodes awaits once more. The final ball of Helm's over. He's cutting, gets an edge, and he's gone. And it was a bit of a flat-footed shot. And he'll be so frustrated with himself, Rhodes. 36 for 2. They're still 103 behind. He looked in pretty good order. But that swipe, trying to cut the ball, short ball, goes through to Simpson off the edge. And Helm has his wicket. That's to update listeners of BBC Radio WM, I think, at the start of their bulletin. So tell the tale of them batting for the second time. Well, they're faring better with the bat second time round, but they're still in the deepest of holes in this game. They've just lost their captain, Will Rhodes, for the second time today. He's got a little edge from a short ball from Helm through to Simpson and gone for 19. And it leaves Warwickshire on 36 for 2. They're still 103 runs short of making Middlesex bat again. 22 wickets have fallen on this opening day. The positive batting of Ryan Higgins and Josh DeKairis has been the absolute key for Middlesex. It turned what might have been a slender lead into a substantial one of 139, and they've come out against a more positive intent from the Warwickshire batters and taken 2 more wickets. Still 8 overs left in the day. Warwickshire 36 for 2, trailed by 103. Tale of woe for the local audience, but outstanding performance from Middlesex today, and they will feel that they're in perfect position to finish this tomorrow, because as much as we talk about the fact you could have an extra 8 overs today, you might want to rest up. The fact that Roland Jones had such a short spell as well, you'd probably think, well, actually I've got 3 days to finish this off, but they've put themselves in such a good position.
The Roland Jones dismissal is slowly making it around the around those that aren't tuned into the game via all the usual mediums on social media. So all the usual accounts, I should say, and the pendulum is quite literally swinging between out and not out on the social media jewellery. Here comes Higgins around the wicket. He bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. 36 for 2.
I think the one thing we can all agree on, Kevin, is it's just one of those delightful quirks that make
exactly,
the game of cricket.
Oh, I love it every minute of it. I mean, don't tell Roland Jones I said that, but I'm loving every minute of it.
He's desperately unfortunate that he's broken the stumps with his bat, particularly given the tonk that he'd given the ball.
Yeah, that was a great shot, wasn't it?
And for the umpires...
It was an even bigger 6 than the previous.
Yeah, for the umpires, it's a right quandary when something like that happens, isn't it? To work out what's right and what's wrong.
It's Higgins outside the off stump. It's left alone again by Yates on 17.
So, as detailed as the laws of cricket are, the actual specific thing, when the ball is about to land in the crowd and the bat has gone back and forth a couple of times and then takes off the bails, you're not going to find the specific incident listed in the laws. So again, that's what you have to interpret. It's really weird. But one of many memorable things today.
Higgins falls straight and defended by Yates into the onside. 36 for 2. 7.5 overs remaining on the first day. 12 wickets down. 23 is the most I've seen on an opening day. Can they beat it here?
You know, when you're having a tough season, you're thinking, oh dear.
Like Middlesex.
Who am I going to interview today?
Oh.
That's why I'm asking you. And today you're going to have a queue.
Yep. Actually, do you know, wouldn't that be funny if you did turn up and they were all queuing up to do the interview? Here's Higgins bowls, and this is dabbed away into the offside. 36 for 2. It's Bamber all day. He made the main page and he was ahead of Mbappe.
Well, look, he's taken 6 wickets. Well, the Mbappe thing, he's not going to happen. He's not going to go to Saudi Arabia.
Where's he going?
Well, the experts in the field say he wants to stay in Europe. I think he knows where he wants to go. I think he wants to go to Madrid, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
But just the money in Saudi Arabia.
Who's his team as a boy? They have shirt pictures of him. Was it Arsenal in the Arsenal shirt?
Was it?
I think so. It'll keep half the Middlesex fans happy. Here's a forward defence from Yates pushed away into the offside. And that's not strictly two. I'm saying it's half Arsenal, half Tottenham, but there's a fair old bit of QPR in there as well.
I wonder whether we'll ever get an actual transfer system in cricket, because it's a tough one, isn't it? When counties produce players but find it really hard to retain them, whether it's because of their finances, whether it's because of their stadium, or the perception that you need to be playing Division 1 cricket. Very, very harsh on them when players move on.
Higgins, full, straight and defended again. Relentless from Higgins in his opening over, which is a maiden. It was a maiden, wasn't it? 36 for 2. It's just clicked over to Helm, because I've just seen 1-1, 0-1, and I was thinking Higgins didn't take a wicket, but I've realised they've clicked it over to Helm already. They are lightning quick on that old score.
They are very quick. It was an interesting bucking of the trend this week when Rehan Ahmed signed a new contract at Leicestershire. But don't you think that's a good thing?
It is. It's great. It just sounds great, doesn't it? No, it does. Sounds great. I'm in a good mood. You're looking at me quizzically. I'm happy. It's fun to be here, sat next to you. Again, at last, finally, after all these years. Well, actually, the last time we were sat together, it was in another Middlesex fortress, wasn't it? Loftus Road. And I brought you a load of pies and then dropped them all. You did. You dropped the pies.
Here's Helm coming in a bowl to Hayne. First delivery, just guides it out into the offside.
See, I think of you.
No run.
Muffins today, pies at Loftus Road.
Yeah,
and you weren't satisfied with either of them. Maybe because the pies are all over the floor.
To be fair, the pies at Loftus Road are very, very good.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, I have very fond memories of an asparagus tart.
Yes.
We spent a day at Lord's, and what was a very dull 4-day game.
Yep.
One that was heading for a draw from about the first afternoon.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? Oh, you've got a good memory. I banished that one.
Hayne waits and guides it down to third man. Hayne had to leave the attack after a couple of beamers when he was bowling at the death overs before Tim Ambrose took his only first-class wicket, that of Adam Voges, who was in the 90s at the time.
How have you remembered that? That's extraordinary to remember that.
We'd had a long conversation about asparagus tarts.
Yeah.
The guy who at the time was in charge of local radio cricket coverage sent us an asparagus recipe when we've been talking about it, and then a couple of young Middlesex supporters came up to the box and brought us asparagus tarts.
Indeed. I think they may have even been Surrey supporters, you know.
Were they? This ball back of a length, and Hayner's just about managed to keep it out. That one nearly cut back in between bat and pad. Oohs and ahs behind the stumps. Helm, a different prospect in this second innings to the first. He missed out in the fun of the 60 all out when everybody else was taking wickets. But he claimed Will Rhodes, and that was a challenging delivery to Hayne. It's bizarre, and the light, when you look at the streams, the light always makes the grass look about 3 inches longer than it is when the light gets like this. The bobbly, fleckled surface. As Hayne with a thick inside edge finds the man just in front of square leg, and there's no run again. 38 deliveries left on the day. Carries just beyond 7, but plenty of latitude being given for the number of wickets that have fallen in the day. It's not been about slow over rates today, it's been about 22 people striding in and out.
And a few muffins that lost their tops.
Well, you can't talk about muffin tops. You can't.
Oh.
Helm once more to Hayne. Off on his back foot to force it into the leg side. No run once more. There's a great big black cloud over the far side over the city. It's happily ignoring us. It's filled in a bit though.
Geez, right over the city, isn't it?
Which is where I thought you'd be staying, and you're not.
That's what we haven't had. Independence Day. There's an alien ship in there about to invade Birmingham, isn't there?
There
that
we
was
go,
complete today. Then we'd have had everything. The sci-fi's back.
Well, yeah, and you know how much Tom Cruise likes Birmingham as well. Helm is in, and he tucks Hayne up and hits him in the midriff. He bounces up off his bat. End of the over. 36 for 2. Middlesex still lead by 103. Warwickshire have 8 wickets to try and force them to bat again sometime tomorrow.
That is what it would be like, though, if the mothership was sat over the city now in that cloud. That's exactly what we're looking at. It's sat over the city centre.
But your evidence for the fact that that's how it would look if the mothership was there is based entirely on the interpretation of film directors.
Yes.
Not on the actual reality.
Yeah. Or the reality would be far scarier, wouldn't it?
And I haven't seen a sci-fi film in at least 30 years.
Why? What's wrong with you?
I haven't got the time.
Escapism. They've usually got a deeper meaning. I'm not quite sure what the deeper meaning was in Will Smith punching the alien. But here's Higgins. Around the wicket he bowls, and this is a thick edge along the floor to Helm at backward point as he got a little squared up by that one, searching for it on the front foot. Do you know, the skyline hasn't changed too much. I'm just trying to think, bearing in mind how long it's been since I've been here. I mean, London, you can barely recognise it month by month with the amount of buildings going up. The skyline looks pretty similar here in Birmingham. There's the big green one right in front of us that looks like a little bit of a waterfall. It looks like a 32-bit waterfall, doesn't it? If it was a waterfall on the Sega Mega Drive. Here's Higgins. He bowls down the leg side, and this one's through to the keeper.
That's a large
36
hotel.
for 2.
But you can see where a couple of the cranes are. There are new big towers going up in Birmingham at the moment. So they're ones that are being developed. You can see the Cube over by where the BBC is currently housed in Birmingham. But
which one's the Cube? The one with the...
The one that's sort of brown and white, and then it's got the angled glass at the top. So you can look down below you and test yourself.
The one that isn't a cube because it's got angles.
It's got a cube.
Do they call it the Cube?
It is called the Cube.
It's called the Cube, but it's got angles on the top.
But it's got windows on top.
Higgins is in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 36 for 2. It's called the Cube, but it's got angles on top. 45-degree angles.
But that's only the window. The building underneath is a cube.
It's like a cube with a crown on top, isn't it?
It is a little bit.
That looks very much like a Game of Thrones crown. Do you do fantasy?
Nope.
No. Role play?
Not anymore.
Higgins is around the wicket, he bowls, and Yates looks to defend. Through to the keeper it goes, beating him. 36 for 2. How long's left today?
You wouldn't think you'd fit this stuff in on a day with 22 wickets, either, would you? It's like everything's had to be done at rapid speed. Because we may only get 2 days of cricket out of this, if that.
Here's Higgins. Past the umpire, he bowls, and this is eased away into the offside. And there's no run. 36 for 2. I said from the very first ball that I sat down to today, I have missed you, boys. And Eve. Eve was great fun as well. Great fun with us. You and Phil.
Should we telling
Mike
everybody at training what's going on? Mike and Clive.
Are they in this week, Mike and Clive, at all, or is it you all 4 days? All 2 days, I should say. Now?
It's well, if it doesn't go beyond tomorrow, you're just getting me. Rob might be here on Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, beg pardon.
Higgins bowls leg side. This is clipped away. That's a deep square for a single. 37 for 2. How did we get onto that? All we were talking about was the skyline of Birmingham. Oh, it was the Game of Thrones crown on top of the cube,
you went
wasn't it?
sci-fi and fantasy and that sort of
stuff.
I'm much more a reality type chap.
Ah.
So all these sports documentaries that you get streaming these days.
Well, if you want gritty reality, there's the Birmingham City Centre.
Splendid place.
The cylindrical one far in the distance, that's an old one as well now. That's not a new one, is it?
The Rotunda, yeah. That's been there a long time.
Is that close to the Bull Ring? The Rotunda?
It is close to the Bull Ring. It is. But as they've got you staying in the leafy suburbs.
Yes.
In walking distance of nothing.
Yeah, goodness me. It's probably closer to the cricket ground, to this cricket ground, than the one I actually went to this morning.
As Yates awaits the start of a new over from Helm, defends it out to the offside. But like 12 Warwickshire batsmen out today, they are still yet to have anybody reach 20. Yates on 18 is close. Rhodes made 19.
I've only twice gone to the wrong cricket ground in all the years. The other time is Bath, because there's 2 Bath cricket clubs and they're right next to each other.
Okay.
It's about 2 blocks away.
So you didn't have far to go?
No. It was 2 or 3 blocks away. You kind of pulled in and thought, this is looking a bit quiet. Oh no, you need the other Bath cricket club. It's just down there. So it wasn't too far away.
Bit of a giveaway. There was nobody there. Helm yet to concede a run in this innings, and a swing and a miss that was quite similar to Rhodes' dismissal, and it swung away after it passes the bat.
Crikey,
and was taken in front of first slip by John Simpson. It was wide and went wider, but Yates almost falling into the same trap as Rhodes, because it wasn't a particularly good ball that got the wicket of Rhodes. I'm afraid he was rather the master of his own demise from Warwickshire's perspective. 37 for 2. Is the other game still going on at Hampshire? Is there still play there? Yeah, there is indeed. They've had a lively day as well as Yates defends this next ball into the offside. Essex 138 for 6 lead Hampshire by 18 down at Southampton.
Do you think Sports Extra joined us just in time for the role play gag?
I'm pretty certain they'll probably be at Southampton. Are they not?
Wait, what's going on at Southampton?
They're still playing. 120 plays, 138 for 6. Hampshire and
we
Essex.
nearly finished in a day. You could have a one-day finish. I think I have to call Mr. Howes at stumps, aren't I? 5 wickets away from the extra half hour. 7 down. Do you think they take it at 6? 4 more wickets?
Yeah. As Helm approaches once more, Yates looking to cut this, and he gets this one wide of backward point, and he's got enough on it to be the first bear to reach 20. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was an ironic cheer at this point, but 22 to Yates, 41 for 2, and it brings the deficit back down into double figures. And that the Middlesex lead is 98. After what has been undoubtedly the red letter day of their season in 4-day cricket. The T20 win over Surrey, the highlight of that competition.
Yeah, victories. I mean, the chase against Nottinghamshire, poor old Steve Mullaney copped it at the end of the match for his declaration. They'd beaten Middlesex over 3 days and then it rained. And he set them 248 off the last 40 overs of the match.
Yates is wrapped on the pad trying to clip it through square on the leg side, short of ball angled into him.
The Kent game, Mercer went to 1,000 wickets for Middlesex, a 10 for. But yeah, I think today, I don't know, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because too much has happened today, hasn't it, for a first-class game?
Yeah.
Whereas the Kent game, you kind of look at it and think, well, right, got on top of a side and beat them, well done. Here, it's just been chaos. And the toss went the other way. Could it have been the other way round, possibly?
Yates defends out into the offside. There's no run. It's interesting, look.
Chaos and carnage.
Had Warwickshire won the toss, we'd be looking at a very different game. That said, Middlesex executed their skills with the ball perfectly this morning. Particularly Bamber, Roland Jones, and then Higgins finishing it off. With the bat, once they decided to go for it, and somebody had tweeted you in about the change in the scoring rate, and that positivity, Higgins and Dakaris and then Roland Jones with the long handle, that then just turned the screw a little bit. So they've done everything they needed to do to take advantage of winning the toss today.
They have. Here's Higgins. 4 overs remaining. Essex Cricket, the official Twitter account of Essex, have tweeted to say, a slight delay in the game as Hampshire asked for the ball to be changed for the 5th time in 50 overs. Essex 136 for 6, leading by 16 runs. Hashtag fly like an eagle.
Okay. They get chippy, don't they, these accounts?
Oh dear. 4 slips crouched down. Higgins hits the crease, bowls, and is turned from quite a straight line through mid-wicket. That was the that you heard from somewhere behind the stumps. They have a couple, 43 for 2.
And I say that fully conscious of the fact that our Warwickshire admin does like a little bit of bants, as they consider it.
Was it you lot on Lancashire earlier in the season, or was it Lancashire and somebody were going at it earlier in the season, weren't they? On the bants front.
Perfectly possible.
That's a yes then.
I don't know. I can't remember. But what I'm saying is I couldn't possibly rule it out as implausible. Certainly could do that.
Higgins, bowls, Hayne. Big stride in defence to mid-off, and there's no run. How have we not checked Brian Halford's Twitter account today? He's 2 along. He always comes up with something good, doesn't he? This was earlier in the day when Warwickshire 60 all out. Middlesex 62 for 5. I need to check, but I think it's the first time in history that Middlesex have taken a first innings lead with a 3 at 3:30 on the first day of a championship match in Birmingham on a Tuesday.
He does love a 3.
It's just clipped wide of mid-on for a single by Hayne, who moves to 3. 44.
What's going on now is saying far more about your mind than anything else. There was a season when Brian was covering the Bears for the local newspaper, and Twitter was in its relative advent, where he'd every time Ian Westwood scored a 3, he'd tweet about it. So 44 for 2.
Higgins up to the stumps, bowls. It's defended to mid-wicket by Yates, and there's no run. 44 for 2.
I don't know how many people have stayed, but I think it's the statistical curiosities of the day. Higgins will continue from the pavilion end. Into bowl to Yates, who's pulling this one square on the leg side, and well, he beat the field. There was a slight hesitation there from Bamber, who then threw himself full length, but the little moment that he wasn't quite going for it full bore cost him. Yates goes up to 26, 48 for 2, and we are down to 19 deliverers left in the day. I'm sure there's a bit of blood coming from your knuckle after that. You're right. You're right.
Stop it, I nearly composed myself. Behave.
Okay.
Oh dear. Dear old Brian. Look, he's 2 boxes along and he has no idea the things that are being said about him. Allegations made.
He's joined the BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR commentary team a few times this season. He's helped us out with some of the
Again,
T20.
all the way back to the old box over there, and I used to do it on my own, and Brian would come and sit with me and help out on the commentaries. A legendary figure of the club and the county circuit. Here's Higgins, he bowls and forward goes Yates. Pushes back up the track and there's no run. 48 for 2.
Because it was only a couple of seasons that we used the far end, and it was during the redevelopment of the pavilion. Before that, they had really exceptional commentary position in the old pavilion. It was so much lower down than this, and behind the bowler's arm. So, but it was only 2 years over there that we had during the redevelopment.
Wait, back where it originally was?
No, over that far end
Yeah.
of the ground. There's only in my 30-year career, there's only been like 2 seasons that we've been over there. Most of it was the pavilion at this end. There were some other boxes towards the left, and one on the roof that we could use.
See, that was what I was talking about. There was boxes down here, wasn't there, to our left? And that's why I've got the memory of the pitch being all the way over there. Maybe not.
Helm coming in to bowl to Hayne, who leaves the ball alone on length as much as anything.
Wait, so there was only two seasons over there by the old commentary box.
It was during the old. But
what year roughly?
It was during the redevelopment, so you're talking about 15 years ago now. Remember, this was a building site for quite a long time, and during that time, that's when we had quite a few low scores at Edgbaston as well, and there was one pitch that did get penalised, but again, there was nothing the ground staff could have done about it at the time, because it was all to do with the effects that the build had on drainage, and had a couple of wickets absolutely ragged from day one. One that was dangerous against Worcestershire. Ball from Helm is defended down the wicket, and there's no run. Just the circumstance at the time. We are joined now by listeners to 5 Sports Extra.
Hopefully this very moment.
Yeah, well, no,
Not in the last 10 minutes.
Just getting the note. So I presume that play has ended now down at Southampton. Indeed it has, with Essex 145 for 6. Here we've had quite an extraordinary day. 22 wickets in the day. And Middlesex in the box seat, having won the toss in very favourable conditions, they exploited them marvellously. Ethan Bamber with 5 wickets in his opening spell, 3 for Toby Rowland-Jones. The home time side dismissed for 60. Middlesex then with a real flourish in the second half of their innings, got to 199 all out, half century for Ryan Higgins. And Warwickshire now 48 for 2 with Yates and Hayne at the crease. Hayne it is who's facing Tom Helm and turns the ball off his pads down towards deep backward square leg for a single. 49 for 2. Out in the second innings, Alex Davis, caught by Jack Davis off Bamber for naught. His second dismissal in just 3 balls faced today for Alex Davis, out for 4 in the first innings. It doesn't tell the full story of the catch. It was an edge to second slip that was bobbled by Robson, and it went straight down, and yet Davis managed to get his claw underneath it. It was an outstanding reaction, because he was actually backing away from it initially, Davis, when he thought he was going to be caught at second slip. Did really well. And then Will Rhodes trying to cut a ball outside off stump from Helm, nicked behind to Simpson for 19. Yates on strike, the only bear to get into the 20s today. And he defends the ball out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. But it has been an extraordinary day. Hamza, Hannon Dolby and Barnard all took 3 for 49 in the Middlesex innings of 199, which also saw the very controversial dismissal of Toby Rowland-Jones. I know for those of you listening to 5 Sports Extra, Kevin Howells has mentioned that, in that he was clubbed the ball out of the ground. It was about to land for 6. After his follow-through, he carried on whirling his bat and accidentally knocked the bails off. The umpires discussed it and gave him out. It's certainly contentious, very unlucky. There's a short ball from Helm, is left alone outside off stump by Hayne. It's led to some debate here and quite a bit of debate on the internet. I think the very specifics of a situation like that are quite hard to find within the laws of the game. It comes down to how you interpret certain things, but Rowland-Jones very frustrated because, boy, did he hit the ball a long way. So it's sort of talking point we needed when we already had 22 wickets, Kevin. It was sort of, well, as one of 22 wickets that have fallen in the game, the oddest hit wicket you've ever seen. Helm in to complete his 4th over, and this one comes off the pad of Yates. No ball is called. That'll bring the Bears 50 up. First innings, they were 9 wickets down before they got to 50, so this is a better effort. 51 for 2.
There's another ball to bowl today, as well as the extra half an hour.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get the extra
There
half
was a point.
Oh yeah, there was.
Where even you and Phil looked at each other and thought, oh, maybe.
No, I personally, the only reason I didn't think so is there was so much time left in the game. I think Toby Rowland-Jones would have preferred the rest over the extra half hour.
He might not have needed the rest. Might not have needed the extra half hour to that first innings.
Yeah, I think they were unlikely to go down quite like that again. Conditions are significantly better for batting than they were first thing this morning. Helm in, left alone, shouldering arms by Yates outside off stump. The thing this morning that was
that much, though,
unusual. Well, it has. The thing that was really unusual this morning was the amount of lateral movement off the seam, wasn't it? The ball was jagging about off the seam.
Yeah. At pace and with bounce as well.
So whilst the surface still might not be great, it's not quite as green as it was earlier, but they've left quite a bit of grass on it. It's a wicket that we know has been pretty damp in the last couple of weeks because the ground staff have had so many major matches.
Oh, look, this one's not jagging about. They need to change a ball after 14 overs.
Yeah, it's not doing what it was, but the other thing is, the use of the new ball by Bamber and Rowland-Jones was spectacular in that first hour, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Bamber picked up where he left off against Surrey, and that was a brilliant display of bowling against Surrey. And he came away without much reward. Here we go. This will delay things further. The umpires are going to have a look at the ball. So 12 deliveries remain of day 1.
We all have a ball change at 2 minutes to 7. Don't we?
Yes. Very cricket.
I mean, to add to some of the oddness today, we had a trooping off for bad light when the light seemed to have improved, and one umpire disappeared and the other one looked a bit bewildered. And the umpires are Rob Bailey and Hassan Adnan.
Are you going to go through the whole story? So there was a lot that happened today, Richard. We've only got 12 deliveries.
The tea interval happened suddenly and unexpectedly with one ball left in the over.
It was raining,
The-
surely.
It may have been, but not. The hover cover came out and sat there, but with nothing else.
Oh, now we've got a rainbow to cap it all over the back of the hollies.
That's quite
It's
fitting,
delightful.
really, isn't it? Is there anything else that we need today?
It looks like there's a mothership descending over Birmingham. It looks like Independence Day's breaking out. Here's Higgins starting final over of the day from the pavilion end. It's left alone outside of the off stump. 51 for 2. Although it's passing along now, it looks as though it's decided not to invade Birmingham, and it's now heading. What's away to our right?
You're looking sort of top of Balsall Heath, Highgate, that sort of area.
Yeah, I think that's where I'd invade if I was
towards
at
the east,
Mothership. Yeah, more than the city centre.
We had a code red alert for the
Don't.
stewards, which turned out
No,
to
it was
nothing
a code
serious.
red alert. But stewards all back to their positions. Code red alert.
But,
I mean,
that didn't last too long, but that added to
I tell you what, it felt like an
rich
eternity.
tapestry.
Again, when you saw the players look around, the Middlesex players would have thought not again after 2017.
And Kevin turned up with a bag of absolutely dire-looking muffins.
They were fabulous.
Which was-
Jed liked his, by the way. Jed Scott, who's doing the live text, he was very happy with his muffin. Very grateful.
Living definition of unfussy.
Higgins. Simpson standing up now for Hayne. Higgins is in, bowls, and this ball's turned defensively to mid-wicket, and there's no run. We're down to 3 slips and a point. It's probably the fewest we've had in the cordon all day. 2 close catches at mid-wicket, though.
I think Middlesex earned their way down to 2 slips when they were batting, when Higgins and De Keris did. I mean, they just did really well with their positivity. That was what really changed the Middlesex innings, because they could have had a really slender lead otherwise.
Higgins bowls, and it's a lovely drive wide of Eskenazi at mid-off, out of the slips because of an injured finger, and they're going to run. Oh, just 2. Well done, Stephen Eskenazi. Round off last week due to that injury. 53 for 2 it is.
It's a good chase at the end of a long day, that, from Eskenazi, who's returned to the Championship side and ended with a duck today. But look, he's hardly alone in that today. We've
Well,
seen
indeed.
5 of them.
22 in the day. We're 1 shy of the most that I've seen in nearly 2 decades commentating. As here's Higgins, he bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, and there's no run. Did we establish what was the most you've seen on an opening day of a game?
There were definitely 20 at Tunbridge Wells. I don't recall there were 21 because they did.
Oh, that's right.
complicate-
We established
Yeah.
it's always Kent.
It does always seem to be Kent.
So it was Kent at Lords after the day-night match at Canterbury. Sorry, the first floodlit game at Canterbury on a Friday night, and then the next morning, everybody to Lords. Middlesex versus Kent in the Championship. 23 wickets later, and recently we established as well that the last one-day finish, or day 1 finish, as forward goes, Hayne back to Higgins, and there's no run. That involves Kent as well, but I'm going to have to look up and see if I can find the. I know exactly who sent it to me, which is David Kendicks, who signed off today when he sent me the text. President of the Association of Cricket Statisticians at your service was his sign off this morning. When
At your service.
what were we asking about? Oh, that was it. The quickest time. Have you mentioned that? That was Phil Britt's stat at the question of the day, wasn't it? Middlesex reaching maximum bowling points. As forward goes Hayne, pushing back up the track, and there's no run.
Well, I got the
18.5 overs to reach maximum bowling points today.
today, and I got the correct answer.
That's
When
never
did they do
happened
it quicker? I said never. But it turned out never by only 6 balls.
Oh, you upset him, didn't you? Never. Well, that's true. Yes, exactly. Which redeemed him somewhat after you upset
He
him.
felt a bit better. About
19.5 overs versus Northamptonshire at Lords in 2018, so not that long ago since they picked up maximum bowling points in no time whatsoever.
Are we going to see an over of spin to end the day?
To Carey's, there you go.
Well, here we go.
The star with the bat.
Well, he and Higgins were the stars with the bat. He just once Higgins went, he got he got out of his rhythm. There was an over where Josh De Keris tried sort of 6 shots at 6 balls and missed all of them, and never quite got back into his rhythm. His first 25 runs were scored with real elegance, great placement, and with proper cricket shots. But I guess again, Middlesex were right to be really positive. In that, there was a good spell when you could have seen them all out for 100, and to get to 199, it was because Higgins hit his way into a bit of form actually. De Keris came out and batted brilliantly, and Roland Jones and Helm both gave it the long handle. And those runs were really vital
I can't find it. I'll see if Mr. Kendix is quick enough in these final 6 deliveries of the day to tell us of the last one-day finish to a championship game.
As much as people love their cricket, you're in that really awkward zone now where it's a combination of, do you want to hear the final over the day or are you watching the one show? I mean, it's a challenge.
That's a no-brainer, isn't it? I don't think so.
That's a really critical thing to say about that programme. We have a long delay to get the various pieces
that we're
of
that
equipment.
bad that
The 12th man has been on more than once in order to get various helmets and pieces of protective equipment
surround the
on.
bat.
And they're going to have slip, short leg. There's a short straight mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, fairly orthodox extra cover and backward point. And Rob Yates will try and cut the first ball from De Caris, and it goes to backward point, and there's no run. And I kind of like this for the final over of the day, because the last thing that Rob Yates is expecting is an over a spin after the seamers have taken 22. The second delivery draws Yates forward.
I actually think
leg side.
it was odds against that I wasn't going to see that 23 wickets beaten today.
Yeah, so you can't see it
2
beaten
wickets
there,
in
but you could see it
15.2.
matched. Yeah, you could see it matched.
Yes.
Yates leaves this one outside off stump. Just a little bit of hint of grip there from De Caris. He's earned himself this opportunity to be the frontline spinner for Middlesex. He's in again. He pushes that one through faster, and they quite like that, but Yates is able to defend it out. Nice bit of variety, the change of pace. Almost like a T20 spear, that delivery. And it went on with the arm a bit.
That was really how he's got into this side, and his T20 bowling. He bowled fantastically well, and then he took 7 for on that raging turner down at the Aegeus in the first Kookaburra game.
There's an appeal for LBW here. It's not going to be given. I have a feeling it was going down the leg side.
Oh, he's got quite a wide open stance, hasn't he? We'll look at it in line now.
Yeah.
Oh, mind you, what did that? Just clip the back pad, did it?
Yeah, I don't think it's hitting leg stump though. It's just on the angle, because it's going with the arm down. It's a good delivery. And this will be the final ball of the day, bowled by De Caris, left alone by Rob Yates, and close comes with Warwickshire on 53 for 2, still 86 runs short of making Middlesex bat again.
What's your prediction tomorrow, Richard?
I don't think you'll bring muffins, but not after today. Look, it will be slightly more friendly for batting, you would imagine, tomorrow, but it's an enormous task ahead of Warwickshire. Realistically, they need to make 300 in the second innings to put some pressure on Middlesex. If they can do that, then we might have a different game.
If you're Middlesex and the season they've had with the bat, you're still from this position. They're trailing by 86. You still don't want to be chasing much more than 90, I don't think, Middlesex.
First hour tomorrow is everything, isn't it? If Bamber and Roland Jones hit their straps like they did first thing this morning, even if conditions will tend to be less helpful, but if they come in with the same line, length...
Who's the most likely hero for Warwickshire tomorrow with the bat?
Oh, the two at the crease at the moment, Yates and Hayne, are absolutely the two most precious wickets. Yates, who really returned to form in the T20, made a century against Kent. After that, Mosley, very positive batsman.
Will we still be going at lunch tomorrow?
I think there's a chance we will. I think Warwickshire will bat better tomorrow than they have done today. And actually, look, the second innings is encouraging. Davis gets a good one first up, and it's a great catch on the rebound. Don't think Will Rhodes will be too thrilled with his own shot selection there under the circumstances.
And before Kevin Howe steals us, which he's probably just about to do mid-sentence, David Kendix on the match that ended in a day. My brilliant question was, which former England captain made his first-class debut in a one-day match?
Okay, I see, because the last...
Answers tomorrow.
No. He's left that hanging?
No, I have.
Okay.
I know the answer.
Fair enough. 53 for 2 Warwickshire in their second innings, a day of 22 wickets. We will resume tomorrow morning just before 11 o'clock. Middlesex still lead by 86.